Hello everyone, it's Jim of Shiloh Kahal, and today I take up the prophet Isaiah, which will be a pretty good sized undertaking. I purpose to make one long video, but I will also try to break it up into various parts that will be about a half hour in length. So it's a long prophecy, but we need to cover it. It covers so much ground. Before we get started, let me go back to really just the forward on these to help us understand timing and what we're seeking or what we will be looking for in these various prophets. So, okay, let me interject here very quickly because this first part ended up being about 40 minutes. And if you've already watched the overview video that I did, this would be redundant. Most of this will be redundant. Maybe a few new things here and there. But there's about 40 minutes of a forward here that if you have already heard it and you don't need to hear, are seeking to hear it again, then I suggest you go about 35-40 minutes into the video and start with part 2, which is where we will begin reading the actual prophecy of Isaiah. Thank you. Let me go to the overall timeline of Earth. If you would look at this timeline I created and measure it by Anno Mundi, which is, I don't know what that means, but I do know it's the counting of the years forward from the beginning, starting with 0 and then just moving forward in time, 1,000 years, 2,000 years, 3,000 years, and it'll culminate at 7,000 years. And that stands in contrast to BC that began counting down. And as we head towards the turn of the time, we have 4,000 years counting down. And then we have basically this period of time here, which is right around the birth of our Messiah. And then from there, we will begin counting up and move towards 1,000 years AD, 2,000 years AD, and 3,000 years AD. We are currently somewhere here just past 2,000 years AD, which would be somewhere just past 6,000 years Anno Mundi. How that really works on the Hebrew and Yahuwah's timeline and counting of years, we really don't know because it's all been lost. The actual timing and histories have been lost through the various calendars and different things, but we know that we are around this time. And then when you look at the timeline then of the world and what has taken place as it pertains to Israel, then we start here with this pre-Diluvian period, which means this is the period before the flood, which had grown into its own culture and had, it would have been a fantastic period where we had all kinds of beings and types of beings that existed beforehand. We had technology that would have been different. We have evidences all over the place of, constructions that they've made and just evidences of various technology. But because of sin, it was destroyed right around here at about 1600 Anno Mundi, which would have been around 1600 Anno Mundi, which would have been about 2400 BC, and then we had the flood. Everything was destroyed, and the only one that came through it were Noah. The only ones who came through it were Noah and his family. But within just a few hundred years of Noah and his family coming off the ark, we start getting well back into sin. If you read Jubilees and Jasher, if you read Jasher, you will start finding accounts of how the demons, the disembodied spirits of these Nephilim that existed over here, basically began enticing the sons of men away, and within a few hundred years they had turned them away from Yahuwah and back towards various mighty ones other than Yahuwah. And so within a few hundred years we had the Tower of Babel, we had the rise of Nimrod, and we had the Tower of Babel here. And then we had Abraham come on the scene, really kind of contemporary to the Tower of Babel, after the Tower of Babel, somewhat contemporary to Nimrod, but around that same period of time. So Abraham was born around 1834 Anno Mundi, or around 2166 BC. And he then is the beginning of the promised children. The promises went to Abraham, succeeded to his son Isaac, then succeeded to his son Jacob, then succeeded to his 12 sons, the patriarchs. And while we had a little bit of hiccup for the sons of Jacob, and we had some issues, even amongst Jacob and Esau, mostly all of the patriarchs through the sons all ultimately became faithful men of Yahweh, followers of Yahweh. But during the time of Jacob and his sons, they went off into Egypt and lived in Egypt, initially in peace and harmony, but in the long run, because they grew in size and Egypt forgot them, and because the patriarchs died off and the Israelites began to follow the gods of Egypt rather than Elohim and the gods of their patriarchs. So towards the end of their time in Egypt, they became, they ended up falling away and falling into captivity amongst the Egyptians. They were being persecuted and being, what's the word I'm looking for? They were being oppressed. Thank you. And basically, we're in bond servanthood, slave labor, that kind of thing. So then Moses was raised up as the leader to lead them out at around 1444 BC or 2554 Anno Mundi. So here's basically where Moses comes on the scene. In this timeline, we would be about a third of the way through this 7,000 year period of time allotted for this earth. So Moses came on the scene. The Israelites came on the scene as a nation about a third of the way into this world. And then we had the period of time. From Moses, we went to Joshua, and we had the period of the judges, Joshua, and then the various judges. Under Moses, they were hard-hearted, but ultimately came around. Under Joshua, they were pretty good. Everything, the entire time under Joshua was a pretty successful period of time when the nation was responding to the leadership, responding to their Elohim, and going forth and doing the things that they needed to do to occupy the land that had been promised to Abraham in that area of the Middle East. But from Joshua forward, we ended up with a variety of judges, and the people were in and out. They'd fall away, have something happen, have a judge arise, and turn back to Yahuwah. But we had this up and down period of time where they were operating under the judges. Towards the end of the judges, and during the time of Samuel, when Samuel was operating as the judge, the people cried out for kings like the people around them, and ultimately Yahweh gave them the kings. So then we had the period of time of the kings. The first up was Saul, then David, then Solomon, and then we had the breakup of Israel into two nations after Solomon, thanks to the deeds of Solomon and the sin of Solomon. He started out great, but by the time he was done, probably through the various things he allowed in, including all the women and the concubines, the wives, and the idolatry that he let in, by the time of the end of his life, he was failing as a man of Yahweh, where he started off so well. But then we had this period of time in Israel, and if we're looking then, where the nations were divided. And if you're looking at this timeline, that's basically almost splitting this 7,000 year period of the world in half when this was happening. So we're about halfway into the period of time on this earth when Israel is broken into two nations. And really during the entire time that they are broken into two nations, they are not, they're not faithful. They're not faithful. Israel was the worst of the two. They immediately upon the breakup turned away, kicked out all the priests and all of their sovereigns, everybody that was elected and brought in to be sovereign. None of them led the people toward Yahweh. They always led them away. Judah was a little better, but not much better. At the end of the day, they were also going to be judged. They had kings, some good kings, some bad kings. The good kings would lead them back, somewhat. But at the end of the day, we were going to have this period of time where Israel is going to live in the land and and have the opportunity to turn toward Yahweh, but instead they turn away, reject, forsake, and move away, and ultimately get judged. The first to be dispersed and scattered was Israel in around 722 BC. Later it was Judah when they, first of all, let me go back up here and say they were dispersed to Assyria up here. And then Judah was dispersed to Babylon in a partial manner because not everybody left. And then while they were in Babylon, when they came out of Babylon under the, after Babylon fell to Persia and under the Persian kings, they were allowed to return to the land. Well, they didn't all return. So it was a partial scattering and it was a partial regathering that took place here. And then during that period of time, and we'll call this the intertestamental period, that's what people like to call it. We have this period of time when they were regathered. Then we have as the writings of Ezra, the writings of Nehemiah, and some information related to this period of time where Israel is living, or Judah, I should say, the southern kingdom is living in the land again with governorship. They've got some, they have governors and they have some self-rule, but they are primarily under they are under Persia. Persia is the sovereign of the land at that time, and we have information until the end of the through that Persian. Well, maybe not all the way through, but through the Persian sovereignty. But what we don't have and what we lose is that Persia was conquered by Greece in around 322 BC, somewhere around here. And then we have the whole period of time where Greece is the sovereign. And we have, first we have the, not the Seleucids, but the Ptolemies who were governing the land and did so and treated the Israeli people fairly well. And then we had the Seleucids, the competing Greek leadership, basically take over in around, what would that have been, 200 BC, roughly, where the Seleucids took over from the Ptolemies in what would be the Holy Land. And it's under the Seleucids that we have the rise of Antiochus Epiphanes, and then we have the period of the Maccabees. We have the period where Zadokian priesthood is exiled. They're removed from the high priesthood, removed from office, and replaced first by Hellenistic priests, and then replaced by the Maccabean lineage, the Hasmonean dynasty, the Maccabean dynasty. And all of this is happening in around 175 BC to the time of Messiah. Here we would also have the Bethabara. We would have had the compound and the Zadokites, I believe the Zadokites, coalescing around this compound in the Judean wilderness on the northwest side of the Dead Sea, which is known today as Qumran. Back then it was known as Bethabara. It had that compound where obviously things were happening. There were priestly things happening there. And ultimately, at around the time of the Rome invasion, they started hiding the scrolls in the caves, and that's why we have the Dead Sea Scrolls here. So all of this is happening in the 50 years prior to the 150 years prior to the coming of Messiah. But then the Messiah comes, born, 3 BC, 4 BC? We get mixed baggage. But he comes on the scene, and then basically time is ideally measured from his birth at around, 1 AD we begin. And then he comes along and he comes into his ministry, AD 27, something like that, has his ministry, is crucified, then resurrected around 27, in that neighborhood, 2730 AD. And then we have the rise of the apostolic leadership. We have the apostles, including Paul, going on out into the world, all around 30 AD through basically 70 AD. In 70 AD, I didn't mention it, but back here towards and just before the rise of, the turn of the time and the coming of Messiah, we have in around 67 AD or BC, the Romans conquering Greece and becoming the sovereigns of the land becoming sovereigns of the land at the time of the birth of Messiah. And it was the Romans who then destroyed the land with the, at the rising up of the Judea, Yehudim, the Jews, they would say, but the Yehudim, the southern kingdom, as they rose up, they were put down by Rome, and Jerusalem was destroyed in 70 AD. So then we ended up with another dispersion, and maybe the larger and more final dispersion, either beginning in 70 AD, but I know that there was a period of time where there was some more, they remained in, the Yehudim remained in and around the land before they were finally dispersed in 137 AD. But whatever the timing, whether it was 70 AD or 137 AD, what has happened is all of Israel has become dispersed, scattered and dispersed into the world. The 10 tribes of Israel were scattered and dispersed in 722 BC and are considered lost. They've been lost ever since. The history that we have since subsequent to 722 BC all pretty much involves the southern kingdom, the Yehudim, which is what they had become known, Jews. I mean, in our modern translations, our English translations, they use Jew for Judah, but in some of our restored name versions, we're using Yehuda and the Yehudim. But whatever we want to call them, it's the people of the southern kingdom. And it's the people of the southern kingdom, some of whom received Yahushua and would have become known as the Kodeshim, the gathering, the ecclesia, the kahal, all the things that we've come to know and call the church. The believers would have become that. The unbelievers would have retained their identity as Yehudim and become synonymous with this idea of the unbelieving sects of Israel. And it was the unbelieving sects primarily that rose up against Israel and was conquered. But no matter how you cut it, even though after 722 BC the 10 tribes to the north were gone, we've lost them, and all the history we really have deals with the southern kingdom. But by the time we get to 70 or 137 AD, all of the southern kingdom has been dealt with and dispersed, judged, dealt with and dispersed, so that by the time we get to here, which is really 2/3 of the way in, all of 2/3 of the way into this 7,000 year period of time, all of Israel has been dispersed. And that's where we live today. And that's where the challenge is for us to begin to understand what this means. That as the believers were turning, the believers of the Yehudim would have just become believing Yehuda, Israelites, even though they were known as the Kahal. But the Gentiles that were gathered in during this period of time, from 30 AD forward, were all joining Israel. But what we have to understand is that Israel never lost the covenant promises. There are so many covenant promises made to Israel that are yet to be fulfilled. And that's what we are waiting for. We have joined, the believing Israel is, that's the remnant of Israel, and they're the ones waiting for the promises in the end time. And then we Gentiles have joined to it, and we're waiting. And we continue to wait until what? Until Yahushua comes back the second time. And when he comes back, all kinds of things are going to happen. We're going to have the day of Yahweh. But the first thing that's going to happen is he's going to come on the clouds and he's going to gather Israel, all of these people who are in this dispersed state, both Israel of the 10 tribes that are lost and don't even know that they are part of Israel, but are believers in Yahushua and just believers in Yahweh. They'll be gathered up, as well as the Yehudim, and they will be unified together. These two nations will reconstitute, according to Ezekiel, into one nation again, and they will be resurrected. The first thing that's going to happen is they're going to be taken up into the heavenlies, into the New Jerusalem, and on the earth we're going to see the day of Yahweh. All of this is happening at this second coming of Yahushua. When they are finished with the day of Yahweh, the New Jerusalem comes back to earth, and Yahweh and Yahushua come back to earth to live with us here on earth, and this would be called the millennium period. So this last 1,000 years, the beginning of which is the second coming, the day of Yahweh, the the promise of the gathering, resurrection, and unification. And this also begins the new covenant period. The new covenant promises come with this day, second coming, and our resurrection and our ability to keep Torah and to really operate as the sons of Elohim, as the people of Elohim. So this is when the new covenant period would begin. It's a period of time during the millennium. And during this period of time, we're going to see the reign of Elohim. We're going to see the new Yerushalayim come down. And like I said, this is going to be the covenant of peace here. And during this millennial period, we will continue. We will have a mixture now that we don't have, that we don't experience now, because everybody living on earth right now is of the flesh. But when the millennium comes, there will be people who are still living in the flesh, but there will be resurrected people who are now living in their new and resurrected bodies. So this millennium period is going to be a fantastic period of time where Yahushua will be serving as the sovereign of the reign of Elohim here. The Torah will go out. The people will serve it until the end of the 7,000-year period of time, where Satan, who had been bound here, is going to be released again, and we're going to have this last battle. And at the end of this period of time, we're going to have the last culmination of all things. I think that's when the war scrolls are describing what's going to happen with the Gog and Magog wars of that period of time, where Satan goes out, deceives them, and they bring armies back to this New Jerusalem, to the beautiful land, which would be all of the New Jerusalem, all of the land, the promised land. And the Gentiles come under the leadership of Gog to try to conquer this period of time, but it's not going to prevail. And then we have at the end of this period of time, when all of flesh is dealt with, when the uprising of Gog and Magog is put down, all of this 7,000-year period comes to an end, and then we have the great white throne judgment, when everybody is raised. Here at this resurrection, all of the believers are raised, but all of the unbelievers throughout time will remain in Sheol. But at the end of the 7,000-year period of time, all those who had died will be raised. Everybody who was not part of this first resurrection will be raised. Those who of the millennium period will be judged sheep and counted worthy will be brought into the fold and be given their resurrection bodies. But everybody of all history, everybody of the millennium who are considered, who just did not believe, who did not join Israel, will ultimately be judged and thrown into the lake of fire. And at this point in time, when all of the dead people are raised up to be judged, and all the living people in the flesh that remained in the flesh are dealt with, well, at the end of this, there will be no more flesh on earth. There will be no more flesh that dies. So death will be put away. Death will be no more. Death, all the passages where we see that death comes to an end, it's the last thing to be put under his feet. Because it's this period of time. Once everybody who lives are in the spirit, they will be living forever, and death will not have a part in them. So, okay. So let me just, it turned out to be a very long intro, but let me just go ahead and say that the prophets that we are reading are all in this period of time. They are in the period of time of Israel, and or this period of time here, when Yehuda is being dealt with. Okay, so let's move from this overall view to the kings and prophets timeline within Israel. So here is that timeline now segregated down into just the history of the kingdom, the kings and the prophets. So it starts here at about 1050, 1060 BC with Saul as our first king. He gives way to David. Saul was of the tribe of Benjamin. David was of the tribe of Yehuda. David, the scepter is promised to David for the rest of all time, and the Messiah is prophesied to come from his lineage and the tribe of Judah. So Solomon is of David's lineage. And then at the end of Solomon's at the end of Solomon's reign, because of his sin, we have the split. To the north, we have the 10 tribes of Israel developing up here to the north under Jeroboam first, and then this succession of kings up here, none of them, including Jeroboam, were believers in Yahweh. None of them would be counted amongst the remnant of Israel. And they immediately kicked out the priests and introduced the priests of Baal and an entirely different worship up here. And that's why they were going to be judged. We just went through Hosea, and we could see all of the crimes as they turned to other Elohim and gods that they committed up here. To the south goes the scepter, because here is, and I don't even know what tribes they are. I think I'd have to look at it, the various tribes that, from which the kings were being raised up here. I know Ephraim was the dominant tribe up here in the dominant land, and that's why we see Israel oftentimes called Ephraim. But to the south goes the scepter and the lineage of Judah. So all of these kings will be of the tribe of Judah, and all of these kings will be of the lineage of David and Solomon, and follow through. So this is where the scepter goes until 586 BC. And then we have the removal of, the dispersion, the scattering, the conquering of Israel by Assyria here in 722 BC. And this is during the time of Hosea. And as we're going to speak to in just a minute, it'll be during the time of Isaiah and the time of Micah. So all three of these prophets were prophesying during the time of the conquering and the captivity and the carrying away of Israel. And then we had, after that conquering of Israel, Assyria did come down to try to conquer. In fact, here it is, to try to conquer is Judah, but Yahuwah delivers Yehuda, not Yehuda. Yehuda did not deliver themselves. Yahuwah delivered Yehuda from the hands of Assyria. But as Assyria then, Ashur in our scriptures, but Assyria, as they move along, and we get this, we have this period of time where they are the dominant and the sovereign in the land. Well, we have the rise of Babylon here. And ultimately we have, in about 605 BC, Nebuchadnezzar defeating Egypt and also defeating Babylon or Assyria in 612. So around 612, and certainly by 605, Babylon has defeated the Assyrians and defeated the Egyptians to become the dominant kingdom in the land. And it's during this period of time that he began to, around 612, 605, this period of time, as he began to have dealings with the southern kingdom, well, he began to lead people away. I believe it was around 605, 606 BC that Nebuchadnezzar carried off Daniel and his companions during that period of time. But then we have this season, while Nebuchadnezzar is still sovereign in Babylon, we still have this period of time where Israel, Yehuda, remained sovereign. But ultimately here, as they rose up against, as the Yehudim rose up against Nebuchadnezzar and Babylon, they were ultimately conquered. Israel was destroyed. 586 BC is when Jerusalem and the temple were completely destroyed. That first temple was leveled. And then they came out of that captivity, this partial captivity, and then this partial restoration and regathering back into land, to this period of time where Persia was the sovereign, but we had Zerubbabel as the first governor, then we had Ezra, then we had Nehemiah. So we had these periods of time where we had governorship, but really the sovereignty belonged to Persia during this period of time. And then they cut out here at around 400 BC, but we know about 80 years later, Greeks come onto the scene and conquer the Persians. Okay, now let's move on and just recapture, evaluate, go back through the themes that I've identified as I have read through the various scriptures, the foundational and consistent themes that I find in the prophetic writings. These are the things that I have pulled out As I've gone through this passage, I keep adding things, but this is the primary thing. These are the primary things that I have found, the consistent themes that I have found amongst all of the prophetic writings. First of all, there is a constant call to repentance and forgiveness, or grace. So always Yahweh is calling to individuals and to Israel as a nation to repent and turn away from the things that they are doing, because they have forsaken him, they have forgotten him, they have rejected him, and they have moved off and turned toward other things. And Yahweh, for a good period of time, continues to try to call them into repentance. Actually, I would say forever, but certainly before he judges, there were many, many calls to repentance. Before he judged them as a nation and destroyed them as a nation and scattered them as a nation, he called them to repentance over and over again with the promise to forgive. There was always this promise of forgiveness. So this idea of grace is not new to the new writings that we find in Scripture. No, Yahweh has always operated in grace. If you will repent and turn and come back, I will forgive and restore, basically. Okay, and then there's always an identification of a remnant of Israel, which is a small group within national Israel who wanted to obey and follow Yahweh and did. So they followed him when everybody else turned away. And this remnant of Israel is to whom the covenant promises are made. Those who reject and move away will be rejected from the covenant of Israel and not part of the resurrection, not part of the regathering, not part of the promises. And then there's a constant theme of judgment. Of course, everybody knows the theme of the judgment within the various prophets. First of all, there's judgment that he speaks of to the Gentile nations. And this will come about on what is known as the day of Yahuwah in the scriptures that I read, where, this is the restored name of Yahuwah. But in English versions, they call it the day of the Lord, where Lord is all caps and they're replacing the name Yahuwah with the title Lord. But this is judgment against the Gentiles. And so we will see there will be judgments against the Gentile nations throughout time. Like the Assyrians were judged and the Babylonians were judged. Everybody was judged in their time. But on this day of Yahuwah, there will be a final and a general judgment against the Gentiles that are on the earth at that period of time, and most of them will be under the leadership of the Antichrist at that period of time when the day of Yahweh comes around. But there will be certain Gentile nations that will be singled out for their crimes against Israel throughout time, and they will receive special treatment for what they did. So there's a theme in these prophets that the Gentiles, the promises that the Gentile nations who did Israel, were part of the judgment used against Israel, were the crimes that they commit, the way, they were used for judgment, but they relished in it, and they were cruel to Israel in meting out that judgment. So when the time comes, what they did unto Israel will be visited back upon them. And in the restoration, the Gentiles who remain, they will serve Israel. The Gentiles and the Gentile nations who once enslaved Israel will serve Israel in those days. But then there's the promised judgment to Israel, which is the judgment and punishment for turning away, for sin and idolatry. He begins by removing his protection, and evil ends up in the land. It begins to decay, and it just begins to, where it had grown in the beginning, where it had all the promises and grew in prominence, it began to wane in prominence as they turned away in sin and idolatry, and as he removed his protection, they waned in prominence, and then really the entire land went into decay. But ultimately it culminated in destruction, death, and removal from the land. So, in 722, when the Assyrians came into the land, there was much destruction and death to those nations, and then they were removed off to Assyria, where they never returned. And the survivors, those who survived the destruction and death, when they are removed and scattered and dispersed amongst the Gentiles throughout the world. First, we're going to see the promises of Israel and Ephraim being scattered throughout the world, but then we're going to get the promises of Yehuda also being scattered throughout the world and amongst the Gentiles, which is the time period we're in now. It includes both natural Israel, all those who are born into Israel, but it also includes the spiritual Israel that we would call the remnant of Israel, those who were not only natural Israel, but also followed him and became spiritual Israel, to whom the promises remain. Natural Israel that do not turn to Yahuwah and then ultimately to Yahushua will lose those promises and the covenant promises, while spiritual Israel will retain those covenant promises. And during the time of scattering and dispersion, they are constantly, all of Israel, they are constantly referred to as captives living in captivity. But this is this restoration, this promise, as they move into this destruction, death, and removal from the land and become scattered, the theme begins to grow, this promise of restoration, that after a period of time, he will turn them back and gather them from wherever they are into the land for a second time. The promises are to gather them from the four corners of the world, wherever they've been scattered. And this is often referred to as delivering from captivity. And this word captive and captivity is important because of its use in Isaiah. We're going to see it in Isaiah here. So it's just an important word that we need to understand, that when we're talking about them being delivered from captivity, we're talking about them being restored and regathered back into the land. And when they are restored and receive that, and when they are restored and regathered, the prosperity of that land will be even better and greater than their original time, the best times they ever experienced in their first time in the land. And we have the promise in the introduction of life. We always had the promise of life. If they would have kept Torah here and kept Yahuwah as their sovereign, I don't know that they could have gotten, because sin is so prominent and now needed to be dealt with. So we would have needed a Messiah. They would have needed a Messiah anyway. But the discussion of high and life, if you would have obeyed the Torah, if you would have obeyed the instructions, obeyed the Torah, you would have understood, and you would have stayed in the understanding that you needed to keep Torah, and that you would ultimately have a deliverer who would deliver you from the body of sin and this fleshly body of sin and death. So they understood that. But then once we get into the scattered state, then we have even more discussions of eternal life. And this eternal life, I will say, it becomes pretty clear that this is the time of the promised covenant. When we are raised from the dead, which is the first thing that happens at the second coming, then we will be resurrected into our new spiritual body that has the ability and desire to follow Yahweh and his Torah. So we will be our past sin having been dealt with, and our new spiritual bodies operating without sin, we will now be living with with Yahweh as our Elohim, and we will be his people, and we will live forever. And the promises during this period of time is of this new covenant, this covenant of peace during that period of time. And then let me finish up here with Mount Zion and Jerusalem. Mount Zion existed in Jerusalem. So this is Mount Zion and Jerusalem. It existed during the time of the first occupation. It has really mostly existed in some fashion ever since. And there are references to Mount Zion and Jerusalem during this period of time. But there are also references to Mount Zion in the heavenlies and the heavenly Jerusalem, which is what's coming down for us at the second coming. So when Yahushua roars from Mount Zion, he's not roaring from this Mount Zion over there in the Middle East of Jerusalem, or from, we're not talking about when he comes from Jerusalem, he's not coming from that area. He's instead coming from Mount Zion, from the heavenlies and Jerusalem of the heavenlies. And that's what he's going to be bringing down for us to occupy during the second occupation of this land. So oftentimes, Mount Zion is called the Kodesh Mountain, or the Holy Mountain in English versions, and Jerusalem is called the Kodesh City, or the Holy City in English versions. And both the Kodesh Mountain and the Kodesh City can be referring to them over here, because these were considered, holy areas, set apart Kodesh areas during that period of time. But it could also be referring to these Kodesh Mountain, the Kodesh Mountain of the coming second occupation. So we have to we learn from the from the context of the passages in the scriptures which one we're referring to. And we have the introduction of the Messiah, who is the leader who will save, redeem, and deliver Yahweh's chosen people. Okay, so I'm sorry. This turned out to be a pretty long intro, and this will become part one of this of Isaiah. From here, we'll begin reading the prophecies of Isaiah, and let's get started. Yeshayahu, or Isaiah, chapter 1. The vision of Yeshayahu, son of Amatz, which he saw concerning Yehuda and Jerusalem in the days of Uzziyahu, Jotham, Ahaz, Hizkiyahu, sovereigns of Yehuda. Let me quickly go and show you that. So we are talking about Uzziyahu. Let me make this a little larger for you. Here's the timing of Isaiah here. These are this is in the time of, looks like it might have been Shalom or Menahem, Pikihayu, and Hoshea. These are the kings of the southern kingdom, but he just mentioned the kings of the southern kingdom, Yehuda. There's Uzziyahu, there's Jotham, there's Ahaz, and there's Hezekiah. And these are the kings that he just referenced here in verse 1. Hear, O Shemaim, which is heaven, and listen, O earth, for Yahuwah has spoken. I have reared and brought up children, but they have transgressed against me. An ox knows its owner, and a donkey its master's crib. Israel does not know, my people have not understood. Alas, sinning nation, a people loaded with wickedness, a seed of evildoers, sons acting corruptly. They have forsaken Yahuwah, they have provoked the Kadosh one of Israel. They went backwards. Kadosh would be separate one, and holy in most of the English scriptures. Why should you be beaten any more? You continue in apostasy. All the head is sick, and all the heart faints. From the sole of the foot to the head there is no soundness in it. Wounds and bruises and open sores. They have not been closed or bound up or soothed with ointment. Your land is laid waste. Your cities are burned with fire. Strangers devour your land in your presence, and it is laid waste as overthrown by strangers. And the daughter of Zion is left as a booth in a vineyard, as a hut in a garden of cucumbers, as a besieged city. Unless Yahuwah of hosts had left to us a small remnant, we would have become like Sodom, and we would have been made like Amorah. Okay, let me just make some comments here, because this is, as we discussed in our themes, this is how they have turned. This is the forsaken, where Israel has turned by this time, especially the northern kingdoms, but even the southern kingdoms, as we're going to see later. They're forsaking him, and this is the result of it. All of these things have befallen them, and it's just decay. It's just a moving away, a removing of the blessings or the berakoth of Yahuwah. And unless he had left us a small remnant, here is a reference to the remnant of Israel. Unless Yahuwah of hosts had left to us like a small remnant, we would have become like Sodom and would have become like Amorah. So apart from the small remnant, all of Israel would have been destroyed and counted amongst the evildoers like Sodom and Gomorrah were. So this is a reference to the remnant seed, and up here is a reference to the various removing of his blessings, his berakoth. Verse 10. Hear the word of Yahuwah, you rulers of Sodom. Give ear to the Torah of our Elohim, you people of Amorah. Of what use to me are your many slaughterings? Declares Yahuwah. I've had enough of burnt offerings of rams and the fat of fed beasts. I do not delight in the blood of bulls or of lambs or of goats. When you come to appear before me, who has required this from your hand, to trample my courtyards? Stop bringing futile offerings, incense. It is an abomination to me. New moons or new months, which are new month celebrations. Shabbatoth, which are the Sabbaths. the calling of meetings, the kahals, the ecclesias. I am unable to bear unrighteousness and assembly. My being hates your new months or your new moons and your appointed times, the Moedim. They are a trouble to me. I am weary of bearing them. And when you spread out your hands, I hide my eyes from you. Even though you make many prayers, I do not hear. Your hands have become filled with blood. Wash yourselves and make yourself clean. Put away the evil of your doings from before my eyes. Stop doing evil. Learn to do good. Seek right ruling. Reprove the oppressor. Defend the fatherless. Plead for the widow. Come now and let us reason together, says Yahuwah. Though your sins are like scarlet, they shall be as white as snow. Though they are red like crimson, they shall be as wool. If you submit and obey, you shall eat the good of the land. But if you refuse and rebel, you shall be devoured by the sword. For the mouth of Yahuwah has spoken. Okay, so what is he saying here? I don't want to overspeak the teachings of the church, but when we read here, when Isaiah is saying, of what used to me are your many slaughterings, is he saying he didn't ask and command slaughterings? No, that's not what he's saying. Did he say he didn't ask for and receive burnt offerings within the Torah of Moshe? Of rams and fat of fed beasts? No, that's not what he's saying. He did command them. It was part of the priestly duties and the way, as they were going to approach him, they had to do it through various means. It could not just be done lightly. But when he comes before him, who's required these burnt offerings? Well, that's not to say that he didn't require them, because he did. Now, I have read in the recollections of Clement, where there is some discussion that actually he didn't ever command that. And that may be true. I will humble myself. I do not know. But what I do know is in the Torah of Moshe, there appears to be commands for these slaughterings, for these various slaughterings are called offerings, burnt offerings. Sacrifices, I should say, and then the burnt offerings, of course, are called the burnt offerings, sometimes called holocausts. When he reads in verse 12, when you come to appear before me, who has required this from your hand to trample my courtyards? Can that mean that he never really ever wanted these things? Maybe, I don't know, but we do know it was part of those commands. But the real issue is that they're bringing them in futility. And why are they bringing them in futility? Because they're not following him. They're not doing it the way he says. They have mixed it with sin and rejection and forsaking of him and his ways. And they bring it as though these offerings are going to make them right with him. No, what he's looking for is that heart, that humble heart, that remnant heart that seeks and follows Yahuwah. Following Torah is a symptom of that greater cause, which is the desire for Yahuwah. As a symptom of that greater desire for Yahuwah, you will do Torah. As a symptom of somebody who has rejected Yahuwah, you might be bringing your various things that you think are going to placate Yahuwah, but you're bringing it wrongly. You're bringing him in futility. So the symptom is futility, empty offerings, empty love, empty trust, empty faith. It's all empty, and you can't fool Yahuwah. Okay, so he's basically saying, I'm unable to bear the unrighteousness and assembly, but basically, as they are coming together with these offerings and these incense to gather in the various meetings that they're called to, the weekly Shabbats, the Moedim, the times when, then he calls them into assembly, but he hates it when they come with the futility because, and he's grown to hate their new month celebrations and their appointed times, and they're a trouble to him. And he's wary of bearing them, not because he's wary of the Moedim and wary of the new month celebrations or the appointed times, but he's wary of how they bring them in untrue hearts. And when you spread out your hands, I hide my eyes from you. So they spread out their hands like they're going to bring these things, operate in sin, operate in forsaking him and rejection, then spread out their hands, make prayers as if they're going to receive something from them. So I would say in our world today, church, ecclesia, kahal, do not operate in your own ways. Do not operate according to your understanding of Moedim, according to your idea of holidays, according to your idea of the Shabbat or the Sabbath, according to your idea of what is clean and unclean food. Do not operate in according to your ways, and then also lift up your hands and say, "Oh Lord," because you will receive the same thing that Israel received when they spread out their hands. He hid from them, even though they made many prayers. He did not hear. Your hands have become filled with blood, and that is just sin. Why? And here's the call to, as I pointed out in the themes, the constant call to repentance. Wash yourselves, make yourselves clean, put away the evil, stop doing evil, learn to do good, seek right ruling. Come now, let us reason together. Though you have sinned, this is the promise, this is grace in the Old Testament, or in the old writings. Though everyone has sinned, if they would repent and turn, he will forgive. Though your sins are like scarlet, though they are white, though your sins are like scarlet, they shall be as white as snow. Though they are red like crimson, they shall be as wool. If you submit and obey, you shall eat the good of the land. Here's the promise. Here is, well, this would even have been in their time, because had they turned then, the land would have been restored and they would have eaten the good of the land. But the real issue is if you submit and obey. Israel did not. That's the issue for us today. Ultimately, there will be a remnant that does submit and obey. There has always been a remnant. There will always be a remnant. Today, that remnant remains known as the remnant of Israel, but it also is known today as the ecclesia, the church, the kahal, all kinds of words, but they are the people who are honestly at the heart level seeking Yahweh. And today the symptoms are to have received his son, to have received the obedience of faith and the things that, and in our day today, in these latter days, as we're being called out, as knowledge is increasing, we are being called into, we can no longer walk around in ignorance as we have for the last centuries and millennia. The church has led us into ignorance via the teachings of those early church fathers. They led us astray into what would be errant behavior. Does Yahuwah, here I'm surmising, here I'm reasoning, did Yahuwah have mercy, grace, compassion for those who had a reason to not know and understand, who followed the leaders, didn't know different? Yes, it's evident. When again, going back to the recognitions of Clement, when he's sharing the words of Peter, Peter shares that everybody, what are you called to? You are called to the knowledge for which you are responsible. If you did not have opportunity to know, then he's going to have mercy. You would be the person with one talent. What you do with that one talent, you're going to be rewarded accordingly, according to that one talent. But in our world today, things are becoming known. The hidden scriptures are coming back out. Teaching is coming back out. The understanding of those scriptures is broadening, and we are understanding that we are not some separate and distinct body of the church, but we are gathered to. We have joined ourselves to Israel. We are either natural Israel and don't know it, or we are Gentiles who have joined ourselves to Israel, into their covenants, into their promises, into their commonwealth, into their future, into their second covenant that is forthcoming. Okay, but here's what's going to happen if you refuse and rebel, which is what they did. You shall be devoured by the sword, for the mouth of Yahweh has spoken. The same thing holds true today. If you submit and obey to what you are hearing and what you are receiving, if you submit and obey to what the word says, you shall eat the good of the land and the future coming land, the second, the New Jerusalem when it comes back down. But if you refuse and rebel, you shall be devoured by the sword, because this is what is left to the Gentiles at the day of Yahweh. If you refuse and rebel, you will not be gathered up in the gathering. You will not be resurrected in the first resurrection, and you shall be devoured by the sword. For the mouth of Yahweh has spoken. Verse 21, how the steadfast city has become a whore. I have filled it with right ruling, righteousness lodged in it, but now murderers. So the steadfast city, which is Jerusalem, started off good. He filled it up with right ruling, right judgments, correct understandings, and righteousness was found in it, but now murderers. Your silver has become dross, your wine is mixed with water. Just have decayed. Your rulers are stubborn and companions of thieves. Everyone loves bribes and runs after rewards. They do not defend the fatherless, nor does the cause of the widow reach them. Therefore the Adon, which is master, declares, Yahuwah of hosts, Almighty of Israel, I shall be eased of my adversaries, and I shall be avenged of my enemies. And I shall turn my hand against you, and shall refine your dross as with lye, and shall remove all your alloy. And I shall give back your judges as at the first, and your counselors as at the beginning. After this you shall be called the city of righteousness, a steadfast city. Okay, so after he has turned his hand against them and refined them with dross and lye, and shall remove the alloy, so they're being judged, which is what's happening even yet today. Here is the future promise. I shall give back your judges as at the first. So judges are coming. When he comes back in that second coming, and the reign of the Shemayim comes to earth, and the resurrected, those who are the remnant of Israel will be resurrected to them and to the flesh of Israel on the earth at that time. Judges will be given as at first. Leadership will be given as at first. Counselors, people who will advise in the Torah and the way to go, will be given as at the first. This is the promises. These are the promises we see throughout this period of time in the land. And when we have, when we get into Ezekiel and Isaiah and Jeremiah and the promises of this time, Torah will be the law of the land again, the Torah of the land again. After this you shall be called the city of righteousness, a steadfast city. And this is the future of Jerusalem when it comes down. It will be the city of righteousness and a steadfast city once again. Zion shall be ransomed with right ruling, and her returning ones with righteousness. So Zion will be ransomed with right judgment, the holy mountain. So he could be referring in this moment to Mount Zion there, but it really doesn't matter whether you're talking about that Mount Zion that lives there or the Mount Zion that will replace it. Either way, Mount Zion has been ransomed, and her returning ones, who are the returning ones? These are the regathered ones. This is what's going to happen at the resurrection when we are regathered back into the land. And when we are returned, when that happens, we will be returning with righteousness. And the destruction of transgressors and of sinners is together, and those who forsake Yahweh shall be consumed. This is the day of the Lord. The destruction, it's not just the day of the Lord, it's really throughout time. If you're a transgressor, if you're a sinner, and if you're one who forsakes Yahweh, you have been consumed throughout time in the world. Although not everybody who sins and transgresses are consumed in their lifetime here on the earth. That's clear. We see that complaint throughout so many writings, that those who did evil were not judged yet in this time, but they do not escape judgment. Read 2nd Esdras and learn how they are judged. It's horrible if they do not. It's almost better if they had been judged here on earth in the flesh, because when they reach Sheol and the things that they experienced during their time in Sheol, only to them to be raised up and be thrown into the lake of fire. It's terrible. You'd have rather been judged here on earth. But they will all be consumed together. Everybody who transgresses, sins, and forsakes Yahweh shall be consumed. For they shall be ashamed of the terebinth trees which you have desired, and you shall be embarrassed because of the gardens which you have chosen. For you shall be as a terebinth whose leaf fades, and as a garden that has no water. The strong shall be for tow, and his work for a spark, and both shall burn together with no one to extinguish. So if we are valuing the wrong things, if we are valuing the things of this world, terebinth trees in their day, gardens that they were making in their day, but it really could be anything that we are valuing of the world today, that will be our reward. And all the things that we value today will fade. Everything does. The terebinth trees, the gardens, everything. If you have bought and own properties and cool houses, it all fades. It all fades. And all of it shall be burnt together with no one to extinguish in the day of Yahweh. In the day of Yahweh. Okay, chapter 2. The word that Yeshayahu the son of Amoz saw concerning Yehuda and Jerusalem. And it shall be in the latter days that the mountain of the house of Yahweh is established on the top of the mountains, and shall be exalted above the hills, and all nations shall flow to it. Now let me just say, this is clear teaching. If you will read all of the prophets, you will not mistake this. This is the latter days. These latter days have not yet occurred. We are in the latter days, but the latter days, as we are approaching the second coming of Yahweh, in those days, the mountain of the house of Yahweh, Mount Zion of the heavenly Mount Zion, that mountain of the house of Yahweh is established on the top of the mountains. It will be the foremost mountain in all the earth, as we see in the visions of Ezekiel and in the visions of John in Revelation. And it shall be exalted above all the hills. It will be the preeminent place in all of the earth. Mount Zion with Jerusalem established on it, and that promised land that comes down. And the nations, all the nations shall flow to it. And this is the promise during this millennial period, that all the nations, all the Gentile nations will come to it over and over annually, will come to it and make their offerings to this. It's a constant theme throughout here we're referencing it, but it's a constant theme throughout the various prophets. And many peoples, verse 3, and many peoples shall come and say, come and let us go up to the mountain of Yahweh, to the house of the Elohim of Jacob, and let him teach us his ways, and let us walk in his paths. For out of Zion comes forth the Torah and the word of Yahweh from Jerusalem. Here is the end time. This is that mountain having come down in this millennial period of time, as they are saying, let us go up to the mountain. This is, again, everywhere throughout scriptures. Let us go up to the house of the Elohim of Jacob, where they will learn Torah. Torah will be the way of the millennial period. And it will be coming out of Zion, which is the holy mountain, the foremost mountain. The word of Yahweh, everything he says, all Torah is word of Yahweh. Everything that emanates from the mouth of Yahweh is Torah. Everything that emanates from the mouth of Yahweh is wonderful barakoth, it's wonderful blessings, and it all emanates from this new Jerusalem. And he keeps going. And he shall judge between the nations, and shall reprove many peoples, and they shall beat their swords into plowshares, and their spears into the pruning hooks. Nation shall not lift up sword against nation, neither teach battle any more. This is the covenant of peace. After the day of Yahweh, when he judges between the nations and reproves many people, chastises them, death to many, but there will be many survivors amongst them in the flesh. And they beat their swords into plowshares and their spears into pruning hooks. So during this 1,000-year period of time, there will be no more wars. There will be no purpose for spears and swords. There will be no purpose. And nation shall not lift up sword against nation, neither teach battle anymore. Isaiah will refer to this as the time of the covenant of peace. Ezekiel, when we get into Ezekiel, this 1,000 years, we will have peace. Israel will have peace in this promised land. Verse 5, O house of Jacob, come and let us walk in the light of Yahuwah. For you have forsaken your people, the house of Jacob, because they have been filled from the east and practiced magic like the Pelishtites, which are the Philistines, and they are pleased with the children of foreigners. So Yahweh has forsaken his people. He's turned his face from his people. And why? Because they've been filled with practices from the East, which is what's going on in the world today, to the church, to the extent that the church is embracing the ways of the world, the ways of our culture, the ways of America, the ways of not just America, really all the West. And it really doesn't even matter, because it could be the ways of the East too. If we are not following his ways and are following instead the gods of this world, the religions of this world, the desires of this world, then we are forsaking him. And he will turn away, because we have been pleased with all the things of the world. Verse 7, and their land is filled with silver and gold, and there is no end to their treasures. And their land is filled with horses, and there is no end to their chariots. And their land is filled with idols. They bow themselves to the work of their own hands, to what their own fingers have made. This is America. My goodness, we're filled with silver and gold. We are not, our nation is rich. There's poverty here, but as a nation, we are so rich. And there's no end to the treasures of America. And we're filled with horses, ways to get around. There's no end to our chariots, the battle. We've got strong armies and different things, but our land is filled with idols throughout. How does that play out? It plays out in our sports. It plays out in our entertainment. It plays out in how we worship singers and really all kinds of entertainers, actors, and we worship them. We value them. We worship them. And we make all kinds of things that we value. We make our holiday times, and we go and this is what we spend our time. So the things that we've made for ourselves are what we're spending our time and pursuing in. This is so true in America. And it's so true amongst the church, even though the church doesn't want that to be true. It's what is happening. Verse 9, and the lowly bows down and the high is humbled. Therefore you do not bear them. All right, and the lowly bows down and the high is humbled. Okay, so the lowly, I don't know for sure, this is kind of interesting. The lowly bows down, bows before Yahweh, but ultimately the high is humbled? Maybe. I'm not sure what he's saying there. Therefore you do not bear them. But either way, I don't really know for sure. Therefore you do not bear them. So Yahweh does not bear with them. I'm assuming this is all related to how they're operating, and at the end of the day, their actions are such that Yahweh does not bear with them. Enter into the rock and hide in the dust because of the reverence of Yahweh and the splendor of his excellency. Enter into the rock and hide in the dust. The lofty looks of man shall be humbled, the pride of men shall be bowed down, and Yahweh alone shall be exalted in the day. So all of this appears to be referencing the day of Yahweh. Into the rock, there are passages that we'll get in Revelation and other places where many will hide in the caves and say, fall upon me, because the day of Yahweh has come and his glory has come, his esteem, his splendor has come. And in that day, the lofty looks of man shall be humbled. Nobody's going to be thinking or all that in the day of Yahweh. The pride of men shall be bowed down, and Yahweh alone shall be exalted on that day, the day of Yahweh, and throughout the millennial period. For Yahweh of hosts has a day against all that is proud and lofty, against all that is lifted up, so that it is brought low, and against all the cedars of Lebanon that are high and lifted up. So for Yahweh of hosts has a day. This is the day of Yahweh. This is what we understand to be the day of Yahweh. When he comes to the earth at Yahushua's second coming, when they come and mete out this vengeance, this is the day of hosts. And he has it against everything of the world that stands and lifts it up against him. Okay. Verse 13, and against the cedars of Lebanon that are high and lifted up, and against all the oaks of Bashan, and against all the high mountains, against all the hills that are lifted up, and against every lofty tower, and against every strong wall, and against all the ships of Tarshish, and against all the desirable craft. And the loftiness of man shall be bowed down, and the pride of men shall be brought low, and Yahweh alone shall be exalted in that day. However you want to describe all of this, everything that man thinks is so wonderful in their world today will be brought to the feet of Yahweh. And Yahweh alone shall be exalted, and the idols completely pass away. And they shall go into the holes of the rocks and into the caves of the earth from dread of Yahweh and the splendor of his excellency when he arises to shake the earth mightily. In that day man shall throw away his idols of silver and his idols of gold which they made, each for himself to worship, to the moles and to the bats, to go into the clefts of the rocks and into the crags of the rugged rocks because of the reverence of Yahweh and the splendor of his excellency when he arises to shake the earth mightily. Cease from man, whose breath is in his nostrils, for in what is he to be reckoned upon? Okay, so all of this is the day of Yahweh. I'm going to go visit a couple, as we close out this first part here, I'm going to go visit a couple of the passages where that are pretty similar to this and reference the same period of time. Revelation 6, I believe, and Matthew 24. There are more passages, but here I'm going to go and just read a few of them that I have recognized throughout time. Here is Matthew 24, verses 29. And immediately after the distress of those days, the sun shall be darkened, and the moon shall not give its light, and the stars shall fall from the Shemayim. As we will read in Isaiah and other passages, we read it in Joel, these are the signs of the time. When the sun's darkened, the moon doesn't give its light, and the stars fall from the Shemayim, and this is the time of the day of Yahweh, and the powers of the heavens shall be shaken. And the sign of the son of the Ben of Adam shall appear in the Shemayim. So here comes the son, the son of Adam. Basically, Yahushua is coming back. And then all of the tribes of the earth shall mourn, and they shall see the Ben of Adam coming on the clouds of the Shemayim with power and much splendor, according to Isaiah. Let's go to Romans. I'm sorry, I know I just said Romans, but I meant to say Revelation. And I'm in Revelation chapter 6, verse 12. And I looked when he opened the sixth seal and saw a great earthquake came to be. And the sun became black as sackcloth of hair, and the moon became as blood. And the stars of the Shemayim fell to the earth, as a fig tree drops its unripe figs, being shaken by a strong wind. So if we went back to Revelation, we would see the same sign in the sun's, moon, and stars, and the Shemayim being shaken, and just things happening in the earth. And here they described a little more. The Shemayim departed like a scroll being rolled up, and every mountain and island was moved out of its place. A great earthquake. During that great earthquake, and during that period of time, the sovereigns of the earth, and the great ones, and the rich ones, and the commanders, and the mighty, and every slave, and every free one, basically everybody, hid themselves in the caves and in the rocks of the mountains, and said to the mountains and rocks, fall on us, and hide us from the face of him sitting on the throne, and from the wrath of the Lamb, because the great day of his wrath has come, and who is able to stand? This is what we just read in Isaiah chapter 2. Okay, so Yeshayahu or Isaiah chapter 3. For look, the Adon, Yahweh of hosts, is turning aside from Jerusalem and from Yehuda the stock and the store, all the supply of bread and all the supply of water, the mighty man and the man of battle, the judge and the Nabi, and the diviner and the elder, the commander of 50 and the highly respected man, and the counselor and the skilled craftsman, and the clever enchanter. And I shall make youths their heads, and children shall rule over them. And the people shall exert pressure, man on man, and man on his neighbor, and the young will rise up against the older, and the lightly esteemed against the highly esteemed. When a man takes hold of his brother in the house of his father by the garment, come, be a chief over us, and let this ruin be under your hand. He shall swear in that day, saying, I am not a healer, for in my house is neither bread nor garment. Do not make me a chief of the people. For Jerusalem has stumbled, and Yehuda has fallen, because their tongue and their doings are against Yahweh, to provoke the eyes of his esteem. The look on their faces witnesses against them, and they declare their sin as Sodom, and they do not hide it. Woe to their being, for they have brought evil upon themselves. Say to the righteous, it is well, for they eat the fruit of their doings. Woe to the wicked, evil, for the reward of his hand is done to him. My people, Youths exert pressure on them, and women rule over them. O my people, your leaders lead astray and swallow the way of your paths. Yahuwah shall stand up to plead, and is standing up to judge the peoples. Yahuwah enters into judgment with the elders of his people and its heads. It is you who have eaten up the vineyard. The plunder of the poor is in your houses. What do you mean by crushing my people and grinding the faces of the poor, declares Adon, Yahuwah of hosts. And Yahuwah says, because the daughters of Zion are haughty and walk with outstretched necks and seductive eyes, walking and mincing as they go, making a jingling with their feet, therefore Yahuwah shall smite with a scab the crown of the head of the daughters of Zion, and Yahuwah expose their nakedness. In that day Yahuwah takes away the finery of the anklets, and the headbands, and the crescents, the pendants, the bracelets, and the veils, the headdresses, and the leg ornaments, and the sashes, and the perfume flasks, and the amulets, the rings, and the nose jewels, and the costly robes, and the cloaks, and the shawls, and the purses, the mirrors, and the fine linen, and the turbans, and the large veils. And it shall be, instead of a sweet fragrance, a smell of decay, and instead of a belt, a rope, and instead of braided curls, baldness, instead of festal robe, a girding of sackcloth, and branding instead of loveliness. Your men shall fall by the sword, and your strength in battle. And her gates shall lament and mourn, and she, deserted, shall sit on the ground. Okay, so just recapping 3, I'm not sure what I could add to it. Basically, it's just continuing discussion of how they're having turned away, how it plays out in them. We see basically in Jerusalem and in Yehuda, the southern kingdom, we're going to have shortages of bread and water. We're going to have shortages of leadership. They're going to make youths their head. They continue. And if you remember the timeline here, we're in this area. I think we're going to see that we even have young kings here. Maybe I'd have to look at it again, but I know we do have some young kings. So when he's saying, that he's going to make youths their heads, I think we might end up with, because here's the time of Isaiah here at around 750 BC, as Assyria is coming to power, but has not yet conquered Israel. And to the south, we will have Jotham, Ahaz, Hezekiah, Manasseh, Amon, Josiah. So I'm not sure. And then we have Jehoiakim, Zedekiah. So I don't know how many of those become youthful kings, but I'm wondering if that's what he means when he says he'll make youths their heads. People putting pressure on people. So there's going to be a dearth of leadership is how I'm reading this. And people will be rising up against each other. People who, shouldn't be in power and in leadership roles will be in leadership. That's how I'm reading it. But no matter how you read the details of this, at the end of the day, this is just more result of what happens when they will not will not follow Yahuwah, and they continue to turn away from his ways and his Torah, his leadership, his guidance, his instructions, etc. Okay. I'm not a healer for my house, so this guy is saying he's not the one to lead. Okay, I'm not really going to try. I do want to say something in verse 10 here, because he does, in the midst of all of this, verse 10, he does say, in the midst of, let me start up at 9 here, they look on their faces witnesses against them, and they declare their sin as Sodom, and they do not hide it. Woe to their being, for they have brought evil upon themselves. But then he says, say to the righteous, it is well, for they eat the fruit of their doing. So just right in the middle of this is this idea that for those, the remnant of Israel, who are doing righteous, they will eat the fruit of their doing. So I'm reading that in the midst of Yehuda, the southern kingdom, which is who he's talking to here and about here, in the midst of that, all of those things going wrong with bad leadership and everybody turning away, the masses turning away, in the midst of them is that remnant of Israel, the true Israel, the spiritual seed of Abraham, who is doing righteous. And he's telling them in the midst of this prophecy to and from Isaiah, say to the righteous, it is well, for they eat the fruit of their doings. But then he goes on to say, woe to the wicked, evil, for the reward of his hand is done to him. So in the midst of this, and we could take this, because if we're approaching the end times here, we're going to be in the same boat here. While we all might be living in relative peace and ease right now in the West and throughout the world, because there's not much in the way of, I suppose there are areas where there's some warfare taking place, but mostly we're all at peace right now and don't really recognize our need. But a time is coming, if scriptures are true, the time is coming when people are going to rise up. The Antichrist is going to rise up, and we're going to see war return to the earth, and people are going to be looking for, and there's going to be persecution. So in the midst of that persecution, will the righteous be protected? I think so. And that's why I think it's incumbent upon us to begin studying and learning and finding our way in here to learn how to be righteous according to the righteousness of Yahweh, not according to our ideas of what is right and wrong, our ideas of what we've been taught in the church, but no, return to what Yahweh's ideas of right and wrong are, correct behavior, the things he wants us to do, so that in the midst of everything going wrong, like it was here in Yehuda, he will say to the righteous, it is well, for we would be eating the fruits of our doings. And may that be so. But to the wicked and those who turn away, the reward will be done to them. Hands will, the reward of his hand is done to him. And then here's just another, my people used to exert pressure on them. So basically the young are leading again. Your leaders have led astray. So I'm going to stop here because really, and here's all the haughtiness of the women of Yehuda. So it's just all bad. It's just all bad, and we can witness it in our world today. Very similar things in my mind. Okay, so let's move on to chapter 4. And in that day 7 women shall take hold of one man, saying, we shall eat our own food and wear our own clothes. Only let us be called by your name, to take away our reproach. In that day the branch of Yahweh shall be splendid and esteemed, and the fruit of the earth shall be excellent and comely for the escaped ones of Israel. Okay, I'm going to just stop there, because if you are listening to what I'm saying, you are beginning to see and learn that there is a coming day. And it's not then. It is that future day. It is the hope of Israel. It is that day when Yahweh comes back and we are resurrected and gathered up from everywhere we are. In that day, the branch of Israel, this is the Messiah, this is messianic, shall be splendid. Not in the day of Yehuda here, not in what day, not in the day he even came his first time, while he was made splendid and esteemed. That was an important time and it's still not that day. That day is his second coming, when he comes the second time to lead us, and the righteousness, the reign of Elohim comes to earth. And how do we know that's that day? Because we go on in the rest of verse 2 here, and the fruit of the earth shall be excellent and comely for the escaped ones of Israel. Who are the escaped ones of Israel? This is the remnant. This is the spiritual seed of Abraham. These are the ones that are resurrected out of the earth, out of the judgment of Yahuwah, which is, part of what's taking place to Yehuda and Israel in those days was part of the judgment. But there's more judgment coming to everyone, to the entire world. In fact, the big judgment, the final judgment is yet to come. And it's going to be the escaped ones of Israel. These would be, what all do we call them? We call them the remnant of Israel, the spiritual seed of Israel. That's what I've been calling them. But in the church, what would we call them? The chosen, the elect, who are raptured away. That's who we're talking about here. Let's go on to verse 3. And it shall be that he who is left in Zion and he who remains in Jerusalem is called Kodesh, everyone who is written among the living in Jerusalem. Okay, so this is everybody left in Zion, Mount Zion, and he who remains in Jerusalem is called Kodesh, or holy. Everyone who is written among the living in the Jerusalem. So this is Um, this would be, this is, in my opinion, this is going to be the heavenly Mount Zion and the heavenly Jerusalem, except for I don't know necessarily what to do when it says left with Zion in Zion here, because, you know, we would have to see what he means by left, because if we're being raptured away, who would be left in the actual earthly Zion here and earthly Jerusalem? Well, those who weren't raptured away. But it makes no sense if that's who we're talking about, because they're not the ones going to be called Kodesh. So, you know, it's worded in a way that I'm not sure what to do with this left in Zion. But I think that in the context, we're talking about people who are taken and are going to be part of the New Jerusalem and the Mount Zion, because these are among the written, and those who will be among the living, who will be living in the Jerusalem, the New Jerusalem, when it comes. When Yahweh, verse 4, when Yahweh has washed away the filth of the daughters of Zion and rinsed away the blood of Jerusalem from her midst by the spirit of judgment and by the spirit of burning, then Yahweh shall create above every dwelling place of Mount Zion and above her assemblies a cloud and smoke by day and the shining of a flaming fire by night, for over all the esteem shall be a covering and a booth for shade in the daytime and from the heat, for a place of refuge and for shelter from storm and rain. So this is once, you know, I think this is another reference to, if you've been listening to any of my videos, this time when we are resurrected. This is when we receive that new spirit, the circumcision of the foreskin of our heart. There are many, as I've referenced, there are many ways that it's spoken of, but the essence is that when our flesh is removed and we are, and the sin of that flesh is dealt with, which has already happened through Yahushua, the Messiah. But when our flesh is removed and we are now operating and walking in perfect Torah, perfect obedience, this would be the same time that he has washed away the filth of the daughters of Zion. Who are the daughters of Zion? It's you know, Israel, and rinsed away the blood of Jerusalem from her midst. So all the things that have gone wrong will be taken care of, fixed. Everything that needed to be judged will be judged. Everything that needed to be saved and removed and washed and cleaned will be done in that day, in this time. And Yahweh shall create above every dwelling place of Mount Zion. So what is the dwelling place of Mount Zion? This is the New Jerusalem, the dwelling place of Mount Zion. This is when it all comes back, and we will be having the dwelling places in John, when Yahushua is speaking to his disciples and says, I go to prepare mansions in some versions, living places, other versions, but they're dwelling places. So this is what Yahweh has returned, and is one of the things he's doing up in the heavenlies is he's fixing and creating these dwelling places on Mount Zion in the New Jerusalem. This is where he's gone. And above every dwelling place that he's creating for the resurrected being and where they will live, for every dwelling, every place that that he's creating for her above their homes and above her assemblies, meaning the gathering of the Kodesh ones, the gathering of these spiritual resurrected beings, a cloud of smoke by day and the shining of a flaming fire by night, for over the esteem shall be a covering and a booth for shade, in the daytime for heat, and for a place of refuge, and for shelter from storm and rain. So these are just the protections. These are some of the descriptions that we get in Isaiah related to how that will be when the New Jerusalem, when they are regathered together back into the land in the time of peace, and the way he will be preparing that land for those who will occupy it and live for it. This is just a reference to it. As I have said elsewhere, now in Isaiah is chock full. Isaiah probably has as much or more than any of the other prophets, Jeremiah or Ezekiel, related to these topics, but it's less cohesive than we'll see in Jeremiah and Ezekiel. And so we'll get a smattering of the themes throughout, and I think that's what's happened here. But this is, in my opinion, we have started up here. This is all end time discussions and related to what is coming, the hope of Israel, those who are the remnant of Israel. Okay, chapter 5. Please let me sing to the one I love, a song for my loved one regarding his vineyard. My loved one has a vineyard on a fertile hill, and he dug it up and cleared it of stones and planted it with the choicest vine and built a watchtower in its midst, and also made a winepress in it. And he waited for the yielding of grapes, but it yielded rotten ones. And now, O inhabitant of Jerusalem and man of Yehuda, please judge between me and my vineyard. What more could have been done to my vineyard that I have not done in it? Why, when I waited for the yielding of grapes, did it yield rotten ones? And now, please let me inform you what I am doing to my vineyard, to take away its hedge, and it shall be burned, to break down its wall, and it shall be trampled down. And I lay it waste, it is not pruned or dug, and thorn bushes and weeds shall come up. And I command the clouds not to rain on it. For the vineyard of Yahweh of hosts is the house of Israel, and the man of Yehuda is his pleasant plant. He looked for the right ruling, but see oppression, for righteousness, but see weeping. Woe to those who join house to house, who add field to field, until there is no room, and you are made to dwell alone in the midst of the land. In my hearing, Yahweh of hosts, truly many houses shall be a waste, big and fine ones, without inhabitant. For 10 acres of vineyard yield 1 bath, and a homer of seed yields 1 ephah. Woe to those who rise early in the morning, pursuing strong drink, who stay up late at night. Wine inflames them. And the lyre and the harp, the tambourine and the flute, and wine are in their feast, but they do not regard the deeds of Yahweh, nor see the work of his hands. Therefore my people have gone into exile, because they have no knowledge, and their esteemed men are starved, and their crowd dried up with thirst. Therefore the grave has made itself wide and opened its mouth. Without law their splendor, and their crowd, and their uproar, and he who is exulting within her shall go down into the grave. And man is bowed down, and mortal man humbled, and the eyes of the proud are humbled. But Yahweh of hosts is exalted in judgment, and the Kodesh El is Kodesh in righteousness. And the lambs shall feed in their pasture, and strangers shall eat in the waste places of the fat ones. Woe to those who draw wickedness with cords of falsehood, and sin with wagon ropes, who are saying, let him hurry, let him hasten his work, so that we see it. And let the counsel of the Kadosh one of Israel draw near and come, so that we know. Woe to those who call evil good, and good evil, who put darkness for light, and light for darkness, who put bitter for sweet, and sweet for bitter. Woe to those who are wise in their own eyes, and clever in their own sight. Woe to the mighty who drink wine, and brave men to mix strong drink, who declare right the wicked for a bribe, and the righteousness of righteous they turn aside from him. Therefore, as a tongue of fire devours the stubble, and the flame consumes the chaff, their root is as rottenness, and their blossom goes up like dust, because they have rejected the Torah of Yahweh. Because they have rejected the Torah of Yahweh of hosts, and despised the word of the Kadosh one of Israel. Therefore the displeasure of Yahweh has burned against his people. He stretches out his hand against them and smites them, and the mountains tremble, and their carcasses as filth in the middle of the streets. With all this his displeasure has not turned back, and his hand is still stretched out. And he shall lift up a banner to the nations from afar, and shall whistle to them from the end of the earth. And see, they come with speed, swiftly. Not one of them is weary or stumbling, not one slumbers or sleeps. Not a belt shall be loosened on their loins, nor the thong of their sandals shall be broken. Their arrows are sharp, and their bows are bent. Their horses' hooves shall seem like flint, and their wheels like a whirlwind. Their roar is like that of a lion. They roar like young lions, and they growl and seize prey, and slip away with no one to rescue. And in that day they shall growl over it, as with the growling of the sea. And one shall look at the earth and see darkness and distress, and light shall be darkened by the clouds. Okay, that's a pretty interesting interesting chapter. He likens basically, and he tells us what that is. let's see, what does he say? The vineyard of hosts is the house of Israel. So, when he's giving us this vineyard up here, he's talking about the house of Israel. Please let me sing to the one I love a song for my loved one regarding his vineyard. So who is the loved one? We're going to see in a second that, well, I'll just tell you now. Let's go back and do it. The man of Judah, the loved one it's the man of Yehuda, I believe. Now the loved one maybe could be Messiah, but I think this is the house of Israel. Yeah, the house of Israel. Okay, that'd be the northern kingdom. And the man of Yehuda is, excuse me for scrolling around like that, is his pleasant plant. You know what? Let me rephrase that. I'm going to say, sing to the one I love. That might be a messianic, that might be the Messiah there. Because the vineyard is Israel, the house of Israel, and then the plant is the house of Yehuda. So that's basically Israel. But he put Israel on a fertile hill. In other words, my loved one. I'm going to say this is, forgive me for taking a little while to get there, but this loved one, I'm pretty confident this would be messianic. Certainly Elohim, like Yahuwah, I think, because Yahuwah or Yahushua, our Elohim, has placed Israel and Yehuda, the vineyard and the plant, on a fertile hill. So he did. When he came and brought them into the promised land, he brought them into a very fertile place, giving them a chance to grow and do. In fact, that's what he's talking about here. He dug it up, took that fertile hill and dug it up and cleared it of its stone, moved everything out, like the inhabitants, etc., all the things that had been there, it was cleared out, and planted it with the choicest of vines. So he brought in and did good things when he brought Israel into the promised land that first time, and built a watchtower in its midst. What would that watchtower be? I suppose you could, that could be Jerusalem. It could be the prophets. It could be, I don't really know. It could be the judges. Not sure exactly what he meant by the watchtower. But he also made a wine press in it. And he waited for the yielding of its grapes. So he waited for the vineyard to produce well, but it didn't. It yielded rotten ones. And that is Israel in a nutshell in their first occupation. And now, O inhabitant of Jerusalem, and man of Yehuda, please judge between me and my vineyard. Please judge between Yahuwah and Israel. What more could have been done to Israel, my vineyard, that I have not done in it? Why, when I waited for the yielding of grapes, did it yield rotten ones? So this is pretty much Yahuwah saying, as he waited for Israel to do well, they did poorly. They ended up, instead of yielding grapes and the fruit of the vineyard, they ended up yielding rotten fruit. And now, please, let me inform you what I'm doing to my vineyard, to the house. He takes away its hedge, which is the removal of, as we've talked about in the theme of the prophets, he removes his protection. That's what we're talking about here. And then ultimately, this is the judgment of Israel that we're talking about here. Takes away its hedge, and it shall be burned, to break down its wall, and it shall be trampled down. So the hedge of protection comes down, and then others, and you'll see others will start coming in to do the destruction and the final judgment to them. And lays it waste. Thorn bushes come up and weeds come up. It doesn't get its rain in its season, which is the promise of the promised land. For the vineyard, which is the house of Israel, of hosts is the house of Israel. This is what he's describing. He's looking for right ruling, good judgments, but rather instead sees oppression. For righteousness, he looks for righteousness, but instead sees weeping. Woe to those who join house to house. So these are all the things that they're doing wrong over and over again. And in my hearing, these are just more discussions of how it's going to be laid waste. And these are the actions, just people getting up to pursue wrong things instead of pursuing Yahuwah. They're feasting and they're doing different things, but they're not seeking the deeds of Yahweh. They're not seeking his ways, nor see the work of his hands. So they're not looking toward him. They are not pursuing him. They're turning away. Okay, therefore my people have gone into exile because they have no knowledge. So at this point in time, they had not yet gone into exile, but they are going into exile. If you go back here, you're going to see here, get my pencil. Here is when Israel goes into exile, and here is when we have one exile, but ultimately the real exile is 70 AD, or the final exile. But they're going into exile because they have no knowledge, because they have not pursued him and do not. Now, I will also, this reminds me of Daniel. Daniel was saying that knowledge will increase in the latter days. Knowledge will increase. And and what kind of knowledge are we talking about? Well, here we have a reference to knowledge. And what would the knowledge be? The knowledge of Yahweh, the knowledge of his ways, the knowledge of his Torah. This is what needs to be coming back in these end times. And it is for those who are paying attention. It is coming back. I do want to go back and talk about this vineyard, because the vineyard, the vineyard analogy is used by Yahweh a couple times in his, as he is sharing, as a teacher of righteousness is walking the land. He is, he's using the analogy of vineyard a number of times. And, this would be one of the places where he's doing it in the old writings as well, using a vineyard as an analogy. Okay. Okay. And their esteemed men are starved, and the grave has made itself wide. Okay. Without law. Man is bowed, but Yahweh of hosts is exalted in judgment, and the Kodesh El is Kodesh in his righteousness. And, okay, more just those who are getting what they deserve. Now, this is used so much. The church is so familiar with this passage, and it's utilized, and it's not that anybody's utilizing it wrong, but here it is. And this is where this passage comes from. It comes from Isaiah chapter 5. Woe to those who call evil good and good evil, who put darkness for light and light for darkness, and who put bitter for sweet and sweet for bitter. So woe to those who cannot understand right and wrong. And they call evil good because they don't have there are some who would be doing that intentionally and trying to mislead, but then there are others who are doing that because they just simply are not perceiving. And I think everybody who wants to perceive, everybody who wants to follow, everybody who wants to pursue can. And with that pursuing, you will receive good, right rulings, good judgment, good perception, and you will be able to see good for good and evil for evil. But when you are walking in, when you're just walking in ignorance, when you're walking in that whole fog of not really caring, you will not perceive evil and good, and you will call evil good and good evil. You'll think darkness is light and light and dark is darkness. That's why so many people live at night instead of living during the day. Throughout the Western world, everybody wants the nightlife. The young seek the nightlife. Well, that's when you're supposed to be sleeping. Everything is turned around from how it should be if you're following Yahweh. Woe to those who are wise in their own eyes and clever in their own sight. So all these people who are coming up with their own ways and think that they have it figured out. But the truth is, and this is what I've been discovering for the last 5 years, the truth is, we don't need to figure it out. It's already been given to us. Yahweh has told us what he wants to do, and that's what we need to pursue. We don't get to make our own paradigms. We don't get to create a doctrine and a theory and make it make sense in our eyes with the things that we're getting and that we're turning to, and turn a doctrine to our way when it's not the doctrine of Yahweh. So any doctrine that we come up with will be error. So we would be wise in our own eyes and clever in our own sight, but we will still be wrong. We will not be doing it Yahweh's way. Okay, and this is just unrighteousness and, accepting it for unrighteousness for bribes. Here's just more of the reasons why they're failing: because they have rejected the Torah and despised the word of the Kadash one of Israel. In the new writings, we see the word of Elohim. So, what would be the Torah of Yahweh? We see that in the new writings as well. What's the Torah of Yahweh? Well, that would probably be the law of Moses, the Torah of Moshe, but also all of the instructions that Yahweh has given them. And that's referenced as the word of the Kadash one of Israel. So the Torah is given through the word, but basically the word is of Yahweh is to be valued and esteemed. Not every word will be Torah, but every word is to be valued. So anyway, we need to not reject the Torah, and we need to not despise the word of Yahweh. In fact, we need to love the Torah of Yahweh and love the word of the Kadash one of Israel, which is Yahweh. Okay, so then this is what he's saying: his displeasure burns. He is going to judge them and smite them. Okay. Okay, and then he lifts up a banner to the nations from afar and shall whistle to them from the ends of the earth. Now this could be, I haven't figured this out. Maybe we'll see in verse 6, it'll tell us a little more. But there is a coming time. As he is whistling to the banner, to the nations, and calling them from the end of the earth, and see they come with speed and swiftly. And then he describes them. So the armies are going to be very stout armies, disciplined armies, well-equipped armies by all appearances. And then they come, and then there's this reference to that day that they shall growl over it as with the growling of the sea. And one shall look at the earth and see darkness and distress, because that's what I believe the nations and these armies of the nations will be bringing, is darkness and distress. Okay, so keep in mind in this Kings and Prophet timeline that this could be referencing, because here comes Assyria from the north with their armies to Israel. And then that when they finish with Israel and conquer Israel, they will turn their attention to Yehuda in the south in a few years later, about 20 years later, but not succeed there. But that could be the armies that we're talking about here, because they will be coming to execute judgment on Israel, and they will be coming to and then later it will be Babylon who comes to exercise judgment or execute judgment upon Yehuda. But this could also be, because when we say in that day, when I see that day, I oftentimes think of the end times and the latter days, when the Antichrist will gather his armies together. And so I'm not 100% sure when we've got this reference to the nations coming with basically their armies to create darkness and distress. I'm not sure if that is referencing the judgment of Israel in their days in the land the first time, or if it will represent the judgment that the Antichrist brings at the end of time. Okay, chapter 6. In the year that that sovereign Uzziyahu died, I saw Yahuwah sitting on a throne, high and lifted up, and the train of his robe filled the Haikal, which is the temple. Let's go see when Yahuwah or Uzziyahu died. So here's the timeline. So here's Uzziah. Let me get this a little larger for everybody to see. So this is the if you're looking at the timeline, here's 750 BC, and here's Isaiah's ministry. Well, this is really kind of shortly. If this is Isaiah beginning his ministry, if I draw this straight down, here is pretty much Uzziah. So basically, it couldn't be too many years. Isaiah begins prophesying under Uzziah, but then Uzziah dies here. This would be the year that Uzziah dies. So this is, I would think that all the prophesying we've done so far would be in these years of Uzziah, and in the time of one of these kings, Menahem or Pikiah. Not sure how you would pronounce that, but okay, so this is what he's talking about, and so far we've been prophesying in this little period of time here, while we're waiting, not waiting, but until Uzziah dies. So that's where we're picking up here in chapter 6. Okay, so in that year, he saw Yahuwah sitting on his throne, high and lifted up, and the train of his robe filled the Haikal. Above it stood seraphim, which are a class of angels. Each one had 6 wings, and with 2 he covered his face, with 2 he covered his feet, and with 2 he flew. And one cried, it stood seraphim. He didn't say how many seraphim. Each had 6 wings. 2 he covered. Okay. One cried to another and said, Kodesh, Kodesh, Kodesh is Yahuwah of hosts. All the earth is filled with his esteem. This sounds like Revelation also. Holy, holy, holy. But really in Hebrew it would be Kodesh, Kodesh, Kodesh. Set apart, set apart, set apart is Yahuwah of hosts. Special is Yahuwah of hosts. All of the earth is filled with his splendor. Would be a better word than esteem. I'm going to start trying to utilize the word splendor for esteem. I just think I don't want to use the word glory for the reasons that, I've been given, but I just think esteem comes up short. I really want to I think I'm going to start using, if I can, the word splendor for esteem. Okay. All the posts of the door were shaken by the voice of him who cried out, and the house was filled with smoke. I think the house would be the Heikel, and the voice of him would be the seraphim. And I said, woe to me, for I am undone, because I am a man of unclean lips, and I dwell in the midst of a people of unclean lips. For my eyes have seen the sovereign of Yah. My eyes have seen the sovereign, Yahweh of hosts. So he's just seen Yahweh sitting on a throne, and this is what he's crying out. He sees him sitting on the throne, and then he starts hearing all of this, and he's reacting to him. Whoa, I've seen Yahweh, and I will die because I am unclean. And that's true of everybody. And that's for us in the church. We need to realize how serious this is. I think that the doctrines of the church have caused us to be lax in our understanding of Yahweh, to be willing to approach him uncleanly. Now, Yahushua, our Messiah, has taken care of our sin and has done things to make us clean before Yahweh. But if we continue in non-Torah behavior, non-instructional behavior, if we continue to do things that will violate his ways, then we are operating in uncleanness. And to approach him in uncleanness is it's just wrong. It's wrong, and it will be judged. And the church is a little lackadaisical with regard to that. I think the church needs to step back up and realize who we're talking about here. It's the sovereign. It's the Yahuwah sitting on the throne. It's serious business, and we need to be taking it serious. So we need to be finding ways to begin cleaning up our act, finding out what we are instructed to do. And I think this is the call to those who are listening today in these latter days, in the increase of knowledge that Daniel has spoken of, and that we read in Revelation. As things are increasing and knowledge is increasing, and we're relearning we need to begin studying out the Torah so that we can begin operating in the Torah that he would have for us in our cultures, in our times today. As those joined to Israel, part of the covenant to Israel, but out amongst the Gentiles of the world, because there is no we have not yet been gathered back into the land. When it's all gathered back into the land, it will all become national again, and we will have the national rules, everything will be according to the ways of Israel. But right now, the ways of Israel are lost out and about amongst the Gentiles, and instead we're all operating according to the lands that we're in. Like I'm in the United States, and we're operating according to the holidays of the United States, the culture, the ways, the thoughts of the United States. But all of that changes upon that day when the regathering occurs. Okay, verse 6. And one of the seraphim flew to me, having in his hand a live coal which he had taken with the tongs from the altar, and he touched my mouth with it and said, "See, this has touched your lips. Your wickedness is taken away, and your sin is covered." And I've heard the voice of Yahweh saying, "Whom do I send, and who would go for us?" And I said, Here am I, send me." Okay, so the church uses this a lot, but again, just going back to the theme I was just talking about, really this is so serious that, so many people want to embrace this as though, as they are trying to do the will of Yahweh, that they are being touched in some way with this coal, this live coal, and made clean for their task. But I don't think what the church fully understands. Mostly, the church fully understands what they're being called to here when that coal is to touch our lips and what it means, the cleanness we should be pursuing. Okay, verse 9. And he said, "Go." Isaiah is saying, "Here am I, send me." And Yahweh says to him, "Go, and you shall say to this people, hearing you hear, but do not understand, and seeing you see, but do not know. Make the heart of this people fat, and their ears heavy, and shut their eyes, lest they see with their eyes, and hear with their ears, and understand with their heart, and shall turn and be healed." So this is what happened to Israel in the day, Yehuda to the south and Israel to the north. They heard, but they didn't understand. They saw, but they did not know. Well, okay, that's for them in their time. But for all of us in the church, is this a call to us that we are hearing but do not understand, seeing but we do not know? Let that not be our situation. Admittedly, I don't want to pretend. Now, I'm studying and I'm learning. Things have changed for me and are changing daily for me. But I don't want to pretend to understand fully. I need to continue to pursue to understand. But for everybody who's serious about their walk here on earth with Yahweh, if you're serious about it, strive to not just hear, but to understand, to not just see, but to know. Because the call today to the church, I know it's hard for people who are in the church to hear this, that the church has been given doctrines. I'm going to call them doctrines of demons because they're just wrong teaching. And it goes clear back to the first, second, third centuries. I mean, started right away where the church began to be given doctrines that are not the doctrines according to Yahweh. They're not the ways of Yahweh. And now, while there might be an excuse for people of the church throughout history because they had no opportunity to hear the things, but to hear the truth and the call back to Torah, the call back to covenant. But here in these latter days, the word is going out to all who will hear. And when you hear, do not harden your heart as they did. Hear, because you're being called back to obedient behavior. You're being called back to his way, preparatory for what is getting ready to come upon the earth. And if you want to be that righteous one we just spoke of earlier here in Isaiah, who will receive the hedge of protection around them. If you want to be that person in these latter days, you need to begin pursuing to understand and learn so that you're not counted amongst the ignorant of those who perish because they do not know and perish because they do not understand. And here's just continuing this in verse 10, make the heart of the people fat and their ears heavy and shut their eyes. So this is what's happened to Israel, but this is what's happened in the church as well. Because if they would open their ears, open their eyes, and open their ears to see with their eyes and hear with their ears and understand with their heart, then and shall turn, if we shall turn, and that's the call, that's what I'm actually saying too, we all need to be turning. And why are we turning? So that we can become his, but also that we can become healed. Healed in this life, according to the promises. We've got this flesh, we have problems in this life. We need to be healed. We need to be prospered in our lives, in not just our bodies, but in our finances, in our spirituality, in our relationships. All these things need to be healed and can be healed here in the flesh. But we're really going to be healed when we are gathered together and resurrected and placed into our spiritual body. Verse 11. Then I said, Yahweh, until when? And he answered, until the cities are laid waste and without inhabitant, and the houses are without a man, and the land is laid waste, a ruin. When is this? Well, in 722 in the northern kingdoms, I'm going to say beginning in 586 BC, we begin to see this, but they built it back up. And then in AD 70, and then maybe all the way to AD 137. But effectively, all of that's happened, that the land was laid waste by Rome for sure in AD 70 and again in AD 137. And Yahweh has removed men far away, and the forsaken places be many in the midst of the land. So the places inside the promised land are forsaken and become laid waste, etc. But he has removed men far away. So this is the scattering of the people. This is the scattering of Israel. This is the scattering of both the unfaithful Israel, that would just be natural born citizens who are still operating with all of this, error up here. But it will also include the remnant of Israel, the spiritual seed of Abraham, who are the righteous, who will also be removed far away. And that's where we are at today. Yahweh has removed men far away. The men of Israel are removed from the land and out amongst the Gentiles everywhere. Don't even know that they are Israel, most of them. They would consider themselves the church, people who have joined themselves Now, they think they've joined themselves to the church, but they need to learn that they have joined themselves to Israel. Because when all of this culminates, and as we're being called, as we read in Jubilees 1, and we read in Deuteronomy 30, and Ezekiel 26, and Jeremiah 29 through 31, we're going to see there's going to be a regathering of these people. And when they're regathered, it will be Israel. And the church, who is currently identifying with the Gentile church, should begin to learn who they are. But even if they never understand that they're part of Israel, but if they will operate with this right heart towards Yahweh, I think they'll still be gathered from wherever they've been sent far away. But that's what we're all working for. That's the current situation. Men have been removed far away. But still, there is a 10th part in it. And it shall again be for burning, like a terebinth tree and like an oak whose stump remains when it is cut down. The Kodesh seed is its stump. So basically there's a 10th part in it, and it shall again be for burning. What does that mean? If you take this to be the time of Babylon's invasion of Yehuda to the south, they did leave a certain small amount of people in the land. They didn't all get exiled off to Babylon. So a 10th part remained, and then some people came back, and then it shall again be for a burning, like a terebinth tree and an oak. I'm not really sure what he means by this, but there was a judgment there was more judgment to come after the 10th part was left at the time of Babylon, and then they came back and they grew again, and then at the end of the day, they were burned once again. So maybe that's what they're talking about when that the stump, after they came back, we had the stump of Israel, and that's what it was during those days between, say, 586 BC and 70 AD, let's say. And the Kodesh seed is its stump. So the holy seed, the set-apart seed, what is this? Is this the remnant of Israel? I don't really know. I'm not sure exactly what it would mean, because they're saying then that would make the Kodesh seed, or the remnant, to be the stump that remains. And that's possible. That's possible that the seed would remain, but not everybody, as they would continue to, as the generations would follow, not all of the seed of you would have the remnant of Israel, those who would be righteous, but then they would have children. Not every child would grow up to become the remnant of Israel. Some will turn away. And maybe that's what happened. I don't really know for sure what he would mean by this. The Kodesh seed is the stump. I mean, I can imagine we can offer it up, but I don't really know for sure. Let's move on to chapter 7. And it came to be in the days of Ahaz, son of Jotham, son of Uzziyahu, sovereign of Yehuda, that Rezin, sovereign of Aram, and Pekah, the son of Remaliah, sovereign of Israel, went up to Jerusalem to fight against it. Okay, so let's go take a look at this. So here is, so here's Jotham, but that's not what he's talking about. Here's Ahaz. So he's talking about here, oops, I didn't mean that. This would be Ahaz, son of Jotham. So here's Jotham. And so we've gone past the time of Jotham into Ahaz. So during this period of time, and this is Isaiah, if I were to take this line up, it would be arriving up here to this Pekahiah and Pekah. And is that what we're referencing here? That Rezin, sovereign of Aram, which is not Israel, that's Aram. So Rezin was the sovereign of Aram. But Pekah, son of Remaliah, sovereign of Israel. Let's go see if we can find that. So here's Pekah, son of, not really sure, but Pekah would actually, okay, so it would have to be maybe here in the first part of Ahaz, because here's Pekah. But Pekah's reign ends right there, and then we end up with Hoshea as the last king. So here's Pekahiah, and maybe that's the son, because we have, and I would need to read this section of Chronicles and Kings again to see what played out here, because clearly we have an overlap. Here's Pekah, and then here's Menahem and Pekahiah, and is that Pekah, son of Remaliah? Not sure who Remaliah is. I'd have to study that back up again. But what matters is that here's the king of the northern tribes, and here's the king of the southern tribes, and they go to Jerusalem to fight. So this is a battle between the northern kingdom and the southern kingdom. But Pekah did not prevail against Jerusalem. So we would have had Pekah coming down to do battle against Ahaz in Jerusalem, but they did not prevail. Okay, so that's the time frame here that this is the time frame that we're referencing here in Isaiah. And in verse 2, it was reported to the house of David. What's the house of David? Saying Aram is allied with Ephraim. So this is Aram, the nation of Aram being allied with Ephraim, which is another name for Israel, the 10 tribes. And the house of David, the house of David is down here because that's the scepter of David. So all of this house of David would be the kingship, the southern tribes. Okay, Aram has allied with Ephraim, and his heart and the heart of the people were moved as the trees of the forest are moved with the wind. And Yahuwah said to Yeshayahu, or Isaiah, go out now to meet Ahaz, you and Shear Yashab your son, and at the end of the channel of the upper pool on the highway of the launderer's field, and say to him, take heed and be calm. Take heed and be calm. Do not fear or be faint-hearted for these 2 stubs of smoking firebrands, for the fierce displeasure of Retzin and Aram and the son of Remaliahu, because, all right, let me reread this in verse 4. And say to him, take heed and be calm. Do not be fear or faint-hearted for these 2 stubs of smoking firebrands, for the fierce displeasure of Retzin and Aram and the son of Remaliahu, which would be basically Aram and Ephraim. Verse 5, because Ephraim and the son of Remaliahu have plotted evil against you, saying, let's go up against Yehuda and tear it apart and break it open for ourselves and appoint a sovereign over them, the son of Tabiel. Thus said the Adon of Yahweh, it's not going to stand, nor shall it take place. For the head of Aram is Damasek, and the head of Damasek is Retzin. And within 65 years, Ephraim is to be broken as a people. And the head of Ephraim is Shomron, which is Samaria. And the head of Shomron is the son of Remaliahu, which is Pekah. If you do not believe, you are not steadfast. And Yahweh spoke again to Ahaz, saying, but let's go up here and visit this real quick. 65 years. So basically, this would be kind of at the beginning or in the middle of this Pekah time here. And then 65 years later, they will be completely broken. Within 65 years, they will be broken, is what is to be broken as a people. So that's kind of interesting because at the time of Ahaz, it doesn't appear that there would be 65 years left. Let me see if I can start erasing this and look at this again. Because if this is, let me get this out of here real quick. So if here's Ahaz, and it would almost have to be at the beginning because here's Pekah. Whatever's taking place is taking place under Pekah. Let me get my pencil back. It's taking place under Pekah. And Pekah ends here. So if it's taking place here at the beginning of Ahaz, the house of David, it would be here at around 740 BC. So it wouldn't be 65 years later. But within 65 years, it should be all completely washed away. So I'm not really sure what to do with the 65 years, but we know that we're talking about Pekah and we're talking about Retzin, who is the king of Aram at the same time. And Yahweh spoke, verse 10, and Yahweh spoke again to Ahaz, saying, ask a sign for yourself, and from Yahweh your Elohim. Make deep the request, or make it high. But Ahaz said, I do not ask nor try Yahweh. That's a fine response. Because Yahweh is saying, test me. And he's saying, I don't need to. And he said, hear now, O house of David, it is not enough that you weary men, that you weary my Elohim also. So Ahaz turns to his people and says, it's not enough that you weary men, that you weary my Elohim also. Let me go back here and see what they report Ahaz to be. Ahaz is considered a wicked king. He's responding well here, but he's considered a wicked king in this timeline. Okay. Therefore Yahweh himself gives you a sign. Look, the maiden conceives and gives birth to a ben, and shall call his name Emmanuel. Okay. So maybe this is, you know what, maybe this was not Ahaz speaking. In fact, it's not probably Ahaz, it's Isaiah speaking. Hear now, house of David, is it not enough that you weary men, but that you weary my Elohim? This is probably Isaiah speaking and not Ahaz speaking. Therefore, Yahweh himself, so this is Isaiah speaking, and this is messianic. Yahweh himself gives you a sign. Look, the maiden conceives, the virgin conceives, and gives birth to a ben, a son, and shall call his name Emmanuel. So this is the messianic prophecy. He eats curds and honey when he knows to refuse evil. He eats curds and honey when he knows to refuse evil and choose good. So is this the ben, the son, who eats curds and honey when he knows to refuse evil and choose good, which he did all of his life? For before the child knows to refuse evil and choose the good, the land that you dread is going to be forsaken by both her sovereigns. Before the child knows to refuse evil and choose good, the land you dread is to be forsaken by both her sovereigns. All right, I think if we went back to the sons of Isaiah, give me a second to go review that. Okay, I located what I was looking for, and it's in chapter 8, the next chapter, because we get into a son of Yeshayahu or Isaiah also dealing with before a child knows to say my father and something else, that things are going to be happening in the land. So here we are. But see, I think what stopped me here is this is messianic. So are we talking about the Messiah? Let me get my pencil. The Messiah? Before the Messiah eats curds and honey when he knows to refuse evil and choose the good. Before the Messiah knows to refuse evil and choose good, the land that you dread is to be forsaken by both her sovereigns. I suppose. I'm not really sure what to do with that, because if this is messianic, the Messiah doesn't come for another 700 years at this point in time. And when is the land forsaken by both her sovereigns? Well, the last of the sovereigns we're going to see takes place here at, this is the last of the, Hoshea was the last of the northern kingdom sovereigns. But down here we've got Zedekiah as the last of the southern kingdom sovereigns. But that's still going to be almost 600 years before Messiah comes on the scene. So I'm not sure what to do if this is messianic before both sovereigns are forsaken. But he knows what he means. The land that you dread is to be forsaken by both her sovereigns. Maybe I just don't know. I know that no, I wouldn't even really know how to answer for that. So we'll just let it be. Verse 17, Yahweh brings on you and your people and your father's house days that have not come since the day that Ephraim turned away from Yehuda, the sovereign of Ashur. So Yahweh brings on you and your people and your father's house days that have not come since the days that Ephraim turned away from Yehuda. So what he's bringing, I believe, is the sovereign of Ashur. And this is the promise of, that Yahweh is bringing the sovereign of Ashur onto Ephraim, which is what happened. And it shall be in that day that Yahweh whistles for the fly that is in the farthest parts of the rivers of Mitzrayim, which is Egypt, okay? And for the bee that is in the land of Ashur, and they shall come, and all of them shall rest in the steep ravines and the clefts of the rocks, and on all the weeds and in all the pastures. And in that day Yahweh shall shave with a razor hired beyond the river, with the sovereign of Ashur, which is the coming kingdom of Ashur to conquer, the head and the hair of the legs, and also remove the beard. And it shall be in that day that a man keeps alive a young cow and 2 sheep. And it shall be that he shall eat curds because of the plenty of milk he gets, for everyone left in the land shall eat curds. And it shall be in that day, every place where there were 1,000 vines worth 1,000 shekels of silver, let it be for thorn bushes and the weeds. Okay. With arrows and bows one shall go there, because all the land shall be thorn bushes and weeds. And to all the hills which were tilled with the hoe, you do not go for fear of thorn bushes and weeds, but it shall be for sending oxen to, and a place for sheep to roam. Okay. So this looks to me to be what's going to happen to the area of the northern kingdom. Okay, so that's chapter 7. Let's go to chapter 8 real quick. And Yahuwah said to me, take a large tablet and write on it with a man's pen concerning Mahar Shalal Hashbaz, and let me take reliable witnesses to record Uriah the Kohen, and Zechariah son of Yeberekyahu. And I went to the Nebiah, which is the prophetess, and she conceived and bore a son. And Yahuwah said to me, call his name Mahar Shalal Hazbah, for before the child knows to cry, my father and my mother, the riches of Damascus, which is Aram, and the spoil of Shamaron is taken away before the sovereign of Ashur. So Aram and Ephraim or Israel will be taken away before the sovereign of Ashur. So basically, Isaiah went into the prophetess, conceives a son, and very basically shortly after the child's born, Aram and Israel will be taken away by the sovereign of Ashur. So that's prophecy. And this is obviously before it actually occurs. So verse 5, and Yahuwah spoke to me again, saying, inasmuch as these people refuse the waters of... By the way, this is what I was thinking of when I paused a moment ago in chapter 7, because of these words related to before the child knows to refuse evil. Well, that language is very similar to this. Before the child can do something and is very young, something happens. And that's what that reminded me of, and that's why I went looking for this. Verse 5, and Yahuwah spoke to me again, saying, inasmuch as these people refuse the waters of Shiloah that flowed softly, and rejoice in Retzin and Remaliahu's son, now therefore see, Yahuwah brings up over them the waters of the river, strong and mighty, the sovereign of Ashur and all his esteem. And he shall come up over all his channels and go over all his banks, and he shall pass through Yehudah, and he shall overflow and pass over, reaching up to the neck. And the stretching out of his wings shall fill the breadth of your land, O Emmanuel. Be shattered, O you peoples, and be broken in pieces. Give ear, all you from the far places of the earth. Gird yourselves, but be broken in pieces. Gird yourselves, but be broken in pieces. Take counsel, and it comes to naught. Speak a word, and it does not stand, for El is with us. For Yahuwah spoke thus to me with a strong hand, and instructed me that I should not walk in the way of the people, saying, do not say a conspiracy concerning all that the people call a conspiracy, nor be afraid of their threats, nor be troubled. Yahuwah of hosts, him you shall kadash, or separate. Let him be your reverence, let him be your awe, and he shall be for a mikdash, but a stone of stumbling, and he shall be for a mikdash, but a stone of stumbling and a rock that makes for falling to both the houses of Israel, as a trap and as a snare to the inhabitants of Jerusalem. So here it is that we see in the new writings where Messiah becomes a rock that makes one stumble and a rock that makes one fall. Where here it is that he shall be for a mikdash, which is a home, a house, but a stone for stumbling and a rock that makes for falling to both houses of Israel, which would be the northern kingdom of Israel and the southern kingdom of Yehudah, and a trap and a snare to the inhabitants of Jerusalem. So here's where we're getting the stone that makes men stumble and a rock that makes men fall in the new writings. Verse 15, and many among them shall stumble and fall and be broken and snared and taken. So this is true in the days of Assyria's conquering, but it's true for Israel throughout time. Bind up the witness, seal the Torah among my Talmidim, which are my disciples. And I shall wait on Yahuwah, who hides his face from the house of Jacob, which is Israel, and I shall look for him. Look, I and the children whom Yahuwah has given me, for signs and wonders in Israel, from Yahuwah of hosts, who dwells in Mount Zion. Where does he dwell? At this point in time, he's not dwelling in Mount Zion on earth. He's dwelling in the Mount Zion of heaven. And when they say to you, seek those who are mediums and wizards, who whisper and mutter, should not a people seek their Elohim? Should they seek the dead on behalf of the living? to the Torah and to the witness. If they do not speak according to this word, it is because they have no daybreak. So they should be speaking to the Torah and should be speaking to the witnesses. And if they are not, it's because they have no daybreak. They don't see. And they shall pass through it hard pressed and hungry. And it shall be when they are hungry, and they shall be wroth and curse their sovereign and their Elohim looking upward. And they shall look to the earth and see distress and darkness, gloom of hard times, and be driven into thick darkness. So I think this is pretty much all related to the time of Assyria conquering the lands of Israel and then also attacking the lands of Yehuda, even though they don't succeed down there. So I believe this is what all of chapter 8 is pretty much concerning. Okay, so Isaiah chapter 9. But there is no gloom upon her who is distressed, as when at first he humbled the land of Zebulun and the land of Naphtali, and afterward more heavily oppressed her by the way of the sea beyond the Yarden in Galil of the nations. The people who were walking in darkness have seen a great light, and upon those who dwelt in the land of the shadow of death a light has shone. Okay, so we recognize this in the new writings because this is the land of Zebulun and the land of Naphtali, where he comes from. So let's see. So this is the distress and the darkness and the gloom that Israel and Yehuda are entering into. But there is no gloom upon her who is distressed, as when at first he humbled the land of Zebulun. When did he, this is one of the lands of the tribes of Israel, as is Naphtali. And these lands were humbled, but afterward more heavily oppressed her by the way of the sea beyond the Yarden and Galil of the nations. Don't really know for sure what he's saying there, but we do recognize verse 2 as prophetic, messianic, and we see it in the new writings as a messianic reference, where the people who were walking in darkness have seen a great light. Upon those who dwelt in the land, let me get rid of that. Upon those who dwelt in the land of the shadow of death, a light has shone. And what is the light? That's the Messiah. So in the darkness, upon those who dwelt in the land of the shadow of death, a light has shone. And you shall increase the nation, you shall make its joy great. They shall rejoice before you as in the joy of harvest, as men rejoice when they divide the spoil. For you shall break the yoke of his burden and the staff of his shoulder, the rod of the oppressor, as in the day of Midian. For every boot of one trampling in tumult, and coat rolled in blood, shall be used for burning, and fuel for fire. For a child shall be born to us, a ben shall be given us, unto us, and the rule is on his shoulder. So the government is on his shoulder. And his name is called Wonder, Counselor, Strong El, Father of Continuity, Prince of Peace. And of the increase of his rule and peace there is no end, upon the throne of David and over his reign, to establish it and sustain it with right ruling and with righteousness from now on, even forever. The ardor of Yahweh of hosts does this. Okay, so here is, we recognize, I don't know that we would have terribly thought of this as a messianic, maybe we would have thought of this as a messianic verse, but we know that it's referenced in the new writings. Here we all recognize, because now we are turning, as he's talking about what's taking place in the lands of the vineyard, the lands of Israel, the lands of, the various tribes. For unto them a child is born. So we obviously recognize this as messianic. And we recognize that this child, the Messiah, is born, a ben given to us, and the government is on his shoulder. Well, what do we mean by the government being on his shoulder? Since Messiah came to us the first time, are we recognizing him with the government of this world on his shoulder? Well, or even the government of Israel on his shoulder? Well, we're not seeing that operate. So Israel has not been called back into the land. They are not gathered. They are not unified. They are not nationalized. They're not anything to rule at this point in time, except from afar, where we are all answering to Messiah while he is in the heavens right now in the Shemayim. But this is actually referencing not necessarily this time frame. This is referencing what's going to happen when he comes back down, and we will have the New Jerusalem here. We will have Mount Zion here, and Israel will be regathered back together into a unified Israel, and that is what he's going to rule, is that unified Israel, and from there he will rule the world. And his name is called Wonder Counselor, Strong El, Father of Continuity, Prince of Peace. And of the increase of his rule and peace there is no end. So this is speaking to his, this is all, by the way, in the millennial period, because he, once he comes back and establishes everything with his second coming, that begins this. And we go through the 1,000-year millennial rule, but we'll even go past that when he continues to, as the reign of Elohim will continue even past the seventh day, the millennial period. Okay, so there's no end. So it's the permanent. This is the permanent. This is, this is when we've got the covenant of peace. This is the new covenant. And this is the permanent rule of Yahuwah amongst his people and amongst the earth. Upon the throne of David and over his reign, to establish it and sustain it with judgment, right ruling, which is justice and judgment, and with righteousness from now on, even forever. So this is the permanency of it. This has not happened yet. None of this has happened. Even if the church perceives it that way, it's just not happened yet. Obviously, the child has come. The Ben has come, and we are now living in the age of him having become Messiah and earned his role as sovereign, his role as Savior, his role as priest, and all of these things that come with it. But we have not yet witnessed the rule being on his shoulder, nor the beginning of his throne of David on earth here, or the permanency of it. We just haven't experienced it yet, so we're just not living in that age. Okay, verse 8. Yahuwah sent a word against Jacob, and it has fallen on Israel. And the people shall know, all of them, Ephraim and the inhabitant of Shomeron, who say in pride and greatness of heart, the bricks have fallen down, but we rebuild with hewn stones. The sycamores are cut down, but we replace them with cedars. And Yahuwah raised the adversaries of Retzin against him and stirred up his enemies. The Arameans, the people of Retzin, and the Arameans before, and the Pelishtites, which are the Philistines, behind. And they devour Israel with an open mouth. With all this, his displeasure has not turned back, and his hand is still stretched out. So he's talking about the judgment of Jacob and Israel still. And the people have not turned back to him who smites them, nor have they sought Yahuwah of hosts. And Yahuwah cuts off the head and tail from Israel, palm branch and reed in one day. So Yahuwah cuts off the head and tail from Israel, palm branch and reed in one day. Elder and highly respected, he is the head. The Nabi who teaches falsehood, he is the tail. For the leaders of this people lead astray, and those who are guided by them are swallowed up. Therefore Yahuwah does not rejoice over their young men, and has no compassion on their fatherless and widows. For everyone is defiled and evil, and every mouth speaks foolishness. With all this his displeasure has not turned back, and his hand is still stretched out. For wickedness burns as fire, it consumes thorn bushes and weeds, and lights the bushes of the forest ablaze, and they roll up like rising smoke. The land shall be burned up by the wrath of Yahuwah of hosts, and the people shall be as fuel for the fire. A man shall not spare his brother, and cut down on the right hand, but shall not be hungry. And he devours on the left hand, but shall not be satisfied, each one devouring the flesh of his own arm. Manasseh, Ephraim, and Ephraim, Manasseh. Manasseh, Ephraim, and Ephraim, Manasseh. Together they are against Jehudah. With all his displeasure has not turned back, and his hand is stretched out. Where's Manasseh? Let me go look at the Kings and Prophets. So here is this Menahem. I think that might be Manasseh. So this is the time frame that we're in, which would, Pekah is something going on here. Pekah is concurrent with Manasseh or Menahem, if that is the Manasseh that we're talking about. Not sure. Okay. So I don't really, we've talked about everything here in chapter 9. We talked as we go, so I'm not going to revisit it. But basically, there is the Messiah spoken of, and there is really more discussion of what it means to be, abandoned by Yahweh, to be having his protection removed. So let's go on to chapter 10 here. Woe to those making unrighteous decrees, writers who have prescribed toil, to keep the needy back from right ruling, and to take what is right from the poor of my people, that widows become their prey and orphans their plunder. What shall you do in the day of visitation, and in the ruin which comes from afar? To whom would you run for help, and where would you leave your wealth? Without me they shall bow down among the prisoners, and fall among the slain. With all this, his displeasure has not turned back, and his hand is still stretched out. So he's still judging them. Even with all of this, they are still not responding to it, and he continues to judge. But here, woe to Asher, the rod of my displeasure, and the staff whose hand is my displeasure. Against a defiled nation I send him, and against the people of my wrath I command him to seize the spoil, to take the prey, and to tread them down like the mud of the streets. So going back to the theme, here is, we're going to have judgment amongst the Gentiles, and while there is general judgments against Gentiles, there are certain nations that are going to be singled out, both then in their time, but also in the future. And so what they do unto Israel, and how they treat Israel will be visited back on them. And that's what we're talking about here. So woe to Asher, the rod of my displeasure, even though they're just doing what they're commanded to do, and they become, his vessel, his tool to use to judge his people Israel. But woe to them, because as this rod of displeasure, they will come and mete out horrible things to Israel, and they will be punished for what they ultimately do. Verse 7, but he does not intend so, nor does his heart think so, for it is in his heart to destroy and cut off not a few nations. So this is the heart of Ashur, and this is what drives him to come. And, as the rod of displeasure, this is what's driving him. It's in his heart to destroy, and this is why he will be judged. For he says, are not my princes sovereigns? So this is the haughtiness of Ashur. Is not Calno like Carchemish? Is not Hamath like Arpad? Is not Shimron like Damascus? All of these things that he's conquering, they're all going to fall before him, he's saying. As my hand has found the reins of the idols whose carved image excelled those of Jerusalem and Shomeron, as I have done to Shomeron and her idols, do I not also do to Jerusalem and her idols? Well, he ultimately does not do it to Jerusalem. This is what he said, but he does not succeed against Jerusalem. And it shall be when Yahweh has performed all this work on Mount Zion and on Jerusalem, that I shall punish the fruit of the greatness of the heart of the sovereign of Asher and the boasting of haughty looks. So here is the punishment of Asher for what he does. And I'll also say that this Mount Zion reference and this Jerusalem reference sure seems to be references to those that existed in the days of the first occupation, not the Mount Zion in the heavenlies to come and the New Jerusalem in the heavenlies to come. Verse 13. For he has said, by the power of my hand I have done it, and by my wisdom, for I have been clever. This is Ashur still boasting. And I removed the boundaries of the people, and have robbed their treasuries. And I put down the inhabitants like a strong one, and my hand finds the riches of the people like a nest. And I have gathered all the earth like forsaken eggs are gathered. And there was no one who moved his wing, nor opened his mouth with even a peep. Would the axe boast itself over him who chops with it? Or the saw exalt itself over him who saws with it? As a rod waving those who lift it up, as a staff lifting up that which is not wood? So he's basically saying, why would Ashur boast the axe, the tool that was used, why would it boast itself over him who is chopping? Why would Ashur boast itself over the Elohim of Israel? Well, he's being judged for that. Verse 16, therefore the Adon, Yahweh of hosts, sends leanness upon his fat ones, and under his esteem he kindles a burning like the burning of a fire. And the light of Israel shall be for a fire, and his Kadash one for a flame, and it shall burn and devour his weeds and his thorn bushes in one day, and consume the esteem of his forest and of his fertile field, both life and flesh. And they shall be as when a sick man wastes away, and the remaining trees of his forest shall be so few in number that a child records them. And in that day it shall be that the remnant of Israel and those who have escaped of the house of Jacob shall never again lean upon him who smote them, but shall lean upon Yahweh, the Kadash one of Israel. So is this the remnant of Israel that we're talking about, that we're thinking of? Probably the ones who are turning to Yahweh, because they are escaping the house of Yahweh and all the judgment on Yahweh, and they will never again lean upon him, which would be what, Assyria, who smote them, but shall lean upon Yahweh, the Holy One, the Kadash one of Israel in truth. A remnant shall return, the remnant of Jacob, to the mighty El. So this is, is this an end time returning? I think so. This would be the days of the regathering, I believe. The remnant shall return, and a remnant of Jacob to the mighty El. For though your people, O Israel, shall be as the sand of the sea, yet a remnant of them shall return. So this is what I have shared in the theme, that many amongst national Israel, even though national Israel became as the sand of the sea, only a small group within them become the remnant of Israel. Yet a remnant, going back to verse 22, for though your people, Israel, be as the sand of the sea, yet a remnant of them shall return, a decisive end and overflowing righteousness. For the Adon Yahweh of hosts is making a complete end as decided in the midst of all earth. So the day is coming, I think this is in time, when he makes that complete end of all the Gentiles, of all the things that rise up against him. He's going to make a complete end of it. And amongst them will be the remnant of Israel, amongst those that he preserves and keeps to himself, while the sands of Israel will be amongst those who are counted and judged throughout time, but also at the end times. Okay, verse 24. Therefore, thus says the Adon Yahweh of hosts, my people who dwell in Zion, be not afraid of Ashur, who beats you with a rod and lifts up his staff against you in the way of Mitzrayim. Okay, so my people who dwell in Zion. So I think this is Yahweh saying, my people, his people, the remnant of Israel, that faithful remnant who dwell in Zion, be not afraid of Assyria, who beats you with a rod and lifts up his staff against you in the way of Mitzrayim. For yet a little while, and the displeasure shall be completed, and my displeasure be to their destruction. Okay. So again, I don't know if this is end time or if this is the end of, when Assyria does conquer and comes and destroys. And during that period of time, Yahweh's pleasure is being meted out. And then ultimately they will be judged because they fell to Babylon later. So they were judged as a people group too. So maybe that's what we're referring to, is the displeasure shall be completed in the days of Assyria. But it also could be that he's talking about the end times, when we're talking about his displeasure literally being completed in full, when all of the Gentiles are judged. Verse 26, and Yahweh of hosts stirs up a lash for him as the smiting of Midian at the rock of Oreb, and as his rod was on the sea, so shall he lift it up in the way of Mitzrayim. And in that day it shall be that his burden is removed from your shoulder, and his yoke from your neck, and the yoke shall be destroyed because of the anointing oil. He has come up to Ayath. He has passed Migron, and Michmash has stored his supplies. They have gone through the pass, and they have taken up lodging in Geba. Ramah is afraid. Gibeah of Shaul has fled. Lift up your voice, O daughter of Galim. Listen, Laisha, O poor Anatoth. Madmenah has fled. The inhabitants of Gibeon sought refuge. Yet he remains at Nob that day. He shakes his fist at the mountain of the daughter of Zion, the hill of Jerusalem. Let me go back up here to verse 27. And in that day, what day? I think that could be the end times again. In that day when he returns, it shall be that his burden is removed from your shoulder. Because really, Israel is taken captive, considered captive, as we'll see throughout Isaiah and the other prophets, when they are scattered and when they are amongst the lands of Assyria. Because when the 10 tribes were conquered by Assyria, they didn't just kill them all or leave them in the land. They carried them off to other lands where they became considered captives. And the burden of that captivity will be removed from the yoke, from the shoulder of that remnant of Israel, and the yoke of captivity will be removed from your neck, and the yoke shall be destroyed because of the anointing oil. I think it's possible that anointing oil is speaking of Yahushua, our Messiah, anointed as sovereign, anointed as Savior, anointed as priest. And so all of the yokes that we're experiencing, that they were experiencing at that time, that are now being experienced in the captivity of the dispersion, the scattering, all of that will be changed in that day. So I think this is an end time reference, although it's not quite as clear as some of the others. All right. And also he remains at Nob. He shakes his fist at the mountain of the daughter of Zion, in the hill of Jerusalem. I really don't know in this moment if we're talking about the mountain, which would be Zion, of the daughter of Zion, and the hill of Jerusalem in that day, in the days of the first occupancy, or if we're talking about the days of the second occupancy. I'm not 100% sure. I get the impression that it might be that we're talking about the end time mountain of Zion. Verse 33, look, the Adon, Yahuwah of hosts, is lopping off a branch with an awesome crash, and the tall ones are cut down, and the lofty ones are laid low. And he shall cut down the thickets of the forest with iron, and Lebanon shall fall as a mighty one. So is this for the time of Assyria? And I really don't know if it's in that day, in those days, or if we're talking about end times there. Okay, let's go to chapter 11. And a rod shall come forth from the stump of Yeshai, which is Jesse. So we know this is messianic. A rod shall come forth from the stump of Jesse. Jesse was the father of David and David's brothers. Well, a rod shall come forth. We all recognize that as a messianic prophecy, that a rod shall come forth from the stump or the root of Jesse. In our scriptures here, in the Yah scriptures, it's a rod shall come forth from the stump of Yeshai. And a sprout from his roots shall bear fruit. So this is messianic. The Ruah of Yahuwah shall rest upon him. So the spirit of Yahuwah, the Ruah of wisdom and understanding, him. This is also the teacher of righteousness, according to, according to Joel. And the Ruah of counsel and might, the Ruah of knowledge and of the reverence of Yahuwah. So this is all messianic. And shall make him breathe in the reverence of Yahuwah. And he shall not judge by the sight of his eyes, nor decide by the hearing of his ears. But with righteousness he shall judge the poor, and shall decide with straightness for the meek ones of the earth, and shall smite the earth with the rod of his mouth, and slay the wicked with the breath of his lips. All right, so, we all recognize this as messianic, and we do see that, we see the judging of the sight of his eyes, basically judging right or wrong, not by the sight of his eyes, or by the hearing of his ears, but through righteousness he is judging and shall judge. We all recognize that as taking place even in the days of his first coming, but we do change when he moves away from judging the poor and with straightness for the meek ones, where he shall smite the earth with the rod of his mouth. The smiting of the earth, this is his, while this first part could have taken and might have started with his first coming, this smiting of the earth, this comes with the second coming, the smiting of the earth with the rod of his mouth, and the slaying of the wicked with the breath of his lips. That's all second coming language. And righteousness shall be the girdle of his loins, and trustworthiness the girdle of his waist. He's the teacher of righteousness. As a wolf shall dwell with the lamb, a leopard lie down with the young goat, and the calf and the young lion and the fatling together, and a little child leads them. Let me read that again. So this is verse 6. And a wolf, this is actually, once he comes back and smites the earth and slays the wicked and brings righteousness and brings the New Jerusalem and brings Mount Zion, once that has happened and he's ruling in righteousness and trustworthiness, well, according to verse 6, a wolf shall lie with the lamb. What are at enmity now, where the wolf eats lambs, in those days they'll lie down together. A wolf shall not need to eat the lamb any longer. And a leopard lay down with a young goat. So the predator and the prey are not in the same odds anymore. But this is all the time of the the seventh year, the millennial period, the seventh day. And the calf and the young lion and the fatling together, and a little child leads them. Okay, all millennial period, second coming stuff. And a cow and bear shall feed, and their young ones lie down together, and a lion eat straw like an ox, and the nursing child shall play by the cobra's hole, and a weaned child shall put his hand in the adder's den. They do no evil, nor destroy in all my Kodesh mountain. So this reference to the Kodesh mountain will be Mount Zion, as it will be brought down during that millennial period. The Mount Zion that's in the heavenlies will be brought down to earth. And this is, when it's brought down to earth, this is when all of this, starting in verse 6 and carrying forward, will begin to happen, because this is the covenant of peace that we are entering. You'll hear Isaiah call it a covenant of peace. It will be the new covenant according to Jeremiah. And it all begins at the resurrection. And at that second coming. Now, many of us who take part in that first resurrection will be occupying in spirit, in a new spirit body that would not be susceptible to any of this anyway. But there will also be flesh people living, flesh Israel, those who did not take part in the resurrection and survived the judgment at the second coming, when he smites everything and slays the wicked. There will be those who survived that and will be living in the land throughout the world, but also living in the land, in the Kodesh mountain, in the flesh. So there will be people who literally will still be nursing children and will still be weaning children, and who would be susceptible to this, and who will not be living necessarily forever, but would be living with extended lives, because that's the promise during that period of time. Because when the millennial period comes, that seventh day comes and the New Jerusalem comes down, health begins to enter the human race, even in the flesh. Even though the flesh will still die, it will live for extended periods, like it did before the flood and in the years after the flood, for a number of years after the flood. Okay, and so this is clearly a reference to the Kodesh mountain of that time. So this would be Mount Zion. For the earth shall be filled with the knowledge of Yahweh as the waters covers the sea. And why will it be? Because the Torah will flow from Mount Zion. The Torah will flow from Jerusalem, and the Haikal, the Mikdash, Elohim will be living amongst us. So the knowledge of Yahweh will be. But that's not what's happening today. So clearly, all of these references cannot be from the period of time, of even the judgment of Israel and Yehuda to the south. We've never seen this happen. So it is yet a future time. And it's a future time not only for Israel, but for the church, because the church is really just part of Israel now. Verse 10, and in that day there shall be a root of Yeshai, which is a root of Jesse, standing as a banner to the people. Unto him the Gentiles shall seek, and his rest shall be esteemed. In that day, this is the second coming, because this is when he's going to be standing as a banner on earth again. And unto him the Gentiles shall seek, they shall flow to him. In those end times, when the reign of Shemayim is on the earth, the Gentiles of the nations around Israel, which is occupying the New Jerusalem and the Mount Zion, well, the Gentiles shall flow to that, which is flowing unto him. And his rest shall be splendor, it shall be esteem, it shall be glorious. And it shall be in that day that Yahweh puts his hand a second time to recover the remnant of his people who are left from Ashur and from Mitzrayim, from Pathros and to Cush, and from Elam, and from Shinar, from Hamath, and from the islands of the sea. And he shall raise a banner for the nations and gather the outcasts of Israel, and a symbol the dispersed of Yehuda from the four corners of the earth. Okay, wow, this is a huge, I love this passage. So in that day, what day? The second coming, when he puts his hand again a second time to recover the remnant of his people, like he did the first time before he brought them in from Mitzrayim, Egypt, into the land the first time. He's going on the second, when he comes that second time, he's going to be regathering his people again for the second time after Egypt. He's going to be regathering them at his second coming, and they will be the remnant of his people. This is the remnant we've been talking about. This will be the true believers, those who are seeking him and following him and living rightly according to him. They are the remnant, and those who are left, they will be regathered from Assyria and from Egypt and from Ashur, which is Assyria, Mitzrayim, which is Egypt, Pathros, can't think of what that is, Cush, which is, I believe that's the area of Babylon. So all these lands, and from the islands of the sea, from all over, this is the gathering. This is the regathering. This is, for the remnant has been scattered amongst the whole world, which is what we're going to read and say again. Well, let's just keep reading, verse 12. And he shall raise a banner for the nations and gather the outcasts of Israel and assemble the dispersed of Yehuda from the four corners. So the dispersed and the outcast from wherever they're at in all of these lands, this is from where they're going to be gathered from. So this is the Olivet Discourse. This is when the angels go and reap and they gather them from the four corners of the earth. Who are they gathering? They are gathering Israel and Yehuda. And the church, even though the church doesn't understand, they're part of Israel and Yehuda. They are simply joined to it. So this is the gathering of the church, who is waiting for, because they read the new writings and they only see themselves as this Gentile church as the ones being gathered in that Olivet Discourse and in that, in the writings of Paul, they see themselves as the elect being gathered. And to the extent that they have and do join themselves to Israel and Yehuda, they will be amongst those. But they need to understand that they're being gathered as they have joined and have become part of Israel and Yehuda, because that's who's being gathered from the four corners of the earth. So anyways, this is very much end time. All of this is end time. We've been in end time for a good part of this chapter, but this is clearly end time, and this is the regathering of the remnant, the children of Israel, the faithful children of Israel, the spiritual seed of Abraham. Verse 13, and the envy of Ephraim, which is the northern kingdom, shall turn aside, and the adversaries of Yehuda, which is the southern kingdom, be cut off. Ephraim shall not envy Yehuda, and Yehuda not trouble Ephraim. So they will be at peace. We're going to read this in Ezekiel. So the two, what was split, what was the combined 12 tribes of Israel, but split, well, they will be at peace and will quit troubling each other, quit being at odds with each other. The enmity that is between them will be broken down. But they shall fly down upon the shoulder of the Philistines toward the west, and together they plunder the people of the east, and their hands stretching forth on Edom and Moab, and the children of Ammon shall be subject to them. And Yahweh shall put under the ban, which means total destruction, the tongue of the sea of Mitzrayim. And he shall wave his hand over the river with the might of his rod, and shall smite it in the seven streams, and shall cause to tread it in sandals. And okay, so this is going back here. This is Ephraim, Yehuda, the northern and southern kingdoms coming down. If we go back to the themes, this is, this is the judgment of the Gentiles. When the Gentiles, what they did unto Israel will be visited back on them. And in the restorations, Gentiles who enslaved Israel will then serve Israel. This is what we're seeing described here, is basically Israel will be meeting back judgment on those who were used against them during this period of time. And I think that's the fleshly Israel that are gathered. We'll see. Verse 15, and Yahweh shall put under the, I've already read that. Verse 16, and there shall be a highway for the remnant of his people, those left from Ashur, and it was for Israel in the day when he came up from the land of Mitzrayim, as it was for the Israel in the day when he came up from the land of Mitzrayim. Now, admittedly, I am still trying to work it out in scriptures. I hope to find it, because While I am confident there's so much scripture about the regathering, about the resurrection and the regathering. So there is this first resurrection that occurs for the faithful remnant of Israel. And when we are resurrected at the beginning of the millennial period, we will be occupying spiritual bodies. Our regathering will be supernatural. We will be gathered up into the sky. We will be flying. We will be whisked away into the New Jerusalem until it comes down. But we will be living all those who take part in that first resurrection will be living in the millennial period, in the reign of Shemaim, I believe in the actual city of Jerusalem, which is not the fullness of the 1,500 square miles of Mount Zion. I think that the city, according to Ezekiel, is smaller, but this is where we and those who have been resurrected will be living alongside of Yahushua, the Son, and Yahweh, the Father, and approaching him because we will be clean. We can approach him. But the unclean will not enter that city. And the unclean will not be approaching, and the unclean are those who are still in the flesh. They will not be approaching, and if they are going to approach, they will have to do so very carefully. And then that's why we have the priesthood, I believe, of the sons of Zadok again. So the priesthood of Levi, with the sons of Zadok leading them, will still be serving as priests to the flesh children that are in the land, that will not be able to just cavalierly or just constantly. They'll have to be very careful as they approach Yahweh. Not like us. We will have, the veil is torn, the veil of the flesh is torn, and we are going to be living amongst him. But in addition to the supernatural gathering in that first resurrection, will be a gathering of the seed of Israel that was not part of the remnant that were gathered in that day, in that resurrection. Those of Israel and Yehuda, those of the 12 tribes that survive but were not part of the remnant, will also I believe, come to Israel as well and be gathered. Now, how will they be gathered? I don't know exactly how, but I see references in Ezekiel and Jeremiah where we're talking about people who are pregnant. We're talking about things that sure look natural and how they also make their way to Israel. So there will be a gathering. And I think that's also part of the confusion that I see as people are talking about the second gathering, the second exodus to the land. And many people think of it as just being the live people of the day, which I think is still true, and not necessarily see it as a gathering of the spiritual beings from the dead, amongst Sheol and those who were living in the day but taken in the first resurrection. And I'm not sure they're seeing, it seems like one take one side and another takes the other side and think of it all as fleshly and all as spiritual. I think it's a combination of both. I think that's the most likely scenario. So while we will have that supernatural gathering into the land, there will also be, once Jerusalem comes down, I think the people will be gathered. There will be a highway for the remnant of his people, those left from Ashur, as it was for Israel on the day when he came up from the land of Mitzrayim. Now, the remnant of his people is clearly, I don't think, it could be that he's referring to the highway of those who were the remnant of Israel that were taken in that first resurrection. But this might also be a reference to the remnant of his people, Israel, who are not part of it. So this might be the use of the term remnant that does not apply to those who are part of the remnant of Israel that we're talking about that are taken in that first resurrection. I'm sorry, I'm being redundant here, and I don't mean to be. But what I am trying to draw is the picture that I think there will also be a flow of people who are still alive, who have survived, who have never died yet, in the flesh, and have yet to die in the flesh, who return to the land, because I think this is what repopulates. And during that 1,000 years, they grow to a tremendous number. And when we get to the war scrolls of the Dead Sea Scrolls, and we start talking about the war that takes place at the end of that millennial period between Gog and Magog coming back down into this land and attacking Israel, the waves of people that go out in their priestly garbs, that sure seems like it would be evidenced by a vast number of peoples that have been living under the priestly leadership, who have
riches and wealth and can adorn themselves in the dressing that we would see in the War Scrolls. So there's just a flesh component to the millennial kingdom that goes along with a spiritual component. We will have them both living together. All right. Well, thanks. Okay, Isaiah chapter 12, verse 1. Now, in the previous couple chapters, we've been talking about the end time and the time when they've been gathered back into the land, and we continue here in chapter 12. And in that day you shall say, I thank you, Yahuwah. Though you were enraged with me, your displeasure has turned back. You have comforted me. See, El is my deliverance. I trust and am not afraid. For Yahuwah is my strength and my song, and he has become my deliverance. And you shall draw water with joy from the fountains of deliverance. And in that day you shall say, Praise Yahuwah, call upon his name, make known his deeds among the peoples, make mention that his name is exalted. Sing to Yahuwah, for he has done excellently. This is known in all the earth. Cry aloud and shout, O inhabitant of Zion, for great is the Kadash, one of Yisrael, in your midst. Okay, so chapter 13 introduces some new concepts that run us through 13, 14, and 15. And before we get started, I would like to introduce a few things, because the first verse here is the message concerning Babel, which Yeshayahu, son of Amoz, saw. I would like to remind you of a couple things we see well, let me just remind you of a couple things. First of all, we've already had a Babylon in most translations, when Nimrod, a couple hundred years after the flood, and the peoples began to build their tower, and then it was put down by Yahuwah and his Malakim. Well, then that became known as Babylon, because the languages were confused. So that would be the beginning of Babylon. And I'm getting ready to go to Revelation, and as I've tried to interpret Babel in Revelation, I have taken it all the way back to that Babylon, which would have been the Tower of Babel type Babylon, Nimrod, and those lands back at the very beginning, which was the beginning of post-flood. It was the beginning of Satan's reworking back in the land, as he introduced all kinds of, as the demons became active and led people away, and we ended up with all of the various satanic worshiping type religions that we ended up developing, that have ultimately been spread throughout the entire world. Well, then the next Babylon we get to, besides that Babylon, is the Babylon of Nebuchadnezzar. But at the time of Isaiah, in fact, let me go there very quickly. At the time of Isaiah, here, we're in the time of Ahaz is the king right now, and Ahaz hasn't died yet. It looks like around the death of Ahaz is when Assyria is going to conquer Israel, and we're getting ready to see in Isaiah that he references the death of Ahaz here pretty quickly in the next few chapters. But actually, Babylon, let me get my pen. So here's our time. Here's where Isaiah is writing here. But Nebuchadnezzar is clear over here. Babylon and the rise of Babylon is clear over here at the end of this, Assyrian kingdom, Ashur. And that is, gosh, what is that? If that's 730, then that's, 16. It's 100 years later that we see Babylon come on the scene under Nebuchadnezzar in any meaningful way. Now, they had been rising in power during that period of time, maybe, but we did not have this big development of Babel by the time of Isaiah's writing here. But let me read to you. You know what? Let me just go there. Let me pause and go there. So in Revelation, we get references to Babel or Babylon. Babylon, and again, in the in so many translations. We get references to Babel, and I know this has been the subject of speculation as long as I've been in the faith. And Babylon and the city of Babylon, we've likened it to, various religions like the like Roman Catholicism. We've likened the city of Babylon to all kinds of, I've heard it reference New York, London. There's a city over there in the Middle East that they're referencing as the city of Babylon. As I've been reading and studying, I've come to believe that Babel and Babylon that we are referencing in Revelation isn't really any of those things. It is and I'll explain here as we go. So here we get the first reference to, this is chapter 14 in Revelation, the first reference to Babel, where we have a messenger flying through the air saying, Babel is fallen, that great city, because she has made all the nations drink of the wine of the wrath of her whoring. So this is the reference to Babel as a great city. Then we move on to chapter 17, where we have the whore sitting over the waters being introduced, and she's got on her forehead a name written, a secret, Babel the Great. And then they go on to describe her as the mother of the whores and of the abominations of the earth. Now, throughout my time in the faith, Babel the Great, this is where we get the Roman Catholicism, the idea of Babel the Great, the mother of whores. This whore sitting atop the scarlet beast is the Roman Catholic system. Well, I've heard that. I've heard other things. I've also heard it's Islam. I've heard many things as they try to gather that. I don't think it's any of those. I have now taken this, if anything, we are taking this all the way back to Babylon. That's what I'm talking about the Tower of Babel, when the confusion of the languages, all the way to the beginning of the various religious systems of the world that were initiated by Nimrod and these people in those times that have become the panthology of gods throughout all of the various nations. And so it has seemed to me that the Babel the Great, which would be the Tower of Babel and the beginning of those religious systems, would have been the beginning of whores and the abominations of the earth. That's how I've been receiving it. And it's still part of how I'm thinking. But if we keep on going down here, we'll see that eventually we're told that the woman that we saw, Babel the Great, is also that great city having sovereignty over the sovereigns of the earth. Now, I think when we get back into Isaiah, which is, why we're doing this, we're going to see references to things like this. So we have Babel the Great being conflated with that great city. And then we have one more time here in 18, where we've got another messenger or Malachim coming down from the Shemaim, having great authority and crying with a mighty voice that Babel the Great is fallen, and has become a dwelling place of demons, a haunt for every unclean spirit, a haunt for every unclean bird and hated bird, because all the nations have drunk of the wine of the wrath of her whoring, and the sovereigns of the earth have committed whoring with her, and the merchants of the earth have become rich through the power of her riotous living. Okay, so I have come to believe that those religious systems, the political systems, the various systems that came out of the Tower of Babel, as they were spread out into the world, this is the system headed by Satan that has been ruling the world and ruling all the sovereigns forever. Where did I just see it? Where's the sovereign? Having sovereignty over the sovereigns. So this system has been ruling all the kingdoms of the world ever since the Tower of Babel. Well, now I'm wondering a little bit, especially when we go back to Isaiah, if that Babel isn't to be more closely associated with the dwelling place of Satan. as we're going to see here. So Babel may be the Tower of Babel, but it may also be associated with the dwelling place of Satan and his cohorts. You know, we've always thought that was hell, which would be Sheol, but that doesn't make sense either. And I've heard other people developing things that there might be a place in the heavenlies that is hidden from us, that is actually like an area, a city, maybe up in the sky that we can't see. I don't really know, but what I am saying is that Babel might be a reference to the homeland of where Satan, he goes by so many names. We're going to see Hillel or Lucifer in some of the translations, like the King James, which is like the morning star. But these are all titles. These are all titles given to the name of that person to whom that Malachim, to whom all of the error of the earth has been laid at his feet, because he has been the foundation of it. He's been the beginning of it. We see that in Enoch. We just see that in so many places, that this being is the head of all of this. He was the beginning of it, and he's the head of it. I can't think of what he's called in Jubilees, but I've done videos on it, but right now I'm drawing a blank on what his name was. But we get the idea that Satan, he has a place where he abides, and maybe this Babel is it. And when we get back into Isaiah, I'm going to be offering that as an option here, because when we have, in fact, let me just go back to Isaiah now. So again, in the Yah scriptures here, in the Hallelujah scriptures, we're using the word Babel here, but in the various modern translations, I did just look up the Berean Standard, and it says Babylon, and that's how I think most of us will read this. So when we're reading this, we're thinking that this is a message concerning Babylon, and most of us are hearing the Babylon of Nebuchadnezzar here. This Babylon, when Nebuchadnezzar rises to power and begins to, in fact, Nebuchadnezzar wasn't even the original. Here's this Nabopolassar was actually the leader of Nebuchadnezzar. It wasn't actually until even here, which would have been around 610, 12. You know what? I think it was around 612 BC that Nebuchadnezzar came to power, because that's when he began taking off some of the Daniel and his companions off to Babylon before the destruction of Jerusalem, before the captivity, before 586 BC. So most of us, when we're reading this, are thinking this is a prophecy about Babylon and Nebuchadnezzar. But it could be Babylon going back to the Tower of Babel, but it also could be related to the idea that maybe Babylon is actually the abode, the name of the abode of Satan, like Mount Zion might be the name of the abode where he's living in the heavenlies now in Mount Zion. Well, Babel may be where Satan is dwelling. Okay, so I'm beating that to death, but you get the idea. So I'm going to be, as I continue to read this, I'll be because this is kind of a key theme here for the next couple chapters, so I need to be discussing it as we go. So let's go ahead and just start at the beginning. In the message concerning Babel, or Babylon, which Yeshayahu of Amoth saw. Lift up a banner on the high mountain. Raise your voice to them. Wave your hand. Let them enter the gates of the nobles. I have commanded my Kodeshim. I have also called my mighty men for my displeasure, my proudly exalted ones. The noise of an uproar in the mountains, like that of many people, a noise of uproar of the reigns of Gentiles gathered together. Yahweh of hosts is gathering an army for battle. So some of this is hard, a little bit. He's basically, who's he talking to? Where it says, lift up a banner on the high mountain and raise your voice to them, wave your hand, let them enter the gates of the nobles, for he's commanded his Kedoshim. This would be his holy ones, his set apart ones. I have called my mighty men. Who would they be? Men, natural men of flesh. Would they be angels of Malachim or messengers for my displeasure? For what? To carry out the wrath of his displeasure? Maybe. My proudly exulting ones? Well, is this a good or a bad thing? Would these mighty men be proudly exulting ones, as in a good way or in a bad way? I think maybe if we're referencing his Malachim, in a good way. If these mighty men and all of these are actually referencing a Gentile army, then they're probably not good ones. My proudly exulting ones are not good ones. Verse 4, it says, the noise of an uproar in the mountains like that of many people, a noise of uproar of the reigns of the Gentiles gathered together. Well, I don't think that this gathering together of the Gentiles is the same thing. I don't think it likely anyway that this is the same thing, that this gathering of Yahweh's gathering of his Kodeshim and then the gathering of the Gentiles together would be the same two entities. So Yahweh of hosts is gathering an army for battle. Okay, so is Yahweh gathering this group of people up here for battle? You know, his Kodeshim, which could be his angels. It could be us as the church. It could be the ecclesia, the kahal, but it also could be his angels, because if we are talking about the day of Yahweh, we have a gathering. We understand that the day of gathering will be the day of Yahweh will be a time when we have the battle of Armageddon, where the Antichrist gathers together the Gentiles to do war against Yahweh. And we know that Yahushua, when he comes down from the heavenlies, will be commanding those riding the white horses, which the church will say would be the church. I don't think so. I think that those riding the white horses, following Yahushua as he rides his white horse, will be the Malachim. It will be the messengers of heaven. And that's the army that is gathered to battle. So here I believe we're seeing the setup of the armies of heaven and the armies of men doing battle. And who's he gathering? He's gathering both. You know, I mean, there are times where we see the Gentiles that Yahweh takes credit for gathering the Gentiles, even though we know it's actually the Antichrist doing that, and Satan through the Antichrist. But he's also going to be gathering his people from the Shemaim, his Malachim, his messengers. And they are coming from a distant land, from the end of the Shemaim, even Yahweh and his weapons of displeasure, to destroy all of the earth. I think that this is the Kodeshim referred to in chapter 3. I think this would be similar to the army in the army of Joel that we read because it was an earlier prophecy. You know, the army of Joel that comes. Well, I think this is a reference to that same army who is gathered from the end of the Shemaim, not the end of the earth, the end of the Shemaim, which is the heavens. Even Yahuwah and his weapons of displeasure. Is Yahuwah, is that Yahushua? Or is that Yahushua? You know, sometimes Yahuwah includes, when we see Yahuwah in these old writings, we know that Yahuwah sometimes, because the Messiah comes from Yahuwah and Yahushua, it comes from Yahuwah. Sometimes I think we are seeing Yahushua and the Messiah being lumped together with Yahuwah, because together when Yahushua comes back, I think it will be literally Yahushua riding the white horse to come back to earth. But as he rides the white horse, the Son of the Father, the Son of Yahweh, as he's riding that white horse with his weapons of displeasure, which are his mighty ones with him, the Malachim with him, as he is coming down, he is representative. He's in the agency of Yahweh. So it's fair to say that is when he comes to the earth, it's it's Yahweh coming to the earth. But it's Yahushua literally coming to earth in the agency of the Father, in the agency of Yahweh. So this is, I believe, the coming back down that we see that Yahweh comes. When he comes riding his white horse, and his weapons of displeasure to destroy all the earth will be the Malachim that's riding with him. Howl, for the day of Yahweh is near. So this is over and over again. I mean, I just outlined some things, but one of the reasons that I'm also saying this is the end time, and we are talking about the gathering of the Gentile armies through the Antichrist, is because now in verse 6, and a gathering of the weapons of displeasure here, that this is all end time. This is day of the Lord stuff that we see in Revelation at the time that we're going to see the Gentiles judged and the Antichrist judged. Well, here's how we kind of also know, especially maybe, that it's that period of time, because howl, for the day of Yahweh is near. It comes as destruction from El Shaddai, the mighty one. Therefore all hands go limp, every man's heart melts. and they shall be afraid. Pangs and sorrows take hold of them, and they are in pain as a woman in labor, and they are amazed at one another, their faces aflame. See, the day of Yahweh is coming, fierce with wrath and the heat of displeasure, to lay the earth waste and destroy its sinners. So we know in the Olivet Discount that when Yahushua says that, when he comes on the clouds with his mighty ones, which I think is up here, when he comes on the clouds with his mighty ones. Now, I think he came the first time to gather his elect together. So I think this is the once he and the angels, the Malachim, have gathered his elect together and gone up to heaven to have the wedding supper of the Lamb. Once the wedding supper of the Lamb is finished, then Yahuwah and his weapons of displeasure, those same Malachim, come back to earth. And when that happens, we get the sign in the sun, moon, and stars. And in Yahushua's description in the Olivet Discourse, we know that the people go faint, that the sovereigns of the world all grow faint. And when we get into Revelation and the sixth seal in chapter 6, when we're getting the same sign in the sun, moon, and stars, and we're watching all the mighty ones of the earth, really pretty much everyone, by the time they get done listing in Revelation all who went limp, it's the same thing as this. It's pretty much all of them. Therefore, all hands go limp. Everyone goes limp. Every man's heart, because they know the day of Yahweh has come and who can stand. And they're afraid. And so they go limp. And this is a destruction of how they're feeling that we see in the Olivet Discourse and in other places, but also in Revelation. Verse 9, see, the day of Yahweh is coming, fierce with wrath and heat of displeasure, to lay the earth waste, and destroy its sinners from it. So this is how we know this is the promise. This is the promise. This is when this age comes to an end, the time of the Gentiles comes to an end. Yahushua comes down to mete out this judgment, and then once this judgment is finished, we see the New Jerusalem and Mount Zion come down from the heavens. Okay, for the stars of the Shemaim and their constellations do not give off their light. The sun shall be dark at its rising, and the moon shall not send out its light. And I shall punish the world for its evil and the wicked for their wickedness. So this sign in the sun and the moon and the stars is referenced in all of the Olivet Discourse, and it's referenced in Revelation, that the sun does not give its light, the moon turns to blood, and the stars fall from the heaven. And we see it in many of these old writings where we're seeing this over and over again. This is the end time, not the end time, the end of the 7th year. This is the end of the 6th year and the end of the time of the Gentiles and the day of Yahweh. And during that day of Yahweh, we know that he punishes the world for its evil and the wicked for their wickedness, and shall put an end. Okay. I don't think I've actually been reading this, so let me go ahead and just continue reading verse 11. And I shall punish the world for its evil and the wicked for their wickedness, and shall put an end to the arrogance of the proud and lay low the pride of the ruthless. Okay. And I shall make mortal man scarcer than fine gold, and mankind than the gold of Ophir. This is just going to be the result of that judgment. Men will be scarce on the earth. They will grow to numbers again during the millennial period, but they will be scarce when the day of Yahweh comes. So I shall make the Shemaim tremble, and the earth shall shake from her place. There's the great earthquake of Revelation 6, in the wrath of Yahweh of hosts, and in the day of the heat of his displeasure. So this is the great day of Yahweh. And it shall be as the hunted gazelle and as a sheep that no man takes up. Every man turns to his own people, and everyone flees to his own land. What does that mean? I don't know for sure. Whoever is found is thrust through, and everyone taken falls by the sword. I really don't know if this is still the wrath of Elohim against men, and this is what they're experiencing, because this doesn't sound like what the armies of Yahweh would have done. It almost sounds like it either going to be referencing a different time, or it's referencing mankind, the Gentiles' response in the midst of all of this. Maybe as they are fleeing to their own land, when they as they're fleeing, everybody they find, they're thrusting through, and if they take somebody, they're killing them, and their children are dashed to pieces before their eyes, their houses plundered, and the wives ravished. I really think that this interaction here, verse 14 through 16, and even all the way to through 18, is really the response of men as they're reacting, and how they as they're reacting to the day of the Lord, and how they're responding and doing horrible things, and their children are dashed to pieces before their eyes, in verse 16, and their houses plundered and their wives ravished. See, I am stirring up the Medites against them, who do not regard silver, and as for gold, they do not delight in it. And bows dash the young to pieces, and they have no compassion on the fruit of the womb, and their eye spares no children. Okay, so it is also possible, even though I'm saying that I think Babel may have larger reference than Nebuchadnezzar, we're going to, I think, see some references coming back into the Chaldeans and the Medes, the Babylon that we understand them to be. And so it could be that in verse 14 that we begin here to change the theme and really turn it back to the time when we're going to see the judgment against the southern kingdom 100 some years into the future. Maybe because this also might be very representative of how it might have been during the time when Babylon was conquering the southern kingdom, etc. We also have this reference to the Medites, which are the Medes of the Medes Persians, against them, who do not regard silver, and as for gold, they do not delight in it. So whatever this is, it's kind of a horrible thing. It seems to be something that the earth would have been doing, the response of men all along. So here we are in verse 19, and we have Babel, or Babylon, the splendor of the reigns, the comeliness of the Kasdites' pride. And the Kasdites are the Chaldeans, which we understand to be the Babylonians of the days of Nebuchadnezzar, which we're starting to get into. But it goes on to say, and Babel, the splendor of the reigns, Babel, the splendor of the reigns. And it did become, in the days of Nebuchadnezzar, the splendor of the reigns. It became the greatest, it replaced Assyria, and it replaced Egypt as the dominant, empire, only to be overthrown later by the Medes and Persians, but 100 and some, a little while later, after Nebuchadnezzar passed. Okay. All right. But the comeliness of the Chaldean, or the Kasdites' pride, shall be as when Elohim overthrew Sodom and Gomorrah. So basically, is this judgment again when he overthrew? So basically, the comeliness, the pride of the Chaldeans shall be overthrown as in Sodom and Gomorrah, and she shall never be inhabited nor settled. So we have this description that we're going to read, and I'll finish it here in verse 20. She shall never be inhabited nor be settled from generation to generation, nor shall the Arabian pitch tents there, nor shepherds rest their flocks there. The wild beasts of the desert shall lie there, and their houses shall be filled with owls, and ostriches shall dwell there, and wild goats frolic there, and hyenas shall cry in their citadels, and jackals in their pleasant palaces. And her time is near to come, and her days are not drawn out. Okay, so if we think of this description as Babylon from the time of its fall, when the Medes and Persians took over, well, the Medes and Persians stayed there. So when the Medes and Persians overthrew the Babylonians and the Kasdites, they stayed in Babylon. And it all, Babylon stayed populated. Did we ever have a time when Babylon, which is modern day Iraq, I believe, when all of it really was this desolated? I don't know. I mean, I know we've tried to, think this would be Babylon, since Babylon was overthrown at the end of Nebuchadnezzar's reign, that this would be what his area was like, where he was living and where Babylon was. But I don't think we've actually witnessed this. But if we come back to Babel, which was the pride of the Chaldeans, I guess. I don't know why it references that way, although maybe because this Babylon was basically the same location as the Tower of Babylon, which may all have something to do with that idea of the abode of Satan, which is, it's just all symbolic of that area that originates all of the dealings of mankind under who had so I'm sorry, that's Nimrod. Okay, but it just is all the same area. It's the same location, which is where really the sons of Noah began to be led astray by the demons and the rise of the various religious systems under Nimrod, and then throughout time as they spread out throughout the whole world. And this is just the beginning and the origination. But if we remember in Revelation, we know that Babylon is going to fall and fall and fall. That great city. So if we're talking about the time of Nebuchadnezzar's fall, that happened a long time ago. Why are we talking about Babylon falling in the future? And when in Revelation in the future, and when we're talking about that future falling, is that when we're going to see this never inhabited again? That area will be, will represent all of this. Maybe, because I don't know how that fits into everything. But it seems like this has never taken place yet. But we do know Babylon, that great city, has yet to fall in the future, according to Revelation. All right, so I'm beating that out. I know that we're getting some back and forth, that this idea could be the Chaldeans, and Babylon could be, the time of Nebuchadnezzar, but I'm introducing the concept that it may reference something much larger than that included Nimrod and the origination of the Tower of Babel, and the whole concept that Babylon represents the home and the operations place from which Satan operates. Maybe. Okay, Isaiah 14. For Yahuwah has compassion on Jacob, which is Israel, and shall again choose Israel, and give them rest in their own land, and the strangers shall join them, and they shall cling to the house of Jacob. And the people shall take them, and bring them to their own place, and the house of Israel shall possess them for servants, and female servants in the land of Yahuwah, and they shall make captives of their captors, and rule over their oppressors. Okay, so here we are turning back once again, to that second coming, the second time when Yahuwah will be bringing Israel, regathering Israel, and bringing them back in to the land for the second time, which is all associated with that second coming where Yahushua comes down first, gathers his, with his angels, gathers his elect from the four corners of the earth, takes them back up to the New Jerusalem, where they will reside. First of all, we'll experience the wedding supper of the Lamb, and then the elect will stay up in the New Jerusalem, in the Mount Zion, in the heavenlies, while Yahushua and his armies come back to earth to do battles with the armies of the Antichrist, and basically destroys them all. And when all of that's done, and then the New Jerusalem will come back down, and Mount Zion will come back down. And at that point in time, this is the time when we've returned back to this time, which is all the end of the Gentiles, the beginning of that seventh day. That's that millennium period, that last 1,000-year period of time. And in that time, Yahuwah is basically having compassion on Jacob, choosing them again, which is, basically turning to them again, as we've seen in Deuteronomy 30 and some of the other passages I've shared in other videos. As Israel turns their heart towards Yahuwah, Yahuwah turns his heart towards them, etc. And then ultimately he gives them rest in their own land. Well, I think they begin their rest when they get raptured or resurrected and taken into the New Jerusalem, and they begin that. But I think what we're referencing here now is once that land comes back down, those who had been resurrected we'll be living in the New Jerusalem. I think in a special place, that city that we see described in Ezekiel. But the whole land comes down, and it will be filled with land. It will be filled with cities. And outside of the city where the resurrected beings will live will be people still living in the flesh during that 1,000 years. The survivors of Israel, could be even the 144,000 that they reference in Revelation, that I'm still trying to figure out, but I'm wondering if they don't remain amongst those who stay in the flesh during that period. I really don't know, and I don't know. I've still got to think that one through, but there will be flesh in the world, and there will be Gentiles throughout the whole world, and because later at the end of the 1,000 years they will have grown to numbers again that they can put together another army to come challenge the land that we're talking about, this own land. They come to challenge that. The war of Gog of Magog will happen at the end time. So we'll have, even though we saw in the last passage, men will be made scarce, they will, I think they will also experience longevity of life, and we will see a population explosion in that last 1,000 years. So they will repopulate the earth during that period of time. So, but this is a reference to them coming back into the land in that time. So this is the millennial period. And the strangers shall join them. So, at first when I was reading this, I was thinking the strangers might be the Gentiles who have joined Israel before the resurrection, at which time they would be Israel. So I really don't think that the strangers here are going to be the Gentiles who would be joined to Israel and part of the resurrection in that first resurrection. Rather, I think this is strangers. These would be non-Israel. These would be the Gentiles who shall join them, and they shall cling to the house of Jacob. So there will be people who will be valuing Jacob, Israel, and what they have, and they'll be clinging to the house. And I think these would be Gentiles who would otherwise be outside of the land. And peoples shall take them. Peoples. I think this is probably referencing Jacob. So these would be the survivors of Israel who are not the resurrected Israel, but the flesh of Israel who is living in the land, who take them and bring them into their own place. Take them being the strangers, I believe, and bring them, the strangers, to their own place. And the house of Israel shall possess them, the strangers, for servants and female servants in the land of Yahweh, and they shall make captives of their captors and rule over their oppressors. So I think what we're seeing here, as we see it referenced over and over again in the various prophets, that the captives, those who are, hold Israel in captivity now will later become captives. And that's what we're referencing here. But I think these servants and these female servants in the land of Yahweh don't mind it. They are clinging to the house of Jacob. They're glad to be servants and female servants to Israel in the land of Yahweh in those days. That's what I think is probable here. Verse 3, and it shall be in the Yahweh day, it shall be in the day, I think this should be reversed. This looks like it might be a typo, maybe. And it shall be in the day Yahweh gives you rest from your sorrow and from your trouble and your hard service in which you were made to serve, that you shall take up this proverb against the sovereign of Babel and say, how the oppressor has ceased, the gold gatherer ceased. Yahweh has broken the staff of the wicked and the scepter of the rulers. He who smote the people in wrath with ceaseless blows, he who ruled the Gentiles in displeasure is persecuted, and no one restrains. So, some more thoughts here because we're talking about Babel again. But we know they're telling us it shall be in the day Yahweh gives you rest, which is this day up here. This is the 7th day. So this is not the time of Nebuchadnezzar and the destruction of Babylon. This appears to be the end of time when we have destruction of Babylon as referenced in Revelation. That destruction of Babylon, which would then tell us that when we're talking about the sovereign of Babel, we're not talking about Nebuchadnezzar, unless Nebuchadnezzar, and I don't know how we would get there, maybe, just like some people will say Nimrod is the Antichrist. Well, maybe. And would Nebuchadnezzar have a role to play in something? Maybe, but maybe the sovereign of Babel is Satan. Because Satan has always been, as we saw in Revelation, the ruler, the sovereign of the sovereigns. So every kingdom, he has been sovereign over every kingdom that's ever existed since the flood. And so he's been the sovereign. And when we talk about the falling of Babylon during the days of Revelation, I think we're talking about the sovereign of Babylon not being Nimrod and not being, although it could be Nimrod, it could be, if Nimrod is the Antichrist, maybe. But it also could be Satan himself being the sovereign of Babel, Babel being the representation of the abode of wherever Satan is operating from and living, etc. And say, okay, so, this was really, we're watching how Satan has been toward the people all along. He's been the oppressor. He's done all of these things. Smote the people in wrath with ceaseless blows. Did Nebuchadnezzar do that in his day? I think Nimrod or Nebuchadnezzar did that in his days. I'm not sure. Nimrod did that in his days on the earth the first time, unless he truly is the Antichrist, as some have said. I'm not sure he would qualify for some of this. I don't know what, maybe. But basically, whoever the sovereign of Babel is, he ruled the Gentiles in displeasure and is persecuted. He who smote the people in wrath with ceaseless blows, he who ruled the Gentiles in displeasure is persecuted, and no one restrains. Okay, so whoever this sovereign of Babel is, he is going to be dealt with, and no one can restrain. I think this is being dealt with by Yahuwah. He's being persecuted by Yahuwah. Okay. All right, verse 7. All the earth is at rest and at peace, and they shall break forth into singing. Okay, so this is the time, the second coming after the war is over, and we enter this 1,000-year period of time where we have rest and peace. It is the covenant of peace that we will see. Isaiah will reference it as such later in his prophecies here. Ezekiel references it as the covenant of peace, and Jeremiah references it as the new covenant. But here's just some characteristics of that day when they are living in the land with great abundance, and it's just an awesome time for not only those who are resurrected and living in the city, but those who were not resurrected, the flesh of Israel, the people group, the nation of Israel living outside the city and out in the walls or out in the unwalled cities of the land, which would be all of Mount Zion. Well, they're going to think that's pretty neat too. They're going to be living in peace during that period of time. Even the cypress trees rejoice over you, and the cedars of Lebanon, saying, since you were cut down, who? The sovereign of Babel, no woodcutter has come up against us. So I don't think this can be Nebuchadnezzar of the day, of that day back then when Babylon was destroyed, because the woodcutters have come against this cypress since then. But it could be, I think it could be Satan, and it could be Nimrod again, if Nimrod is the Antichrist that rises up, I suppose, because Nimrod would have been considered a sovereign of Babel as well, I guess. Okay, verse 9. The grave from beneath is excited about you to meet you at your coming. It stirs up the dead for you, all the chief ones of the earth. It has raised up from their thrones all the sovereigns of the Gentiles. All of them respond and say to you, have you also become as weak as we? Have you become like us? Okay, so this is, it could be Nimrod, I suppose, as the sovereign of Babel, who is now going to the grave. Meet you at your coming. It stirs up the dead for you, all the chief ones of the earth. It is raised from their thrones, all the sovereigns of the Gentiles. So all the sovereigns of the Gentiles, all these people are in Sheol, which is the grave. And when whoever this sovereign of Babel comes, they are, they're talking about this sovereign's coming to the grave, to Sheol, and it stirs up the dead for them, all the chief ones of the earth. Okay. And all of them respond saying, have you also become weak as we? As weak as we? Have you become like us? So could it be Nimrod again as the Antichrist? Maybe, but we also know the Antichrist and the beast are actually thrown into the lake of fire, I believe. at the end of their time. So I'm not sure they actually go to Sheol. I think they are going to be thrown into the lake of fire. But we know that Satan is at the end of this time, taken and thrown into the deep pit. And the deep pit could be Sheol. It could be, that side of Sheol, the hellish side of Sheol, where all of these, all of the sovereigns of the Gentiles, the wicked, are being kept as they wait. And now we've got is this Satan being thrown in there, or is this Nimrod being thrown down into the, whoever it is, there's a coming into the grave of this sovereign of Babylon, and the kings of the earth are saying, have you become weak as we? So whoever it was not weak. It was probably something greater than the sovereigns of the earth, which is also, in my opinion, suggestive that we might be talking about Satan here, who is thrown, that devil, who is thrown into the pit for the 1,000 years. Verse 11, your arrogance has been brought down to the grave, and the sound of your stringed instruments. The maggot is spread under you, and worms cover you. So, is this Satan being thrown into Sheol, where we have maggots and worms, etc.? How you have fallen from the Shemaim, O Hillel. Hillel is, what that means is, let me get back over here real quick, and I'll just show you, just to confirm it, because everybody thinks that we are talking about the name of Satan when we say Lucifer. But we're not. I'm sorry. Let me get to Isaiah 14:12. When we get into the Hebrew, how you are fallen from heaven, Lucifer, is how they're referencing here. But it's really Hillel. And what does Hillel mean? It means morning star, shining one, or Lucifer in some translations. And the only translation I found so far that has Lucifer is the King James Version, and maybe the New King James probably. But still, that's why everybody's calling Satan Lucifer, which just means morning star. It's because of this one passage. It's the only passage where we see this name. And it's not a name, it's a title. It's a morning star. It's a shining one. So when we go back to here, we're talking about how you have fallen from the Shemaim, which is the heaven ones, O Hillel, son of the morning. You have been cut down to the ground, you who laid low the Gentiles. So, are we talking about Nebuchadnezzar? I don't think so here, because whoever this is, it's right on the heels of this, the sovereign of Babel, and all of the description of what happens to him and how the grave accepts him, etc. And are we still talking about the sovereign of Babel? Well, if the sovereign of Babel is Nebuchadnezzar or Nimrod, it wouldn't be Satan here. We wouldn't, when we say, O Hillel, O Lucifer, we wouldn't be talking about Satan. We'd be talking about the Antichrist, or we'd be talking about a resurrected Nebuchadnezzar in some way. So if this is a reference to Satan, then this also is suggestive that the sovereign of Babel we're talking about is not Nimrod or not Nebuchadnezzar, but Satan himself. And this is just like we were talking about up here in verses 9 and 10. This Hillel, this Satan, this Lucifer, the son of the morning, has been cut down to the ground. The one who had laid low the Gentiles, the one who had basically been king and sovereign over all the Gentiles, laid them low, oppressed them. Even though he was a king, he oppressed them. Because, and this is what we've always, in the church, we've always taken this passage to mean this is Satan. This is Satan speaking. For you have said in your heart, who? Hillel. Who? The sovereign of Babel. Let me go up to the Shemaim. Let me raise my throne above the stars of El, and let me sit in the mount of meeting on the sides of the north. This is in the heavenlies, and this is, and we've always taken this to be the obsession of Satan, to raise himself up to be like Satan. And it could be, but if that's the case, I think we're also talking about the sovereign of Babel, which then affects how we read, I think, Revelation and these passages here. Verse 14, let me go up above the heights of the clouds. Let me be like the Most High. But you are brought down to the grave, to the sides of the pit. So, who are we talking about here? Are we talking about Satan? I think so. I think so. Could be Nimrod, could be Nebuchadnezzar, but I think we're talking about Satan, because here he is with all of these ambitions, being referenced as the sovereign of Babel up here, and ultimately ending up down in the grave, as we saw described up here in these earlier chapters, verse 9 through 11. Okay. Those who see you stare at you. These would be the kings. Would these be these same kings up here saying, have you become the sovereigns of the Gentiles, saying, have you become also become as weak as we, and have you become like us? Are these the same people who are staring at him as he's come down to Sheol, down to the grave, and they ponder over him, saying, is this the man who made the earth tremble, who shook the reins? Well, a couple thoughts here. While we in the church have always thought Hillel or Lucifer was Satan, well, here he's being referenced as a man. So whoever this is being referenced as a man. Would Satan be referenced as a man? Maybe, because when I look up, let me go find it real quick. I'm sorry, I've gone back to Bible Hub just to look at this very quickly, and I'm headed off to verse 16. But I just noticed here, I know I've been referencing Sheol, but in the English translations, you're using the term grave, but it's Sheol. And so here's verse 15. And when you read all of this, when you look at this English rendition of the Hebrew, it says, yet to Sheol you shall be brought down, to the lowest depths of the pit. Another referencing of the devil being thrown into the pit that we see happen at the beginning of that 1,000-year reign. And the pit is Sheol, the lowest depths of Sheol, which is the pit. All right, let me go to the next verse and this is the man. So those who see you will gaze at you and consider you, saying, is this the man, which is Hais, which is this, which is literally Ish, and it does mean men, each. Okay, so when we're seeing this in the scripture, and it says, is this the man, this Hillel is being referenced by these who are staring and pondering him, are being referencing him as a man who made the earth tremble, who shook the reins, whoever it is. So that, again, that could put us back to Nimrod or Nebuchadnezzar, but it could still also be referencing Hillel, Satan, who actually would work through men and work through all of these men, would have worked through Nimrod, would have worked through Nebuchadnezzar, would have worked through the Antichrist, whoever it is, whether it's Nimrod again or something else. He's working through men as, I'm speculating, but what I do know is that it does say man, referencing Hillel here again, who made, verse 17, who made the world as a wilderness and destroyed its cities, who would not open the house of his prisoners. All the sovereigns of the Gentiles, all of them were laid in esteem, everyone in his own house. But you have been thrown from your grave like an abominable branch, like the garment of those who are slain, thrust through with a sword, who go down to the stones of the pit, like a trampled corpse. So he's talking about this man, this Hillel, this sovereign of Babel, while all the rest of the Gentiles were laid in esteem, everyone in his own house. You've been thrown from your grave like an abominable branch. I don't know exactly what that means. Don't really know. From your grave, from your pit, I don't really know. You are not joined with them in burial. Don't know what that means. For you have destroyed your land and slain your people. Is this Nebuchadnezzar? I don't think so. Maybe, but then he would have to fit all these other descriptions, and I just don't think he can. Let the seed of evildoers never be mentioned. Prepare his children for slaughter because of the wickedness of their fathers, lest they rise up and possess the land, and fill the face of the world with cities. And I shall rise up against them, declares Yahweh of hosts, and shall cut off Babel from the name and remnant and offspring and descendant, declares Yahweh. And I shall make it a possession for the porcupine and marshes of muddy water, and shall sweep it with the broom of destruction, declares Yahweh of hosts. Yahweh of hosts has sworn, saying, truly, as I have planned, so it shall be, and as I have purposed, so it stands, to break Ashur in my land, and tread him down on my mountains, and his yoke shall be removed from them, and his burden removed from their shoulders. let me go back up here. So as we're finishing out this, we're talking again about the sovereign of Babel, and how his children are prepared for slaughter because of the wickedness of their fathers, lest they rise up and possess the land. This could be the end time. The children, the preparation of the children of the sovereign of Babel, which would be under I think, the Antichrist at that point in time, potentially. They're being prepared for slaughter, lest they would rise up and possess the land and fill the face of the earth with cities. And basically they triumph over it, but they're going to be slaughtered. And I shall rise up against them, declares Yahweh of hosts, and shall cut off Babel. So this is, we saw it referenced up above. I'm not going to go find it, but where we saw Yahweh coming with his mighty ones, with that army that I think would be the army of Joel and the army of Revelation. This is a reference against them, declares the Yahweh of hosts, and shall cut off Babel, cut off from Babel the name and the remnant and offspring and descendants. So would this be Babylon falling? And this would be not the time of Nebuchadnezzar, but this would be the time, the end time, the coming day of Yahweh, where we get the angel saying, Babylon has fallen, Babylon the Great has fallen, and the references to the city having fallen. Okay, and then this looks to be some more references, as I was saying a little earlier, when he takes Babylon and he turns it into a wasteland that nobody occupies for a while. For at least that 1,000 years, it appears. And then here's his promise. So here's verse 25. To break Asshur in my land. So now he's turned his attention back to Assyria. I will say that Babylon, Nebuchadnezzar's Babylon, actually was the tool used against Assyria, who was in the land of Israel and operating in the land. So are we changing thoughts here again? To break Asshur, which is Assyria, in my land, and tread him down on my mountains, and his yoke shall be removed from them. Well, his yoke is not removed from them until the end times. So is this some sort of reference again to the end times, but dealing with Assyria? As we have seen throughout other passages and other prophecies, we see the lands that were, evil to Israel being paid back in this end time. Maybe. But I do know that at the end time, his yoke, Assyria's yoke, shall be removed when they return from the land, and his burden, Assyria's burden, removed from Israel's shoulders. This is the counsel that is counseled for all the earth, and this is the hand that is stretched out over all the nations. For Yahweh of hosts has counseled, and who annuls it? So this is his word, and he's counseled, and who can fight back? Who can annul it? Nobody. And his hand is stretched out. Who turns it back? Well, the answer is nobody. This is the message which came in the year that sovereign Ahaz died. So here we are referencing the sovereign Ahaz dying. And here we are. Here's the sovereign Ahaz, which what would that be? Does it say? It doesn't really say. But Ahaz, and this is before Assyria even invades the southern kingdom, but it looks to be about the time. It looks like maybe Assyria has just, by the time of the death of Ahaz, Assyria has conquered Israel by that time. It appears maybe that way if I take this line straight down, but it's certainly around the time that Assyria is conquering the northern kingdom. Do not rejoice, all you of Pelesheth, which is the Philistines, that the rod that smote you is broken, for out of the serpent's roots comes forth an adder, and its offspring is a fiery flying serpent. Okay, so this is the Philistines, and Israel had broken the Philistines. So Israel was the rod that smote the Philistines. And do not rejoice, Philistines, as you watch Assyria come and Israel be judged. For out of the serpent's roots come forth an adder. So who's the serpent's roots? I don't know. Is this Assyria? I don't really know. And its offspring is a fiery flying serpent. And the firstborn of the, let me just say, I don't really know what this would be referencing. I can speculate along with everybody, but I'm not sure it's ever going to be clear who that would be. And the firstborn of the poor shall feed, and the needy lie down in safety. and I shall kill your roots with scarcity of food, and it shall slay your remnant. Firstborn of the poor, not sure who that is. And I'm wondering then now when I see this, when I shall kill your roots with scarcity of food and shall slay your remnant. Actually, I'm not sure. I could wonder if this is in time, but I really just don't know. Verse 31, howl, O gate, cry, O city, melt away all of you, all you of Pelesheth, which is the Philistines. For smoke shall come from the north, and there is no stranger in his ranks. Well, the north is often thought of as Assyria and maybe even Babylon. Not really sure. When they come down, maybe they're also going to destroy the Philistines. I really don't know for sure what they're saying. And what does one answer, verse 32, and what does one answer the messengers or the Malachim or the angels of a nation? That Yahweh has founded Zion, and the poor of his people take refuge in it. Okay. Could this Zion be the Zion of Jerusalem down in the land during the first occupation? Possibly. But it also could be the heavenly Zion that he has founded, that the poor take refuge in, because we see scriptures and Psalms all the time that people take refuge in him. Taking refuge in Yahweh and I think Zion. So I think this might be the heavenly Zion referenced here, and the poor taking refuge in it and not being disappointed in the end. Chapter 15, the message concerning Moab. Because in the night Ar of Moab was laid waste, was silenced. Because in the night Ar of Moab was laid waste, was silenced. Because in the night Kir of Moab was laid waste, was silenced. He has gone up to the house of Dibon, to the high places to weep. Moab is wailing over Nebo and over Medeba. On all their heads is baldness, and every beard is cut off. In the streets they shall put on sackcloth, on the tops of their houses, and in their streets everyone wails, weeping bitterly. In Heshbon and Eliah, El-Eleh, cry out, for their voices shall be heard as far as Yahatz. Therefore the armed ones of Moab shout, his being shall tremble within him. My own heart is toward Moab. Her fugitives cry unto Zoar, like a 3-year-old heifer. For by the ancient of Luhith they go up with weeping. For in the way of Horonaim they raise a cry of destruction. For the waters of Nimrin are waste. For the green grass has withered away. The grass fails. There is no greenness. Therefore the wealth acquired and stored up they take away to the wadi of Ha-arabim. For the cry has gone all around the borders of Moab. Its wailing to Eglaim, and its wailing to Be'er Elhim. For the waters of Dimon shall be filled with blood. For I shall bring more upon Dimon, lions upon him who escapes from Moab, and on the remnant of the land. Now I think that this is judgment against Moab. I don't know how else it would be. And most of these names and these areas, these towns, I'm sure I've read them throughout the Chronicles and the Kings and different things, and even some of the Torah, but I don't recognize them here today. But I do believe all of this is referencing the judgment of Moab that would take place probably in the end times, but it could also be judgments that took place throughout time. Could be both, actually, as well. Okay, so before we move on to chapter 16, let's take a quick look at the themes that we've identified that I say are throughout the various prophets. And of course, Isaiah is one of the big prophets, and all of these are going to be found in there. So let's just revisit it here. First of all, is there a call to repentance and forgiveness? Yes, throughout the prophecy of Isaiah. Is there an identification of the remnant of Israel, a small group within national Israel who obey and follow Yahweh? Yes. Is there identification of judgment? Yes, both in time to the Gentile nations, both in the day of Yahweh, which is in time, and throughout time, because Assyria was judged, Babylon was judged, even Persia was judged. Each of these nations that subdued Israel were judged in their time, but also some of them, because of their egregious behavior towards Israel, will also receive certain singling out in the end times in this day of Yahweh. And to Israel, we're constantly watching how he has removed his protection. And then there's the Isaiah. The timing of Isaiah is such that they have not yet, while they've had problems in the land and maybe some deterioration, some destruction, some death, but it really hasn't all happened yet. And at the time we're reading in Isaiah so far, we're seeing that he's removing his protection and that they're getting the results of that. They're experiencing the results of that, but it hasn't yet culminated in the destruction and the death and the removal of the people from the land that was given to them at the time. And so we haven't yet seen them, the survivors removed and scattered amongst the Gentiles throughout the world. We will first see that. They're referencing that it's going to happen. He is actually both of these things, the destruction, death, and removal, and the scattering has been, alluded to in Isaiah, but it hasn't yet happened, even though it's getting ready to happen. Where they're going to be dispersed amongst the Gentiles, first with the northern kingdom of Israel, later, 800 years later, a few hundred years later, and then ultimately, finally, 800 years-ish later, will we see the southern kingdom finally and fully dispersed from the land. And then I don't think we've seen it yet, where maybe we've seen it a little bit, but once they are in the scattered state, they will be referred to as captives living in captivity amongst captors. Actually, we have seen some reference to captors already. So we're going to see this whole idea of the scattered folks being captives in the land held by captors, and they are in captivity and need to be, and when they are restored, they are, which is the next item up here, when they're gathered back into the land for the second time, they will be gathered from the four corners of the world, all of Israel will, and that would be the deliverance from the captivity that we were just talking about. And we'll see discussions of the restoration and the prosperity being better than the original time, the first time in the land. Eternal life, time of new covenant, raised from the dead, living forever, new spiritual bodies. Maybe a little bit we've seen alluding to it. I think we're going to see more of it as we go through Isaiah. And then Mount Zion and Jerusalem during the first occupation. There are some references there. And then we've got some references to Mount Zion and Jerusalem of the heavenlies that will be brought down at the second coming, their second occupation, and referencing to Mount Zion as the Kodesh or holy mountain and Jerusalem as the Kodesh city, and then references to a Messiah, the leader who will save, redeem, and deliver Yahweh's chosen people from their failures, from everything that has happened. So, and we have seen Messiah referenced so far. So let's get started with chapter 16 here. Isaiah chapter 16, verse 1. Send a lamb to the ruler of the land, from Selah to the wilderness, to the mountain of the daughter of Zion. And it shall be like a wandering bird, a nest thrown out. So are the daughters of Moab at the fords of Arnon. Bring counsel, execute judgment, make your shadow like the night in the middle of the day. Hide the outcast, do not betray him who escapes. Let my outcast dwell in you, O Moab. Be a shelter to them from the face of the ravager. For the oppressor has met his end, destruction has ceased. Those trampling down have perished from the land. And in kindness the throne shall be established, and one shall sit on it in truth in the tent of David, judging and seeking right ruling and speeding righteousness. We have heard of the pride of Moab, of his pride, his arrogance, and his rage. His boastings are not true. So Moab wails for Moab. Everyone wails. For the raisin cakes of Kir Hareseth they moan. They are utterly smitten. For the fields of Heshbon languish, the vine of Sibmah. The masters of the Gentiles have broken down its choice plants, which have reached to Yazur and wandered through the wilderness. Her branches are stretched out, they are gone over the sea. Therefore I bewail the vine of Sibmah. with the weeping of Yazur. I water you with my tears, O Heshbon and El Elah, for acclamation have fallen over your summer fruit and your harvest. Gladness is taken away, and joy from the orchard. In the vineyards there is no singing, nor shouting, nor treaders treading out wine, no treaders tread out wine in their presses. I have made their acclamation cease. Therefore my inward parts sound like a lyre for Moab, and my inner being for Kir Heriz. And it shall be, when it is seen that Moab has wearied herself on the high place, that she shall come to her sanctuary to pray, but not be able. This is the word which Yahweh has spoken concerning Moab since that time. But now Yahweh has spoken, saying, within 3 years, as the years of a hired man, the esteem of Moab is to be despised with all its great throng, and the remnant be few, small, and weak. Okay, so chapter 16 tends to be more of Moab. And I don't think I mentioned it before, but Moab, remember, these are the descendants of Lot. And these are the people who did not receive Israel as they came into the land the first time, would not let them pass through their land, etc. So we are talking primarily continuing to talk about the judgment of Moab, the Gentile nation of Moab. Send a lamb to the ruler of the land, from Selah to the wilderness, to the mountain of the daughter of Zion. Maybe this is Mount Zion in the land of Israel, the land of the southern kingdom, land of Judah during the time. Maybe that's what they're referencing there. I think probably, but I don't really know for sure. Here is basically just, could this be the time of the judgment of Moab during the days of Assyria? Because I believe as Assyria came into the land, they didn't just conquer Israel. They didn't just, come in to conquer Israel. They conquered all the lands around them, including Moab. So I think Moab is part of what is going to be conquered by Assyria, and I don't know if the Moabites were carried off or not. I don't know that I've seen anything about that. But at the very least, as we see later, they are going to have a remnant left. So I do think that it is likely that we're talking here in this passage about what is going to be coming onto them soon, as we, if you remember the timeline, as we are approaching, because here's Isaiah prophesying, and here is the approach of, let me get my pencil. Here is the approach of Assyria, and while they're approaching, Israel, they're also oppressing the Moabites there. So this is the time frame prior to, and this is the time of the prophesying of Isaiah. So, but let me, we do have in the midst of, my outcast dwell within you. Now, verse 4, I'm not sure. Now, actually, let me go back up to verse 3 here. Bring counsel and execute judgment. Hide the outcast of Israel? I think so. Just like they would have been offered the ability to help Israel in the early days, they would still be able to offer help to Israel at different times throughout history. Maybe even during the times of Assyria. I really don't know for sure, but they are. But basically, he's saying to Isaiah, Yahweh through Isaiah is saying to Moab, do not, hide the outcast. Do not betray him who escapes. Sounds like they could provide shelter to, the remnant of Israel, and they're being asked not to. Let my outcast dwell within you, O Moab. Be a shelter to them from the face of the ravager, and I'm assuming this ravager would be Assyria at the time. Now, for the oppressor has met his end. Who are we talking about? Who's the oppressor? And who is it that where the destruction has ceased? Those trampling down have perished from the land. Maybe this is a reference, maybe even this time of the outcasts, and the outcasts here would reference those who had been removed, and that some might come back, they might, make their way back, even though as tribes, as a people group, they don't come back. But maybe the certain numbers of people would come to live in Moab. Maybe that's what it's talking about, but it's hard to know. But here, this whole idea of the oppressor, if that's Assyria, there is a time where Assyria does meet its end, and the destruction of Israel and the northern kingdom does cease, and those who were trampling down, if this is Assyria, would have perished from the land. But I don't think we can say that it's clear enough to really know what time frame we're talking about here. Without more information, it's hard to know. Now, I will say, though, this is where I wanted to get back to, is verse 5. And in kindness the throne shall be established, and the one shall sit on it in truth in the tent of David, judging and seeking right ruling and speeding righteousness. We know this is messianic because this is future. First of all, it's future. It shall be established from the tent of David. I think it's pretty obvious to most that this is going to be messianic and it's future. And it's, are we talking about Yahushua's first advent to the earth? Is that when he sits in truth in the tent of David and seeks right ruling and speeding righteousness? Possibly in some ways, but really I think what this is this is going to be the second coming, when he literally sits on the throne in the tent in the house of David, judging and seeking right ruling, because he's leading and ruling the land. Okay, the rest of this is just about Moab. So let's move on to chapter 17. The message concerning Damasek, which I believe is in Aram. See, Damasek ceases to be a city and shall become a heap of ruins. The cities of Aurora are forsaken. They are for flocks which shall lie down with no one to frighten. And the stronghold shall cease from Ephraim, and the rain from Damasek, and the remnant of Aram be as the esteem of the sons of Israel, declares Yahweh of hosts. So remember that Ephraim and Damasek, I believe this is Aram, they ganged up on and went to challenge the southern kingdom in the south. Okay, and in that day, verse 4, and in that day it shall be that the esteem of Jacob wanes, and the fatness of his flesh grows lean. And it shall be as when the harvester gathers the grain and reaps the heads with his arm. And it shall be as he who gathers heads of grain in the valley of Rephaim. And gleaning grapes shall be left in it, like the shaking of an olive tree. 2 or 3 olives at the top of the uppermost branch, 4 or 5 in its most fruit-bearing branches, declares Yahweh Elohim of Israel. In that day man shall look to his Maker, and his eyes turn to the Kodash one of Israel. And he shall not look to the altars, the work of his hands, and he shall not see that which his own fingers made, nor the Asherim, nor the sun pillars. In that day his strong cities become like a forsaken forest, and an uppermost branch, which they left because of the children of Israel, and it shall become a ruin. Because you have forgotten the Elohim of your deliverance, and have not remembered the rock of your stronghold, therefore you shall plant pleasant plants and put out foreign seedlings. By day make your plant to grow, and in the morning make your seed to flourish. The harvest is a heap in the day of grief and incurable pain. Woe to the uproar of many people who make a noise like the roar of the seas, and to the rushing of the nations that make a rushing like the rushing of mighty waters. Nations rushing like the rushing of many waters. But he shall rebuke them, and they shall flee far away. And be chased like the chaff of the mountains before the wind, like the whirling dust before the whirlwind. At eventide, look, alarm. Before morning it is no more. This is the portion of those who plunder us, and the lot of those who rob us. Okay, so this is hard, but I think we have some clues to what he might be talking about here. This is the portion of those who plunder us, and the lot of those who rob us. So those Gentiles who are being used to discipline Israel and who are plundering and robbing and taking advantage of the situation, they will be judged. And I think these are references to the judgment that will take place. First of all, we're going to see Ephraim, which is Israel, diminish, which we're going to see referenced here. But Aram will be judged. Moab will be judged. These various Gentile nations will be judged. And in the day of Yahweh, they will be destroyed. What they have will be left in ruins. Maybe even in the days of Assyria, they would be left in ruins. And maybe that's what he's referring to here. But when he keeps saying, in that day, What day are we talking about here? In that day it shall be that the splendor or the esteem of Jacob, Israel, wanes, and the fatness of his flesh grows lean. Well, what day is that? I don't really know. I mean, what I could say is that that's what's happened. It's already happening in the days of Isaiah, but when they are dispersed throughout the world, in the days that they are dispersed throughout the world, well, the esteem, the splendor of Jacob wanes, of Israel wanes, and the fatness of his flesh grows lean. Is that what we're dealing with? And is that what we're dealing with today and in that day reference here? I don't know. And it shall be as when the harvester gathers the grain and reaps the heads with his arm, and it shall be as he who gathers heads of grain in the valley of Rephaim. And gleaning grapes shall be left in it like the shaking of an olive tree, 2 or 3 olives at the top of the uppermost branch, 4 or 5 in its most fruit-bearing branches, declares Yahweh Elohim of Israel. Okay, so let me offer, again, this is hard and I do not know. I'm speculating along with everybody because that's where I think everybody's going to be left to speculate. But let me throw out some thoughts here. In verse 4, in the days that there is leanness and we are scattered, Israel is scattered among the nations and there's leanness. But there comes a time, and this would be the second coming, there shall be a time when the harvester gathers the grain and reaps the head with his arm. And it shall be that he who gathers heads of grain in the valley of Rephaim. So this would be, I'm offering this up as the response. So we have Israel dispersed in the land, scattered in the land, where his esteem and splendor has waned, which is what we see today, and the fatness of his flesh has grown lean, which is what we see today. But then we have this reaping at the second coming, when he comes to gather in his people, which is the gathering of the grain and the gathering of the groups. The gleaning grapes shall be left, and gleaning grapes shall be left, shall be left in it. So, like the shaking of an olive tree, 2 or 3 olives at the top of an uppermost branch, 4 or 5 of its most fruit-bearing branches, declares Yahweh Elohim of Israel. Let me offer up something else here. So, as Israel is gathered from Sheol, and the living folks from wherever they're at in the various lands where they've been scattered to. So everybody's been gathered. But as I've been saying, there will be a remnant left in Israel. We see in Revelation a reference to 144,000 who will be 12,000 from each of the 12 tribes. That will be part of what happens in Revelation. And we've got everybody in the world speculating on who these 144,000 are. And that's all I can do too. But I think it seems reasonable from what I'm seeing so far that the 144,000 remain in the flesh. And they are part of what will be populating the earth when after the second coming, because we're going to have the gathered who will be spiritual living in the New Jerusalem that eventually comes down. So we're going to have the spiritual, those who partook in the first resurrection, spiritual Israel that will be living inside the city. But out and about, we're going to have fleshly Israel, those who would be gathered from the rest, those who were not Israelites who did not partake in the first resurrection would be gathered in from the lands, and I think they would make their way there. But I think also it is possible that the 144,000 remain. They are not taken in the first resurrection. They remain in the land and become the leaders of the flesh kingdom of Israel, because there will be a fleshly kingdom. We're going to have the Levitical priesthood reestablished. So I think when maybe it could be, and I'll offer this up, that the gleaning grapes that shall be left in it, which are 2 or 3 olives at the top of the uppermost branch and 4 or 5 in its most fruit-bearing branches. So these would be, as we see described in Revelation, that the 144,000 are those who have not, they've been faithful, and they have held themselves back, and they are those who are keeping Torah and in the flesh now. When the time comes, they will be walking it out here. And they are the most fruit-bearing branches. And so maybe they're the 4 or 5 olives left and the grapes left. The gleaning grapes that are left behind in the land to begin the repopulating of the land in those days. I'm just offering that as a potential explanation of what's taking place here in Isaiah 17. So, in that day, man shall look to his maker and his eyes turn to the Kadash one of Israel. So this is everybody turning to him. So we will have those who are resurrected, who are living with the Kadash one of Israel and definitely looking towards the Kadash one of Israel. But everybody down on earth will also be looking to his maker. Everybody who's going to be part of the nation of Israel in the new Jerusalem in Mount Zion area, this huge area as is described in Revelation, I think will be a 1,300 mile by 1,300 mile by 1,300 mile area that everybody's going to be looking to. They will all be looking to the Kodash one of Israel. But even the Gentiles who are, primarily judged and with only a remnant remaining there, shall also look to the Kadash one of Israel, because they will flow. They will say the Torah is taught and flows out of Israel, flows out of Jerusalem, flows out of the Kodash land, and they're seeking the Torah. They are living the Torah, even the Gentiles spread out throughout the whole world. And I think that is what we're seeing here in verse 8 when he says, I shall not look to the altars, and he shall not look to the altars, the work of his hands, and he shall not see that which his own fingers made, or the Asherim. So these are the tools of his turning to other mighty ones, his idolatry, the work of his own fingers. That these are all representative of this. And this would be not Israel. This would be referencing the Gentiles who are no longer looking at their altars or their idols or their Asherim poles or their sun pillars, all of their idolatrous tools that they use to worship other mighty ones. So this man, I think this man that shall look to his maker are the Gentiles that are left and who will turn to the Kadash one of Israel, even though Israel will be doing that also. So verse 9, in that day his strong cities become like a forsaken forest and an uppermost branch which they left because of the children of Israel. So this is really the judgment of the Gentiles, where the world is destroyed with just a remnant of even the Gentiles left also, just like there will only be a remnant of Israel in that day. And they're being forsaken because maybe on behalf of the children of Israel, because it's for the sake of Israel that the Gentiles are being judged. The sake of his whole plan, which includes the children of Israel, his chosen people. And also because you have forgotten the Elohim of your deliverance. Okay. And have not remembered the rock of your stronghold, and there you shall plant pleasant plants and put out foreign seedlings. So who's forgotten the Elohim of their deliverance? So who's being delivered here? Are we going back to Israel? Maybe, because we're talking about the deliverance of Israel, but maybe we've got Gentiles who are also being delivered from the destruction and who had historically not remembered Elohim, which would be the maker, hadn't remembered the rock of the stronghold, which would be their maker. And therefore you shall plant pleasant plants. So who are we talking about here? Could be the Gentiles, could be Israel, but it also could be the Gentiles. I don't think we have enough information to know. By day make your plant to grow, and in the morning make your seed to flourish. The harvest is a heap in the day of grief and incurable pain. Woe to the uproar of many people who make a noise like the roar of the season, to the rushing of nations make like a rushing of mighty waters. Is this I do not know, because this is a hard chapter again, but is this a reference to the gathering of the armies in that final day, as the armies are gathered together by the Antichrist and Satan to challenge Yahuwah and his elect, Yahushua in that day? So they gather and they make noises, the nations, the rushing of the nations, making a sound like that of mighty waters, nations rushing like the rushing of many waters. But he shall rebuke them. So he rebukes them and he destroys them. Is that the Valley of Armageddon, the War of Armageddon, that he rebukes them, and from there they flee. All the Gentiles flee. This is why I think this is also why we're talking about these up here. In verse 10, I think we might still be talking about Gentiles up here. Okay, but he shall rebuke them, and they shall flee far away, and be chased like the chaff of the mountains before the wind, like whirling dust before the whirlwind. I think this is day of Yahuwah descriptions. At eventide, before morning it is no more. So at eventide, so when evening comes, look alarmed, but before morning it is no more. So the references where we see all in one time, a sudden judgment, a sudden everything's going to happen suddenly. It's going to overtake the world, and the judgment will be very quickly, in my opinion. This is the portion of those who plunder us and the lot of those who rob us. So this is what's going to happen to the Gentiles. Chapter 18. Woe to the land shadowed with whirring wings, which is beyond the rivers of Cush, which sends envoys by sea, even in vessels of reeds on the waters, saying, Go, swift messengers, to a nation tall and smooth-skinned, to a people dreaded from the beginning onward, a nation mighty and trampling, whose land the rivers divide. All inhabitants of the world, and you that dwell on the earth, when a banner is lifted up on the mountains, look, and when a ram's horn is blown, hear. For thus Yahweh said to me, I am still, and I watch in my dwelling place like dazzling heat and sunshine, like a cloud of dew in the heat of harvest. For before the harvest, when the bud is perfect and the sour grape is ripening in the flower, then he shall cut off the twigs with pruning hooks, and shall cut down and take away the spreading branches. They are left together for the mountain birds of prey, and for the beasts of the earth. And the birds of prey shall summer on them, and the beasts of the earth winter on them. In that time a present shall be brought to Yahweh of hosts, from a people tall and smooth-skinned, and from a people awesome from the beginning onward, a nation mighty and trampling, whose land the rivers have divided, to the place of the name of Yahweh of hosts, to Mount Zion. Okay, another hard, uncertain chapter, but clearly there seems to be a land full of people beyond the rivers of Cush, which I think of the Cushites would be, what is that river over there that is by, that runs through, it's not the Euphrates, but it might be the Euphrates. I'm not going to look it up now, but the rivers of Cush, who sends envoys by sea. So there's this people of, full of tall and smooth-skinned people who've been dreaded from their beginning onward, a nation mighty. So who are these people? I don't really know. Are these the people that were from the lands of Assyria and Babylon and Persia? Maybe. We don't really know. I don't know that we have enough information to know that. But I will say that these are the people that were dominant throughout most of, when we have Assyria and Babylon and Persia, that same area of the world where maybe they were tall and maybe they were smooth-skinned. I don't really know what we're referring to. But all inhabitants of the world, when a banner is lifted up, and a ram's horn is blown, hear. So basically, when you hear all of this happening, know that it's happening. And for Yahweh said to him, I'm still, and I watch from my dwelling place, which is Mount Zion in the heavenlies right now, like dazzling heat in the sunshine. For before harvest, when the bud is perfect and the sour grape is ripening, then he shall cut off the twigs with pruning hooks, and shall cut down and take away the spreading branches. Is this judgment on the nation, the Gentile nations? Is this the beginning of the judgments just before the harvest? For they are left together, and maybe this is at the time of the harvest when he cuts off the twigs with the pruning hooks and cuts them all back. For they are left together for the mountain birds of prey, and the birds of prey shall summer on them, and the beast winter on them. Okay, so this maybe is this reference to when we see in Armageddon, when we have the beast, the birds of prey who are going to feed on the flesh of those who had taken place in that? Maybe. Again, we don't have enough information. We can only speculate, and that's all I'm doing here. Wondering and speculating. In that time, a present shall be brought to Yahweh of hosts from a people tall and smooth skinned, and from a people awesome from the beginning onward, a nation mighty and trampling, whose land the rivers have divided, to the place of the name of Yahweh, to Mount Zion. So this is referenced elsewhere. We're going to see over and over again that after the second coming, when the New Jerusalem comes down to earth, when Mount Zion comes down to earth, all of the Gentile nations of the earth will flow to them with gifts. Is this not I think this is highly likely to be referencing that time, because even the greatest people of the earth who would be left, those who had been great from the beginning and had much success on the earth from the beginning, even those would be bringing presents to Yahweh of hosts. And where? to the place of the name of Yahweh, to Mount Zion. And this is during the, I think almost certainly this would be the heavenly Mount Zion that has come to earth now and is residing on earth. It's the great mountain, as Isaiah said. It's as we see in the prophets, where we have the great mountain, the foremost mountain on all the earth by that period of time. So I think this is a reference to those end time events and what's going to happen. Another reference. Okay, so Isaiah chapter 19, and it begins with this, the message concerning Mitzrayim. Well, as I started on this chapter, it also made me want to revisit and go back a little bit. So let me do that quickly. And even before I do, let me just make sure I'm being clear that so much of what Isaiah is referencing is historical. There are things in history that had happened that I suppose there are historical accounts that some people might have access to and would know a great deal more than I do, obviously, concerning the actual history that took place. In fact, I need to revisit the Kings and revisit the Chronicles, because some of this history is given to us there. And throughout Isaiah, what I'm trying to do is discern those things that deal with that time and what they were dealing with, and not just the time of Isaiah, but the time of Israel and Yehuda, because where Isaiah is writing, he's right before the conquering of Israel in the north, and long time before the conquering of Yehuda in the south. So much of this information about the lands is future. Much of what he's saying, that when he's referencing these various lands and peoples, their oppression of Israel is yet future in time. So, and when we talk about historical things, we get into cities and areas that had names that we're not familiar with. So it's hard to glean, and follow it all. Some would make a study of the land and try to, when Isaiah references a town or something of that nature, they might go find its equivalents if they can here. But I think even those who are studying history have a problem. They weren't there, and we can't necessarily rely on all our historical accounts. And so even though some might have confidence in what they're sharing and speaking about the history of Israel, I just think it's going to be hard for all of us to really know everything that Isaiah's talking about. And my objective here is not necessarily to know the history and even the prophetical history of Babylon and Assyria and Cush and Egypt. I mean, I need to learn it as much as I can, but what I'm also trying to glean is when Isaiah turns his attention to the end times. That's my objective in this. And I'm doing it, just so you know, I'm trying to do it humbly. I don't really know, but I can glean, now having seen the message that there is a coming hope of Israel, this time when, after being judged for so long and under the displeasure of Yahweh for so long, there is a promise of restoration. And that promise of restoration is that we will be gathered from wherever we're at. If we're in Sheol, we're going to be gathered. If we're alive, we're going to be gathered from wherever we're at, and we're going to be gathered together unto Him, to Mount Zion, to Jerusalem, the heavenly Mount Zion, the heavenly Jerusalem. And that is the promise. And when that happens, we're going to have the sovereign Yahushua. We are going to have what I seek, and that is a kingdom that's ruled by the teacher of righteousness, by the righteous one, by somebody that we can trust, that we can give our allegiance to wholeheartedly, and become part of a nation that we can be proud of. Proud in the sense that we just love being associated with it and want to, just everything about it we love and have a reason to, because it's all good. And that is the promise. That's what we're hoping for. So in these passages, I'm trying to glean that. When he turns, because I think that as we are speaking, he's speaking prophetically about the times, he's speaking literally about the time he's living in, then he's speaking prophetically about the times that we're going to have the various kingdoms, the various empires come upon the land and destroy and take over and remove Israel from their place of prominence. He's going to talk about them prophetically, but then he keeps moving off into the distant future, and that's what I'm trying to discern. So let me go back. Let me go back to 14 real quick, because as I was reviewing this, I'm realizing the theme that when I read it all together, I can see it. Like when I'm just sitting down and reading Isaiah, I can see it. As I'm going through it, like I have been for this video and for this project, well, it takes a little longer, and so I don't necessarily see the flow that I see when I look at the larger picture. So let me go up to chapter 14. Let me quick. Well, here's a reference to Babel up here, the splendor of reigns and the comeliness of the Kasdites' pride. Okay, so see, I am stirring up the Medes. There's a reference to the Medes. So I'm actually going back up to just a moment. Let me look up here. So here's the day of Yahuwah, where the stars of the heavens and their constellations do not give light. The sun is darkened, the moon is darkened, and I shall punish the world for its evil. This is all the end time day of Yahuwah. Almost certainly when he makes mortal man scarcer than fine gold, and mankind than that of the gold of Ophir. And he makes the Shemaim tremble, which are the promises of the, I would say, the earthquakes and the things that are going to take place in those end times, because there's going to be many things are going in a ways we've never seen before. Things are going to be shaken. And it's the time of the wrath of Yahuwah of hosts and the day of his heat of displeasure. So that is the coming day of Yahuwah. We understand that to be. I think that is to be true. And then I have tried to take some of these passages that follow it with what might be happening if this is day of Yahuwah. If we remain in that in verse 14, then who are those people who are going to be hunted as gazelles and turning and fleeing? Well, I tried to bring it into the idea that could be happening at those end times, but this also could be happening in the prophetic times that are prophetic times for Isaiah, because it hasn't happened yet, where Assyria comes. And then literally this kind of stuff begins to happen to the northern kingdom, where men are turning and they're fleeing and they're running, but everywhere they're being found, they're being cast through, and children are being dashed to pieces, because that's what Assyria did when they came into the land. And then he says, I'm stirring up the Medes, or the Medites. I don't know exactly how to pronounce that, but we would, in many of our English translations, this would be Medes, like the Medes and the Persians, the people of the Medes, the land of the Medes. I'm stirring up the Medes. Well, that came after Babylon. They came they conquered Babylon. They were part of the group that conquered Babylon, and then Persia rose of the two that conquered, the Medes and the Persians. Well, the Persians rose to prominence there. But then we get this reference to Babel and the Kasdites, which would seem like it is a reference to Babylon that grew up before the Medes. And if they were, and I'm sure they were actually contemporaries, they're together. But Babel was the dominant area, the kingdom over the Medes during the time of Nebuchadnezzar, for sure. So, and then he's talking about Babel not being inhabited from generation to generation, as he says again down here when we get into chapter 14. But let me say in 14, he turns his attention to Jacob, which is Israel. And let me also say, because I just heard last night, speaking to my wife, a new concept that he keeps referencing Israel in two different ways. He keeps referencing them as Jacob, and in your English translations would be Jacob, and then Yisrael, which in the English translations would be Yisrael. Well, a concept was given to me that I'm going to start watching for here. And that, why does he bounce back before calling the 12 tribes, the people of Abraham that came through Isaac and then Jacob, Israel, who became known as Israel, and then we have the 12 patriarchs and the 12 tribes that came from Jacob. Well, why do we bounce back and forth between calling them Jacob and Israel? Well, an idea was given to me last night that I'm going to be, trying to read into and see if it has merit as we go. But when we are talking, the concept was that when we're talking about Jacob, we are talking about natural Israel. Those born to Jacob, which would be the 12 sons and the 12 tribes. So we would be talking about all of Jacob and the natural born folks of Israel, the natural born of Jacob. But when he refers to them as Israel, is he talking about the remnant of Israel? Is he really talking, when we say Jacob, is he really talking more about national Israel? And when we're talking about Israel, is he talking more about the remnant of Israel? So when he speaks and references them, when he calls them Jacob, he's thinking naturally. When he speaks of Israel, he's speaking spiritually, because Israel is the chosen people. Israel is the chosen, the elect. And I think in Jubilees, I want to go back and look when Jubilees talks about Jacob being chosen, does it use similar type language? I don't know. I'll be investigating that. Something for you all to be thinking about maybe as well. But anyways, the point here in this video then is that we have turned our attention to Jacob, and shall again choose Jacob, which when I hear it this way, Yahweh has compassion on Jacob and again choose Israel, the chosen, the elect, and then gives them rest in their own land, and the strangers shall join them, and they shall cling to the house of Jacob. Well, because of this is a forward-looking rest in their own land. This tells me that we're talking about those end times, because that does not happen until he regathers us into the land, into the promise. We do not see the rest in our own land. And then it sure is suggestive that we're talking about these strangers that come and join them and cling to the house of Jacob, which would maybe be the natural house of Jacob and the land that I have mentioned before. And what they do, the peoples take them and bring them to their own place, and the house of Israel shall possess them. So this is this idea that they shall make captives of their captors and rule over their oppressors, which is part of the theme that I've been talking about in the judgment of the Gentiles. In the restoration, Gentiles who enslaved Israel will serve Israel, and is that what we're seeing here? I think so. And then it goes on to start listing various people groups and lands, starting with Babel here. But it says in the day. Now again, as I said before, I think it should say in the day Yahweh gives you rest, but it reads in the Yahweh day. I think it's just a typo. But in the day that he gives you rest from your sorrow, this is the end time. Almost has to be the end time, because that's when they get their rest from their sorrow and from their trouble and the hard service which they were made to serve throughout the time of his punishment. At that time we shall take up this proverb against the sovereign of Babel. Now I have in previous sections of this video, and since I'm going to also break it up into parts in previous parts, said that I think that it might be that the sovereign of Babel could be Nebuchadnezzar. I mean, literally, there's no question that Nebuchadnezzar was the sovereign of Babylon, and Babel is Babylon. In the English translations, we'll see Babylon, but in this translation, it'll be Babel over and over again. So Nebuchadnezzar was clearly the sovereign of Babylon. But in the end times, will Israel take up a proverb against Nebuchadnezzar and say how the oppressor has ceased and the gold gatherer ceased? Maybe, because as we go through this, we could say this about Nebuchadnezzar and Babylon in his day, when he conquered Assyria and conquered Egypt and became the dominant ruler in all the land. I mean, he even had the time that we know it's shared in, and I think it might even, we might see it in Isaiah here, where Nebuchadnezzar allows, and if not in Isaiah, we'll see it in the Kings and the Chronicles, when we're going through this timeline where Nebuchadnezzar becomes so prideful that he starts thinking he is an Elohim, and he begins to, maybe maybe literally we're talking about Nebuchadnezzar throughout this entire these passages and these chapters. But I've also thrown out the idea that this maybe could also be considered Satan himself. I should go get the name of Satan that is given to us in Jubilees, but I'm not going to. We'll just keep calling him Satan, which is a title, not a name. Lucifer may or may not even be Satan, so you can't call him Lucifer, in my opinion. But even if you were going to call him Lucifer, we only get Lucifer from King James, and maybe maybe the New King James, maybe some other English translation does. But generally speaking, it's not. It's the morning. It means the morning star, shining one, given to us here in this passage that we're going to see. But even that, where we've always thought that would be Lucifer being Satan, well, maybe that is actually still Nebuchadnezzar, because we have him pridefully trying to hold himself up to Elohim and call himself an Elohim. And that's why he was judged and ended up, being cast away from his kingdom for a season, and turned out where he went crazy, and acted like an animal, ate grass and just lost his mind. And then was eventually, when he was sufficiently humbled, was returned to his sovereignty, his rulership, his kingship in Babylon, and returned to it to finish out his time. But still, we have this, in my opinion, we have this conflict of Nebuchadnezzar, the sovereign of Babel, and Satan as the potential sovereign of Babel referenced here. And I'll even throw in one more that I have just thrown into the mix, and that is that it could be Nimrod, sovereign of Shinar, sovereign that became known as Babylon then. Maybe because Nimrod did the same thing, just like Nebuchadnezzar, Nimrod made himself out to be a god. So all three of these were ambitious enough to qualify for these descriptions. You have Satan, who is ambitious, and also a survivalist, because he's been judged for what he's done to mankind and the earth. He's been judged. He's got problems ahead of him, and so he's not only ambitious, he's also a survivalist. Then you have the rise of Nimrod, who was very ambitious. And then you have later the rise of Nebuchadnezzar, who was very ambitious. So it could be any of these, but it also could be all of these. And in context, it may be it could represent all of them, and in different contexts, it's referencing each of them that served as a sovereign of Babel. Now I'm taking too much time in this, but I've also said that when we get to the end times and we talk about the falling of Babel, that is suggestive that Babylon has not yet fallen. The Babylon that he's referencing in Revelation is a Babylon, a town, a city of Babylon, a kingdom of Babylon, with a sovereign of Babylon that has not yet fallen, because it falls in the end times. So these are all reasons why, the sovereign of Babel is challenging in these Isaiah passages. But he's the first one to be mentioned. And, as an oppressor, somebody who oppressed not just Israel, but all the lands that was around him, because they all fell before him. But when the Medes and Persians conquered, after he died and the Medes and Persians conquered them, are we seeing that the cypress tree, the earth became at rest and peace when he was gone? No more war. He didn't keep going out and conquering. Maybe. I don't know. We already did all this, so I'm not going to try to cover all of this area. But let me just say that Babylon is mentioned. The sovereign of Babel is mentioned first. And then we move on, and here's all the passages about Hillel, morning star, which would be Lucifer in the King James Version, and how whoever this Hillel is, if it's Satan, he was ambitious. Let me go up to if it was Nebuchadnezzar, he was ambitious. Let me go up to the Shemaim and let me raise my throne above the stars. If it was Nimrod, he was ambitious. Whoever it was, they were ambitious. And it could be all three of them. Let me go up above the heights of the clouds. Let me be like the Most High. Is that what Nimrod and Nebuchadnezzar would have said? Maybe. I think this is why we lose when we go to 12. We lose in church teaching. We lose that we're talking about the sovereign of Babel up here. We lose that. Whoever this Hillel is sure seems to be the sovereign of Babel. Although it is possible also he just was a complete turn away from the sovereign of Babel to Lucifer. Maybe it has nothing to do, these passages have nothing to do with the sovereign of Babel. Maybe. Okay. But ultimately, whoever it was, they got brought down to the grave. Got brought down to Sheol like everybody else. Well, Nimrod got taken to Sheol. Nebuchadnezzar got taken to Sheol. And once they went to Sheol, all the people that they had conquered and oppressed are going to stare at them and ponder and say, is this the man that made the earth tremble and shook the reins? Well, Nimrod would be a man that did that. Nebuchadnezzar would be a man that did that. And whoever it was, now you got the sovereigns down there going, who is this guy? And are you just going to be like us now? Let's see. So that the evildoer, where did they say they're going to be? Ultimately be like us. Where basically whoever this is, let me pause for a second. Okay, so I passed up the passage I was looking for, which is actually up in verse 9, where the grave beneath is excited about you. So whoever this is ended up in Sheol, in the grave, having spoken about the sovereign of Babel. Whoever it is going to end up being in Sheol and in the grave, and they're excited to receive them. And at receiving him, they're talking about, it's raised up their thrones. Chief ones, all the chief ones of the earth will be there, and all of them will be saying to him, whoever this is, have you also become as weak as we? Have you become like us? So whoever this sovereign of Babel was very great. Nebuchadnezzar would have been very great, and now the kings that he oppressed and won and conquered would say, have you now just become like us? You have been humbled just as we've been humbled. And then it was a little later that they're saying, when whoever this person is, this Hillel is being brought down into the grave, that they're saying, is this the man who made the earth tremble and shook the reins? All the reasons why it could be Nebuchadnezzar, but it also could be, again, I know I'm actually going back, and I may have to make this an entire part here. We're actually going back in this because Satan is also going to be thrown into the pit. And is the pit actually Sheol? And is Satan ultimately thrown into Sheol for 1,000 years? And this is where we're going. So it's all possible. I mean, I know this is redundant. But let me go on and finish the thoughts I had, because here we are talking about Babel and the sovereign of Babel so far. But then we move on and we begin to talk about Ashur. Now, Ashur, which is Assyria, is actually first. They come into the land first. And then we're talking about breaking Ashur in their land. So these are judgments of Babylon, judgments of Ashur, and are these end-time judgments, or are these judgments throughout history of these lands? I don't know. Then we get up and we start talking about the Philistines, the Pelesheth in my version, but in most of the English versions it'll be the Philistines. We're talking about the Philistines and how they're going to be judged. And then we're going to be talking about Moab, the children of Lot, and how they're going to be judged. We have a pretty long judgment of Moab here that takes place. More judgments. We continue with the judgments of Moab through 16. So Moab wails for Moab, and we keep going. And there's just a lot of it. And there, in other prophets, we have Moab must have been a serious oppressor of Israel, because they're also in other prophecies. They're singled out as somebody, a people group that's going to be judged in the end times, I believe, and also in the day. So then we move on in chapter 17 to Damasek, which is Aram, which is the land. Damasek is the capital of Aram. Also a land that, differing times oppressed Israel, but then also joined Israel in their campaigns against Yehuda to the south. And then, I forgot this time when we move and start turning our attention to Jacob again. And I've said that there's a day when the esteem of Jacob wanes and the fatness of flesh grows lean, which I think is today. Jacob, the splendor of Jacob has waned, and the fatness of his flesh has grown lean. But then there comes the day of the harvesting, in which the grain is gathered. And I liken, and I'll let you go back to the other. I mean, I've already done it, so I'm not going to do it again. But I think this could be related to the end times and what will take place, because here we are in that day with man looking at his maker and forsaking all his idols again, etc. Okay. And people, whoever these, I think that some of these, I think these would be Gentile groups here, as I've said, because they've forgotten Elohim as well. But now, and then in 18, they went on to the land of people beyond the rivers of Cush, which were a nation tall and smooth-skinned. That, if you go looking for Cush, you'll see references. I did. I just quickly start looking to see what the land of Cush was. Well, it was a land where they just had differing strong people groups. And, could it be where the Chaldeans, which are the Babylonians, originate from? Maybe. Don't really know. But it appears that Yahuwah knows who they are and who they were in the time. And they're also being singled out. And then we get into this prophetic time where that people is going to be bringing their presence, as everybody else will be, to Yahuwah of hosts at the place where he places his name, which is Mount Zion. I'm sorry, that ends up being a bit of a recollection of things we've been talking about. And that's really taken the entire section here, and forgive me, but it just seemed good to reference and go back and judge and see that as we continue, because we're getting ready to talk about Mitzrayim. So the idea was to go back and just make sure that that if you're reading this in a flow, you would see that it appears to also be judgments of the peoples in and around the lands that oppressed Israel in those days, and not necessarily, I don't know that a person would have read Isaiah to necessarily move that judgment to a future judgment as well, where those people groups are part of the end times punishment of the day of Yahuwah. So I'm pulling some of this into that end time day. But as you were reading Isaiah, you might have just read it as the judgments that came on the land, because every one of them ultimately got judged. Assyria didn't last. It was conquered by Babylon. Babylon didn't last. It was conquered by the Medes and Persians. The Persians didn't last. They were conquered by Greece. And the Greece didn't last because they were conquered by Rome. And Rome didn't last forever. They lasted a very long time and were the largest and biggest of all of the, and most powerful of all of the empires that came and went, but ultimately it failed as well as it split into different things. But out of Rome, we got the Roman Catholic Church, and the church that has really influenced pretty much the church ever since. So, okay. All right. So I'm going to go ahead. We're going to see how long 19 is. Let's go ahead and read 19, because I think it's mostly about Mitzrayim. But we'll read 19 and call it, we'll end this part. So the message concerning Mitzrayim, which is Egypt. See, Yahuwah is riding on a swift cloud, and he shall come into Mitzrayim, and the idols of Mitzrayim shall tremble at his presence, and the heart of Mitzrayim melt in its midst. And I shall stir up the Mitzrites against Mitzrites. So there'd be Egyptians against Egyptians, and they shall fight, and each one against his brother, and each one against his neighbor, city against city, reign against reign. And the spirit of Mitzrayim shall vanish within them, and I destroy their counsel. And they shall seek the idols and the mutterers, the mediums and the sorcerers, and I shall deliver the Mitzrites into the hand of a cruel master and a fierce sovereign to rule over them, declares the Adon of hosts. And waters shall fail from the sea, and the river wasted and dried up. And the river shall stink, and the stream shall be weak and dried up. Reeds and rushes shall wither, bare places by the river, by the mouth of river, and every sown field by the river shall wither, and it shall be driven away and be no more. And the fishermen shall lament, and those who cast hooks into the river shall mourn, and they who spread nets on the water shall pine away, and those who work in fine flax, and those who weave fine fabric shall become ashamed. And its foundation shall be crushed, all the wage workers grieved in being. The princes of Zoan are only fools. The counsel of Pharaoh's wise ones have become senseless. How do you say to Pharaoh, I am the son of the wise, the son of ancient sovereigns? Where are they? Where are your wise men? Let them show you and let them know what Yahuwah of hosts has counseled against Mitzrayim. The princes of Zoan have become fools, and the princes of Noph are deceived. The cornerstone of her tribes, have led Mitzrayim astray. Yahuwah has mixed a perverse spirit in her midst, and they have led Mitzrayim astray in all her work, as a drunkard strays in his vomit. And there is no work for Mitzrayim, either by either head or tail, palm branch or bulrush. In that day Mitzrayim shall become like women, and tremble and fear because of the waving of the hand of Yahuwah of hosts, which he waves over it. And the land of Yehudah shall be a fear to Mitzrayim, and everyone who mentions it fears for himself, because the counsel of Yahuwah of hosts, which is counseled against it. Everyone who mentions, I'm going back up just a little bit. And the land of Yehudah shall be a fear to Mitzrayim, and everyone who mentions it fears for himself, because of the counsel of Yahuwah of hosts, which he has counseled against it. In that day 5 cities in the land of Mitzrayim shall speak the language of Canaan, and swear by Yahuwah of hosts. One is called the city of destruction. In that day an altar to Yahuwah shall be in the midst of the land of Mitzrayim, and a standing column to Yahuwah at its border. And it shall be for a sign and for a witness to Yahuwah of hosts in the land of Mitzrayim. When they cry to Yahuwah because of the oppressors, he sends them a Savior and an Elohim, and shall deliver them. When they cry to Yahuwah because of the oppressors, he sends them a Savior and an Elohim, and shall deliver them. And Yahuwah shall be known to Mitzrayim, and the Mitzrites shall know Yahuwah in that day, and make slaughtering and meal offering, and shall make a vow to Yahuwah and pay it. And Yahuwah shall smite Mitzrayim, smite it and heal it. And they shall turn to Yahuwah, and he shall hear them and heal them. In that day there shall be a highway from Mitzrayim to Ashur, and Ashur shall come into Mitzrayim, and Mitzrayim into Ashur, and Mitzrayim shall serve with Ashur. In that day Israel shall be one of 3 with Mitzrayim and Ashur, even a Barakah in the midst of the earth, whom Yahuwah of hosts shall barak, saying, Baruch is Mitzrayim my people, and Ashur the work of my hands, and Yisrael my inheritance. All right, so this is going to take me a few minutes, but I'm gonna do it here before we close this out. First of all, let's think about this time of Isaiah. Egypt is still a powerful, they're still a powerful kingdom at the time of Assyria, and they come up against Assyria, they come up against Babylon. They're one of the people to whom Israel reaches out for protection as Assyria and Babylon comes. So they are part of the 3 powerful kingdoms, Assyria, Babylon, and Mitzrayim. But ultimately, Mitzrayim falls to Babylon, and they fall to Babylon in and around the same time that Babylon conquers Yehudah. So when we're talking about Mitzrayim, we could have this time of Mitzrayim taking place as they are losing to Babylon, and all of the things that happens to them during that period of time could be happening. And we see all of this Mitzrites against Mizrites, which will be people of Egypt battling people of Egypt. It'd be infighting within inside. That's how I would read it. One against his brother, and a city against city. So this is infighting, and this is what's taking place. So, but let me also, this could be that time, and that's what we need to juxtapose. But there is an end time that, when the day of Yahuwah comes, Egypt is still there. The people group is still there. So this could be end time, because there are other references to the day of Yahuwah where people turn against people. We've already seen it in Isaiah where people are turning against people. People are trying to get to their own land, and then as they're being found by somebody else, they're being slaughtered and killed, and just lots of things going on inside of the Gentile world, while Yahuwah is bringing judgment upon the Gentile world. So this could be that time frame back when we've got Babylon conquering the land and conquering Egypt, but it could also be the end time when we're dealing with the day of Yahweh and judgment against Mitzrayim. Now here's the spirit of Mitzrayim shall vanish within them, and I destroy their counsel. Maybe that's during that time. Now they're going to be delivered into the hand of a cruel master. Is that Babylon? Maybe. It could be a fierce sovereign to rule over them. Does that sound like Nebuchadnezzar? Maybe, because during that period of time, he did extend down into Babylon. Nebuchadnezzar extended down into Babylon. And when we had portions of the Yehudim, which would be the people of the southern kingdom, go to Egypt, well, Babylon went and got them, pulled them out. I mean, they were judged and pulled out of Egypt. So now we don't get a lot of information from scriptures about how Babylon treated Egypt specifically, but maybe they were a cruel master over Egypt, and that's what we're talking about. And maybe in those days the waters failed from the sea, and the river wasted and dried up, and the river stink, and the stream shall be weak and dried up, and reeds and rushes shall wither, bare places by the river. And all of this could have happened at that time. But we also have a time in the day of Yahweh when he is judging and he's touching the rivers, and the rivers are wasted away. They turn to blood. And I'd have to go back in and see exactly how it's described. But in the judgments, either in the bowl judgments or the trumpet judgments, things are happening to the rivers, the seas of earth, and they are made to stink and become a problem. And because of that, people die. People who are living and making their livelihood from the sea are going to lose that. People who are getting their water sources from the rivers and the sea, they're going to struggle because they're turned into waste. But this is end time. This could have been, I don't know where we would see, I really don't know where we would have seen this in the writings, in our writings, where we would get historical information of this happening in those days, which would have been in the neighborhood of 600 to 625 BC, 625 to 600 if we go backwards. In those areas, could this have been maybe? But I think this also could very easily be another reference to end time conditions that are taking place, because we also have these promises that take place, as the Gentiles are being judged. The things that we're seeing Mitzrayim go through are going to happen in the end times. Here's the fishermen, as I mentioned, that are grieving over the loss of their rivers and their waters, and basically all the workers, all of their livelihood is going to be challenged and removed from them in whatever day we're talking about. And the princes of Zoan and the councils of Pharaoh's wise ones becoming senseless. Well, did that take place in the days when Nebuchadnezzar conquered them? Maybe. But could it be end time? Maybe. Where are they? Where are your wise men? And let them know what Yahweh of hosts has counseled against Mitzrayim. Well, this, Yahweh of hosts counseling against Mitzrayim could have been their judgment meted out to them through the tool of Babylon. Maybe he's talking about that day, but maybe he's talking about end times. The princes of Zoan have become fools, and the princes of Noph, I'm assuming these are lands within Mitzrayim, are deceived. And they, the cornerstone of her tribes, have led Mitzrayim astray. Is that during the days of Babylon? Maybe. Is it the end times? I don't know. But Yahweh has mixed a perverse spirit in her midst, and they have led Mitzrayim astray. And there's no work from Mitzrayim. In that day, Mitzrayim shall become like women and tremble in fear because of the waving of the hand of hosts. Maybe, what's this waving of the hand of the hosts? Is this the judgment against them through Babylon? In that time? Or is this the end time when Yahweh of hosts comes on the scene, and literally we have the day of Yahweh, and it's literally him waving because of the waving of the hand of Yahweh? Is it him waving his hand in the end times, or in the days of Babylon? I don't know. And then, but here's interesting, because the land of Yehuda shall be a fear to Mitzrayim. Well, was Yehuda in the time of Babylon, was Yehuda a land to be feared by Egypt in that day? No. When they passed by, they just passed by Yehuda. In fact, they were going up to do battle against Babylon when they were still warring against Babylon. And then the king of Yehuda, and who was that? I'm trying to think, is it Josiah? Ended up joining, I can't remember if they joined, I think they joined Babylon against Egypt in that day. If I remember right, I'd have to pull that up and look at it. But the king of Israel joined Babylon against Egypt, and Egypt is saying, why are you doing that? What have we to do with you? We're going up to fight them because we've been called to go fight them by Yahweh. So Egypt wasn't fearing Yehuda in that day. And it was during that battle that I think it was Josiah died. He was killed in that battle. And Yehuda did not help the Babylonians conquer Egypt. Because it was later, after that battle, that Babylon actually succeeded against Mitzrayim. But I don't see how we could be talking about this, because why would Yehuda have been a fear to Mitzrayim? And everyone who mentions it, Yehuda, it being Yehuda, fears for himself. So some people of Mitzrayim fearing when you mention Yehuda? I don't know, because of the counsel of Yahweh of hosts, which he has counseled against it. Maybe that's then. But I don't think so. And we continue in that day. What day? Is that the future day of Yahuwah? And 5 cities in the land of Mitzrayim shall speak the language of Canaan and swear by Yahweh of hosts. One is called the city of destruction. In that day an altar to Yahweh shall be in the midst of the land of Mitzrayim. Did we see that happen in the days of Babylon? I don't think so. I can offer another event that took place in Egypt, because after Greece had taken over in the Holy Land, in the Kodesh land, and cast out the Zadokian priesthood, well, when they were cast out, one of the sons, in fact, I think it was the son of Onias, I believe it was, actually went and took some of the Zadokian priests down into Egypt and set up a place down there. And, they had a temple, and they may still even have it today, where the Zadokian priesthood ideally was operating from. But I don't think that was where the true Zadokian priesthood went. I think the true Zadokian priesthood went over to the land of what we call Qumran today, Bethabara, in that land. Okay. But maybe there was an altar, maybe that whole temple that they set up down there could have been, but that would be years and years. I mean, this is half a millennia later that would be happening. So I don't really think that could be either. When would Mitzrayim be setting up an altar to Yahweh? Well, I don't think it's ever happened. I think it's going to happen in the day of Yahweh, that as Mitzrayim turns, because many of the Gentile lands, once the day of the Lord has happened and they've been judged, the remnant will be turning to the land of Jerusalem, the land of Yehuda, the land where Mount Zion and Yehuda will be. They will be turning and flowing to them with gifts, just like the tall, dark-skinned people would be doing. And they will be close in proximity. So while you will have, I think, Mount Zion, which you're going to have the city of Jerusalem, then you're going to have the land of Mount Zion, and then you're going to have Egypt right outside of it. You're going to have, I believe, who was the other one they mentioned? Assyria, right outside of it. These are 2 towns, 2 areas, 2 people groups are going to be right outside of it, and they're going to be very close in proximity to what's happening. And will ultimately, maybe even as we're reading here, if this is end time stuff, maybe as they become more serious because of their proximity and they build an altar in Mitzrayim, because during that time, maybe they're just joining themselves to, as the Gentiles do, that whole people group. And it shall be a sign and a witness to Yahweh of hosts in the land of Mitzrayim. What will be this altar? And when they cried to Yahweh because of the oppressors, what oppressors? Maybe this is end time people. Maybe this is the Antichrist oppressing Mitzrayim in that time. I really don't know. But ultimately, this is what Isaiah says. He sends them a Savior and an Elohim. So who's the Savior? Wouldn't that be Messiah? And isn't that Elohim? Wouldn't that be our Elohim? Wouldn't that be Yahweh and Yahushua? and deliver them. So in that day, they're going to be delivered as well. And Yahweh shall be known to Mitzrayim, or Egypt. And the Egyptians, the Mitzrites, shall know Yahweh in that day. Have they ever known Yahweh? Have you ever heard of Egypt worshiping and serving and knowing Yahweh? Not yet. So I think these references almost have to be end time. That day being end time day of Yahweh, and end time just the millennial period when we have the Mount Zion and Jerusalem on earth. And they shall be doing slaughterings and meal offerings, which will also be taking place in, I think, Mount Zion from the descriptions of Ezekiel. And Yahweh shall smite Mitzrayim, smite it, but then heal it. So he smites Israel, or Mitzrayim. Did he smite him when Babylon came here? Yep. Is he going to smite him in the end times? I think so, but then he heals them. And they turn to Yahweh, and he shall hear them and heal them. So the land of Mitzrayim will become part of the land of Yahweh. And in that day there shall be a highway from Mitzrayim to Assyria. So you have Egypt to the south, Assyria to the north, and passing through that appears to be, they're going to have to go through Mount Zion. Will there be a highway so that the two people groups can travel back and forth? Maybe. It's what it seems to be referencing to me, and this would be millennial period type stuff, I think, because have we ever seen a path yet, from Egypt to Assyria, that where they are passing and Mitzrayim serve together with Ashur? I don't think we've seen anything like that. So I think we're talking about end time, which is that day, the day of Yahweh, and the day of the millennium, that last day, that 1,000-year period of peace. And in that day, Israel shall be one of three with Mitzrayim. So it appears that they will have joined themselves to Israel. Now, it could also be that the land of Mount Zion, being 1,300 by 1,300 by 1,300, or in some translations, 1,500 by 1,500 by 1,500 miles, very, very big. Maybe it actually comes down and engulfs and overcomes areas of Mitzrayim and areas of Assyria. I really don't know. All I know for sure is that Yahweh is saying that this is going to take place. Through Isaiah, he's saying that it's going to take place. I don't think it's happened in the past. I think it's a future event. We're talking about future times, day of the Lord, end time discussions. And in the long run, Mitzrayim and Assyria will be considered and made three with Yisrael. And then also just going back, this Yisrael, would this be also a reference to this, the spiritual, not natural Yaakov, but spiritual Israel? Maybe, because the people that are returned to Israel in the first resurrection will be spiritual people, but even the people of the land of Israel will be influenced and begin turning back. So the natural Israelites will begin to turn in their flesh. They will begin to turn and serve Yahweh during that millennial period. So they will maybe also become part of him. When they die and are resurrected, they might become predominantly, maybe all of them will become part of that second resurrection, the sheep judgment, where they are judged to be sheep and given their resurrection bodies in that second judgment. I think that might be true of Israel. So it could be, here's a reference to the people group as Israel rather than Yaakov. Interesting. Okay. So, and then also one last thing is they will be a blessing, which we hear references to Mount Zion and Jerusalem and the Torah going out and blessing the peoples of the world. And it almost sounds like they're saying Assyria and Mitzrayim will become part of that blessing to the world. Okay. Before I continue in Isaiah, it just seemed good to pull out some maps quickly and just give us some reference points for who and what we're talking about. Here is the land. Here's Babylon over here, if you can see. And let me see if I can also highlight that. So here's Babylon. And it's not going to let me highlight it, so I'm going to have to
Just use my pencil. But here's Babylon over here, or Babel in the versions that I'm talking about. This whole area is called the land of Shinar, and this is where the Tower of Babel was. So this was Nimrod's kingdom. This is from where Nimrod ruled. This later, it becomes the capital of from where Nebuchadnezzar also rules. But here's Assyria, or Ashur in my scripture versions, up here to the north. So when we talk about peoples coming from the north, we're oftentimes thinking of Assyria. But even though Babylon is mostly to the east, more to the east than the north, sometimes it's also referred to as coming from the north, I think. Then over here we have Aram, and here's Damascus. The two references together, and these two folks sometimes will gather up with and combine with Ephraim, which is over here, I believe somewhere in this area, and then they will attack Jerusalem to the south a couple times. But here's Aram and Damascus. Here is Mitzrayim, or Egypt, over here. Here are the Moabites. This is the land of the Moabites. This is the land of the Edomites. These are the lands of the Ammonites. This whole area that was actually, has now become Israel, was actually Canaan at the time. So here's a map of the lands and the people surrounding Israel, and the judgments that we're reading in Isaiah, and the judgments of the people that were around them. Now let me see if I can erase that very quickly. I'll be right back. Okay, now let me pull up another map of the same area and show you what I've done here, because I don't know how visual this is. Let me go to my PDF version of it. Here, let me see if I can make that bigger. Okay, I can't make it bigger. Okay, so here is, and let me get my pencil out. Okay, so that wasn't working very well. So I've just pulled out my PDF version of it. But let me show you what I've done here. This is the land of Israel right here. And this is Jerusalem. This would be Mount Sinai. This would be the epicenter of the new Jerusalem, because that's what I'm demonstrating here. I have taken the idea of the 12,000 stadion, which, I know that in various English versions they're calling it something else, 1,300 miles, 1,500 miles, etc. But if you take 12,000 stadion, that comes to about 1,363 miles. And the description of the New Jerusalem that comes down in Revelation is roughly that big. So I have overlaid a square of 1,300 by this 1,363 by 1,363, and that would take. So this whole area of New Jerusalem would actually expound all this way to the east, overwhelming Baghdad, overwhelming what would be Babylon over here. It would go all the way to the north, overcoming Assyria here. And it would go clear over into the lands of Greece over here. To the east, to the north, it goes up past Turkey, so it engulfs all of Turkey. And to the east, and the northeast, it actually starts getting into Greece. So it kind of draws the line at Greece, basically, and then comes south, and it encompasses the entire land of Egypt, because as you follow this all the way down, it comes to the south of Egypt. So basically all of Egypt, and mostly a goodly portion of Saudi Arabia too. So this is the land that appears to be, that will be occupied by Israel during that time in the New Jerusalem. I suppose that mostly we're reading the New Jerusalem in this description in Revelation, and so we often think about this in terms of the church. But really, this all boils back down to the promises to Abraham and to the promises to the tribes of Israel. And it's all interrelated, even though we're in Revelation. Well, it shouldn't be even though. I mean, the two are together. We don't want to separate. We don't want Old Covenant and New Covenant teachings. It's all one covenant. So when we're talking about what's happening in Ezekiel and Isaiah, it's the same thing that we're referencing in Revelation. So it's all together and it's all related to Israel. So this is a broad overview of how big Israel will be in the millennial period. And here's another map. I know in the part just prior, I wasn't 100% sure if Assyria and Egypt would be within that those New Jerusalem parameters, but it is. So when the New Jerusalem sets down, it's going to engulf Egypt and engulf Syria. So these people groups out here, in this highway between the two, talking about in chapter 19, this highway between Assyria or Ashur and Egypt will be right in the midst of the land of Israel, the New Jerusalem. But now let me also say, and let me go off to another map here. Okay, and let me explain what I'm showing to you here. These are illustrations. Well, this one over to the right is an illustration from Ezekiel. But this is the division of the lands. Over here to the left, this is the division of the lands according to in the time of Joshua. And they never did get to the fullness of the promised lands. But here, if you can see Moabites to the south and east, and then you got Simeon within the land of Judah down here. I'm not really going to go through them all because I've done it before, and you get the idea. These were the divisions of the lands amongst the tribes. But in Ezekiel, when we have the description of, Ezekiel says in chapter 40, when he's brought to the land of Israel and he's taken and he's shown a high mountain and a city to the south of it. So the reason that I am often referring to the idea that inside of this big land is actually the city right here. Not all of this is a big city full, we would imagine a big city like a New York or something of that nature. This would be rural lands, I think, out and about, because the actual city, I say rural lands, but let me finish this thought. So actually here is the city of New Jerusalem and Mount Zion. The high mountain is going to be at the epicenter of this. Out and about will be lands that will be part of the New Jerusalem, part of Israel during those times. And we'll have cities like, maybe there's something like a Cairo here and a Baghdad there. I mean, they won't be called that, but I don't think. But there'll be cities. There'll be a lot of unwalled villages out through this area. So these will be lands out here, and people will be living out there, and they will have rural abodes and different things of that nature, standing in contrast to the city that sits here. And why am I saying that? Because of what we read in Ezekiel. So Ezekiel starts describing a city that is on the mountain. And in that city, I won't spend a lot of time on this because I will be doing this when I get to Ezekiel, which will be a little bit yet now, because I've got a lot to do. But there's the description of the city. In that city, there will be no unclean of the heart, no uncircumcised of the heart, and no uncircumcised of the flesh. So there will be in this city, in my opinion, and what I'm reading, in this city, as illustrated here. Oops, I'm sorry. Let me see if I can pull this up real quick. See if I can pull this up. In this city, which is illustrated right here. This would be like the epicenter of Mount Zion and the city, the high mountain. And the city is to the south side of that. And there is a city. And I've got dimensions. I have done work. I have actually taken Ezekiel 40 through 48 and tried to summarize it all. And I'm probably going to make a video unto itself about the dimensions that are described throughout Ezekiel, about the city, about the lands that are going to be given to the king, which will be Yahushua, the lands that are going to be apportioned to the various tribes, etc. during this time. So this is some work up on that, but this is an illustration of when you get to, let me keep in mind that this is the city, and then the temple they're illustrating the temple being right here. So here's the city and the temple outside of it. So when we get to Revelation and they say there's no temple in the city, that might be true because the temple is outside the city, but it is inside of the New Jerusalem by all appearances. So when we get to the description of the apportionment to the various tribes in the new Jerusalem. It will be different than these apportionments over here, and it will represent these apportionments. Let me go get rid of those notes. Okay, so the land will be divided like this, with Dan to the north and Asher all the way down to Gad to the south. Well, this is also the border of this area here related to these tribes is actually given to us. That up here is, I think up here should be Damascus. Down here will be the Negeb, and the Wadi. Over here will be roughly the sea, and I've got some illustrations of that. Let me see if I can find it. Okay, here's a bit of an illustration of it in somebody's rendition of it, but here's the apportionment of the tribes, and this is the order, but they're not really showing here where we would be getting to Damascus up in this area and the Negev down here, but we know this is the Negev down here. So this is one illustration of it, and I will show you another illustration of it here. Oops, let me get that closed down. You won't want to see that. So here's another illustration of it. So here is, that begins, the border is, actually, I'm not sure because it's supposed to go up to Hamath. Hang on just a second. All right, so forgive me. This map kind of shows me Hamath here, and there is, I believe, some discussion of Hamath in the border discussions of Ezekiel, and I've never really noticed this Hamath. What I have noticed is that basically we have Damascus to the north, and it mostly runs down and through into the Negev down here. Here, let me show you quickly if I can. When you look at, here's another illustration of it. Here's Damascus. Here is, and I'm going to only quickly show you this because I drew this one from the picture of Damascus with Damascus as the center point. But here's another one with the Negev. When we talk about the Negev desert or the Negev, and we get into the illustrations of Ezekiel, it goes down, it extends down to the Negev, to the wadis of this area, to the Great Sea. So it's really going to extend down to here. So let me see if I can draw this without butchering it too bad. This would be one. Actually, this isn't really a good representation either. I really think it should be coming down to, say, here and over. Let me see if I can draw it up here. Let me get rid of our noise here, and let's see if we can draw it again. So it would looks like it would run something like this. It's not a very straight line, I'm sorry. To here, and then I think up like this. So this would be where the Ezekiel apportionment of the tribes would be, with the city of Jerusalem right here, and this is the illustration of it. Without trying to do it over land, if we could take this and sit it down over the top of this, I'm sorry, not that illustration, but this illustration, it would, the lands would be apportioned here. The point that I'm trying to make here is, in Ezekiel, this is the lands that were given in Ezekiel to actually apportion. This is what we see in Ezekiel, and that stands in contrast to what we see in Revelation. So I think this would be representative of the lands of Israel that's going to be apportioned, and then this will be outside of those lands. So here we've got, if the area apportioned to the tribes will be here, and then we have Egypt and Assyria outside of this allotment and this apportionment, but it is still within the larger confines of Israel during those days. All right, enough of that, but I mostly wanted to just address two things, the various locations of the people groups that we're talking about in Isaiah, but also give you an idea of the dimensions of New Jerusalem and a little bit of an idea of the dimensions of Ezekiel and the location of the city. I'm going to say before I leave here, no flesh is going to enter this city. No flesh is coming into this area, in my opinion, from what I'm reading in a number of spots here. They will be coming, they will be bringing their gifts to the area, but not entering the area. So they will be entering the land. All the people groups around the world will be entering the land and coming to here to bring their gifts to Yahuwah at his, at his temple. And around the city, they'll be coming in and around it, but not entering it, because no flesh is coming, in my opinion, no flesh, no uncircumcised of flesh and no uncircumcised of heart will enter this area. This will be a portion to those who participate, in my opinion, in that first resurrection, who have been circumcised of heart and circumcised of flesh. Both are cut off. And we'll see that. I mean, that's Ezekiel tells us that. No one uncircumcised of heart or uncircumcised of flesh, where those things have not been removed, the foreskin of the heart and the foreskin of the flesh, has to be removed. And at that point in time, we're not talking about this, the typical circumcision, that males go through. No, it will be circumcision of the flesh. The flesh will be cut off. In my opinion, I don't see how it could be any different. Okay, let's continue in Isaiah chapter 20, verse 1. In the year that Tartan came to Ashdod, when Sargon, the sovereign of Ashur, sent him, and he fought against Ashdod and took it. Let me quickly show you where Ashdod is. Here is Ashdod in the land of Israel. I believe we're going to see that Ephraim and Shemaron, the capital of Israel, would have been in this area. So Assyria had come down and it apparently attacked Ashdod and taking it in the time of they're saying Sargon, but I think it must be the time of Shalmaneser, because Shalmaneser was the sovereign or the king of Assyria at the time of the invasion of Israel. And I think that started when I just looked him up momentarily, and it looked like he began his reign in around 727. So about 5 years into his reign is when he finishes the conquering of Israel. So I think Shalmaneser must be Sargon, and we have the beginning of the invasion during this time of Isaiah. So let's move on with verse 2. At that time Yahuwah spoke by means of Yeshayahu, son of Amat, saying, Go and remove the sackcloth from your body and take your sandals off your feet. And he did so, walking naked and barefoot. Then Yahuwah said, As my servant Yeshayahu has walked naked and barefoot 3 years for a sign and a wonder against Mitzrayim and Cush, so does the sovereign of Ashur lead away the captives of Mitzrayim and the exiles of Cush, young and old, naked and barefoot, with their buttocks uncovered, the shame of Mitzrayim. And they shall be afraid and ashamed of Cush, their expectation, and of Mitzrayim, their boast. And the inhabitant of the coastland shall say in that day, See, such is our expectation. Wherever we flee for help to be delivered from the sovereign of Ashur, how do we escape? Okay, let's move on to chapter 21. I really don't have much to offer. These are folks that were, the captives of Mitzrayim. I don't really know. Were they captives of Mitzrayim in Ashdod at that time and exiles of Cush? Maybe. Let's go to chapter 21. The message concerning the wilderness of the sea. As whirlwinds in the Negeb sweep on, so it comes from the wilderness, from an awesome land. A distressing vision is revealed to me. The treacherous betrays and the ravager ravages. Go up, O Elam. Besiege, O Madai. All the groaning I bring to an end. Therefore my loins are filled with anguish. Pangs have seized me, like the pangs of a woman in labor. I was distressed when I heard it. I was troubled when I saw it. My heart reeled. Horror overwhelmed me. The night for which I longed, he turned into fear for me. Prepare the table, spread the mat, eat and drink. Arise, you princes, anoint the shield, for Yahuwah has said to me, Go, appoint a watchman, Let him declare what he sees. And he saw a chariot with a pair of horsemen, a chariot of donkeys, and a chariot of camels, and he listened attentively, very attentively. Then he cried, A lion, O Yahweh! I stand continually on the watchtower in the daytime, and I have sat at my post every night. And see this, a chariot of men coming with a pair of horsemen. And he spoke up and said, Babel is fallen, and all the carved images of her mighty ones he has broken to the ground. It's very interesting. O my threshing and the grain of my floor, that which I have heard from Yahweh of hosts, the Elohim of Israel, I have declared to you. The message concerning Dumah, he calls to me out of Seir. Watchman, how much of the night is past? Watchman, how much of the night has passed? The watchman said, Morning came, and also the night. If you inquire, inquire. Come again. The message concerning Arabia, in the forest in Arabia you stay, O you traveling companies of Dedanites. You who dwell in the land of Tema, bring water to him who is thirsty. Meet the fugitive with bread. For they fled from the swords, from the drawn sword, from the bent bow, and from the stress of battle. For thus Yahweh has said to me, Within a year, according to the year of a hired man, all the esteem of Kedar shall come to an end, and the rest of the number of archers, the mighty men of the people of Kedar, shall be few. For Yahweh Elohim of Israel has spoken. Now, really, all of this, I'm not going to spend a lot of time on it because really this just all sounds like we have the division of the time here. This is, when we have the invasion of the lands, we have the invasion of the lands of Israel, from Assyria. He's coming into the lands, and it's not just Israel that he's conquering. And so we've entered this time. So it seems as though what we've been reading in Isaiah has primarily been pre-invasion of Assyria. And so everything he's been talking about has been prophetic of this time that is now coming upon the lands. That's what it appears to be happening. But let me go back because this is interesting to me, where he's appointed a watchman. And who would the watchman be? Would that be Isaiah? I don't really know for sure. Therefore, turn to fear, prepare, go and appoint a watchman. Let him declares what he sees. And he saw a chariot. I don't know if this is he's talking as in third person. So if it's him, he's saying somebody else is seeing a chariot, etc. And somebody else cried out, a lion, O Yahweh. So okay. But still, this watchman also cries out, and see this, a chariot of men coming with a pair of horsemen. And he spoke up and said, Babel is fallen, is fallen. We've been talking about it in this Isaiah series of this prophecy because Babel, this is spoken in Revelation. Babylon is fallen. Well, at this point in time, Babel isn't really even the established kingdom. That's a future kingdom to come. But so it seems to be, and also let me also offer up that possibly this watchman is actually a messenger, an angel, a malachim. Is that right? A malachim, is that the word we use? Possibly. But anyways, we're having the reference to Babel is fallen. And so I don't really know how to take this except for it's got to be prophetic. And I don't know why it's inserted here. Except for, let me go back to the lands of Israel during this time. Let me see if I can get my pencil here. If this is Babylon here, and Babel is fallen, Babylon, but this is also the land of Shinar. So, this would be the area from which Nimrod ruled, and really Nebuchadnezzar on this timeline hasn't even come to power. We're here, and in fact, Babylon doesn't even appear to be arising as a power under Nebuchadnezzar. To become the empire that ruled the land and conquered both Egypt and Assyria. They haven't even come to that power yet. And Nebuchadnezzar is not the first king to start
bringing them to power. It was this Nabopolassar, however you pronounce that, that begins to power. So if this is the Babel to fall, Babel has fallen. It does fall when the Medes and Persians come here in 538 BC, but it hasn't fallen yet because the timing of this watchman crying out is here. It's here. So when we're saying Babel has fallen, we're either looking backwards to this Babel, the Babylon of Nimrod, or we are looking forward prophetically to this Babylon of Nebuchadnezzar, or we might even be looking prophetically even further ahead, because as I've alluded at, one of the possibilities is that Satan may actually be the actual sovereign of this area of Babylon, the sovereign that Nimrod served and the sovereign that Nebuchadnezzar serves. Maybe, I don't really know why they inserted this Babel is fallen, Babel is fallen. But they did. And it seems to tie with Revelation. It ties with future events and the significance that this area or Babel, whether it's this area specifically or Babylon, maybe up in the skies, that could be the abode of Satan. I really don't. I'm pondering that and I'm wondering, I'm looking for evidences of it. Okay, I'll move off. There's nothing really more to add. They've inserted it and it must be prophetic and future because it just hasn't. Babylon under Nebuchadnezzar hasn't come to power yet. Okay, let's move on to chapter 22. The message concerning the valley of Hizion. What troubles you now that you have all gone up to the housetops, you who are filled with turmoils, a noisy city, a city of revelry? Your slain are not slain with a sword, or the dead in battle. All your rulers have fled together. Without a bow, they were taken captive. Without a bow, they were taken captive. All who are found in you are bound together, who have fled from afar. Therefore I said, look away from me. Let me weep bitterly. Do not try to comfort me because of the ravaging of the daughter of my people. Is this Isaiah speaking? I think so. Look away from me. Let me weep bitterly. Do not try to comfort me because of the ravaging. So this is the conquering maybe of the daughter of Israel. For it is the day of uproar and treading down and perplexity by the Adon Yahweh of hosts in the valley of Hizion, breaking down of a wall and a crying to the end of crying to the mountain. And Edom, the mountain of Mount Zion, maybe. And Elam bore the quiver with chariots of men and horsemen, and Kir bared the shield. And it shall be that your choicest valley shall be filled with chariots, and the horsemen shall take up positions at the gates. Then he removed the covering of Yehudah, and you looked in that day to the weapons of the house of the forest. And you saw the breaches of the city of David, that it was great, and you gathered together the waters of the lower pool. And you counted the houses of Jerusalem, and the houses you broke down to strengthen the wall. And you dug a ditch between the two walls for the water of the old pool, but you have not looked to its maker. Interesting. They're preparing for their battles, but they're not looking to him for their help, nor have you seen him who fashioned it long ago. And in that day the Adon Yahweh of hosts called for weeping and for mourning, for baldness and girding with sackcloth. Then see, joy and gladness, slaying oxen and killing sheep, eating meat and drinking wine. Let us eat and drink, for tomorrow we die. And it was revealed in my hearing by Yahweh of hosts, for this wickedness shall certainly not be pardoned until you die, said the Adon Yahweh of hosts. Oh, wow. And thus said the Adon Yahweh of hosts, go, come to this steward, to Shebna, who is over the house, and say, what have you here, and whom have you here, that you have hewn a tomb here, as he who hews himself a tomb on high, cutting out a resting place for himself in a rock. See, Yahweh is hurling you away, O man, and is firmly grasping you, rolling you up tightly like a ball into a wide land. There you are to die, and there
Your esteemed chariots are to be the shame of your master's house. And I shall drive you from your office, and you shall be ousted from your position. And it shall be in that day that I shall call my servant Eliakim, son of Hilkiyahu, and I shall put your robe on him and strengthen him with your girdle and give your authority into his hand. And he shall be a father to the inhabitants of Jerusalem and to the house of Yehuda. And I shall place the key of the house of David on his shoulder, and he shall open and no one shuts, and shall shut and no one opens. And I shall fasten him like a peg in a steadfast place, and he shall become a throne of esteem to his father's house. And they shall hang on him all the weight of his father's house, the offspring and the offshoots, all the vessels of small quantity, from the cups to all the jars. In that day, declares Yahweh of hosts, the peg that is fastened in the steadfast place shall be removed and be cut down and fall, and the burden that was on it shall be cut off, for Yahweh has spoken. Again, chapter 22, all seems to be, you can just read the turmoil of war in the land. The time has come, and now we have Assyria coming and just conquering things. And the people who, they're basically saying, let's try to, it looks like they're saying, let's have our gathering because tomorrow we die. I guess this is just, appears to be really just the feelings that they would have had in the land of Israel, during that time of conquering. Now there's a reference to Eliakim, son of Hilkiyahu. That might be one of the kings. I'd have to look it up. Let me pause here. Well, I just tried to see if I thought maybe this was Hizkiyahu, but it's not. So I'm not really sure who this is or this is, but whoever it is, he's being referenced here in Isaiah. And he shall be a father to the inhabitants of Jerusalem and to the house of Yehuda. And I shall put your robe on him and strengthen him with your girdle. I have not found, to my knowledge, I haven't found anything relating to who this is, and I'm not sure. It may literally just be related to those days and limited to those days of Isaiah. I don't know. Okay, with that, we will end this part. Thank you.